A new year and a new era in motorsport, in sim racing and in iRacing. The GTP era is very much underway in IVRA as the 12 Hours of Daytona just before Christmas provided a real baptism of fire for all prototype teams. Now though, we move on from the first 3 rounds in America to the only round in Europe before we move on to Asia to finish our championship. Welcome to the Temple of Speed for the 1500 kilometres of Monza here in the GSI Endurance Series. My name is Ewan O'Leary, Cav Roger alongside me for the first few hours. Hugo Luis pushing the buttons behind us. Cam, it's great to be here. A new era in motorsport. The GTP's on show here once again for us here in the IVRA GSI Endurance Series. And it's very good to be here in this new dawn for everybody.
Yeah, it's going to be a great year of racing, both in the real world but also in simulation as well. It's going to be a great experience to see how these new GTP cars really evolve over the course of the next few months and of course years, with manufacturers putting in quite a bit of money to keep them at the top in their respective categories. So yeah, great to see that this was introduced last race to IVRA, and let's see how this goes once again around the Temple of Speed. We were just mentioning before we came on air how this track is so fast and how the speed difference is going to be so great between the GTPs and the GT3 cars.
It is going to be absolutely huge. These are the tracks that we've been to so far. As I mentioned, an entirely American opening to this season at Road America, Circuit of the Americas, and Daytona. Now we go to our only European round. In a month's time, that's about 5 weeks' time, we'll be going to Motegi, which is going to be a real difficult one for everybody in this series. Anyway, we had it in the Club Sport series last season, and it was fine, but this is a whole new kettle of fish. And then the 12 Hours of Fuji, which has also not been out very long in iRacing, so a bit of a new challenge there as well to end off our season in late April. It is quite rare. I mean, as is most sport, really, European centric, especially in terms of well, motorsport really, but to have only one European round is a little bit strange, a little bit different really. So they're going to have to make use of this. Monza is as you mentioned, a little bit of a difficult, maybe counterintuitively difficult endurance racing circuit, but it is odd to be the only European on the calendar.
It's nice to see though, some variety in the calendar, of course, and I say we're taking next time out. Definitely a bit of a left field choice, but a good one for that, because it's just that little bit different for the drivers. But yeah, back to Monza today. Of course, this track is known for its long straights and its chicanes, really, and it's getting through those chicanes and around the traffic that's going to be all important, especially for the GTP cars. It's a tricky track indeed. It's quite old school, it's quite narrow. It does have runoff in some places, but it's definitely one that you need to start thinking about and start having a bit of a forward thinking coming into the corners, because as much as you want to dive it down the inside, sometimes that can just lose you time and then lose the momentum down the next straight.
We are just about to step into qualifying, by the way, for the GT3s, and these are how the championship standings lining up right now. 91 points is the gap that Manisi Racing have at the front right now, but Satellite Racing, after a win at Daytona, have taken some points back. They're in second. Rusty Spatzlers are third, ahead of SRN Motorsports. Reigning champions Archer Brothers Esports down in fifth after a DNF at Daytona. Valorous Motorsports ran well in that practice session we just had, actually, but they're sixth. At World of Sim Racing Team, seventh at Prastana Nomad, who are leading 2 of the GT Sprint Series by Huizinveld standings. They're eighth. Trick Freak Racing are in ninth at Element Sim Racing. There are 2 more teams, by the way, off the bottom of our screen. Quasar Sim Racing and WS Racing Esports below our graphic there. Well, they're not meant to be on it. That's the top 10. But yeah, they're the 12. We do have a couple of new teams to talk about as well. Overall, one of them are in the GT3 category. That is Kuruma Motorsport, who actually topped practice in GT3. Very bizarre to see that, because any new team added now didn't make it through pre-qualifying, weren't fast enough to make it through pre-qualifying. So it's very odd to see a new team at this stage in the season actually topping a practice session like that, but it looks like they have run well there. And we'll see how they get on in this practice session right now, where everybody will be out together.
Yeah, it's definitely a weird one, as you say. You don't often see new teams coming in and getting straight to the top, but maybe that's one reason why they entered, why they got involved, is because they wanted to show their speed. So of course that is definitely a team potentially to look out for. However, we do have 1,500 kilometers of racing, so it's not going to be just about the qualifying session that we're about to witness, but you do definitely want to put yourself in good position, and definitely coming in as a new team, you want to hit the ground running and you want to show all your competitors that you are going to be competing at the front, and you do have at least half a chance of being towards maybe the podium today.
We'll see how they get on here this afternoon for the 1,500 kilometer race. This, by the way, going to be slightly shorter than the 1,000 mile races we had at Road America and at Circuit of the Americas. Correct me if I'm wrong here, but I think 1,000 miles is about 1,630 odd kilometers or something like that. Yep. It's around there. So this race slightly shorter, but we are still expecting this race to be about 8 hours, Cam, and that is there's no other way of saying this. That is an endurance race. There's no other way around it.
Oh, absolutely. And even around Monza is slightly quicker average speed than some other tracks. So maybe it'll be one of the quicker ones of the season for that fact as well. But sure, it's going to be in the 7-8 plus hour region. Of course, safety cars potentially adding time to that and things like that as well. But it's definitely going to be a long enough race for these drivers to try and work out really how they're going to get towards the end of the race. We've been speaking how with this series, it's a lap counted endurance race, which is something often a little bit different, because sometimes when you're trying to work out your strategy, you don't know exactly how many laps there are going to be, and that can of course maybe change your fuel saving throughout the race, and how you have to maybe add a lap here or there for so many stints. But when it's a lap counted race, you know exactly how many laps you need to save fuel, how many laps you can go aggressive, and what you could do on the tyre strategies too. It's
yeah, I have to say I very much enjoy the way of doing it with the endurance races being being a set distance. It does change things. Some of you don't see very often, and makes IVRA very special, of course. And the safety cars will as well, as we well know. Looking just up ahead there at the Prestanda Nomad car. It's going to be qualified by Tim Penny for them. Pascal Faes is going to qualify for WS Racing Esports. Archer Brothers for Jacob O'Reilly, who will qualify that the reigning champions. Very multinational team, by the way. Jacob O'Reilly, Australian, according to IVRA website. I'm going to agree with it, but not too late in the evening for him. Get qualifying done. Maybe get the first stint or two of the race done, and then maybe go to bed, because it's going to get quite late quite quickly over in Australia. But still very much midday here in Europe. And I feel like, Cam, there are a few games being played right now, really, because qualifying has been underway for a while. But it's an open qualifying session where everybody can be on the circuit together. And so everybody wants a piece of this slipstream right now. One person's gone, and already there's contact. Tim Penny, this is, at the front. He stopped at the exit of pit lane. He might get in trouble with the stewards for that. But this is going to be one big mess, because we've got slipstream to play for here, and qualifying is going to be pretty important in terms of staying out of trouble. We mentioned that it's an endurance race, and you can, qualifying not that important, but you do want to stay out of trouble in towards turn one, which is notoriously difficult. And so with everybody out there together, it's not a solo qualifying session. There's going to be a lot of battling for slipstream going on here.
Certainly is, and I love it, to be honest, these games that can come around. And as you see there in the qualifying, almost 49 minutes to go as we'll work our way through the three classes. But as you say, G3 is out there on the road at the moment, and they need to find some space, because as much as slipstream is a factor, if you are too close, you can almost lose more time through distraction and through just generally having that extra mind space to think about the other cars than if you're just out there doing a solo lap and you could just put down the absolute perfect lap that you can do. But of course, as you know, when you've got a track like this with four massively long straights, every tenth of a second is going to count.
It certainly is, and we're going to see very close qualifying times here. It's going to be separated by not that much at all. Not sure quite how long to go in qualifying. It's going to be around 7 or 8 minutes, I think, at this stage. But that's Valorous Motorsports, by the way, who have gone out first. And Emu Vingbo has gone out and just foregone all of the slipstream games and just gone out and driven as quickly as possible. And it might not be the worst idea. think he's kind of foreseeing a little bit of trouble between everybody, and so just doesn't want to be a part of that. Been a very strong driver in the IVRA GT Sprint Series by Huizinveld in particularly last season. Not had such a good time of things in the 22-23 season, but certainly last season put on some great performances on the Pro-Am category that he was driving in for Valorous Motorsport. But these are all the games for the GSI Endurance Series. Tim Penny was trying to avoid leading everybody around, but that's effectively what he's done, really. He's, I think that's Element Sim Racing just behind. He's leading a couple of these Porsches around, giving them a great slipstream, and I think he's hoping that maybe they'll return the favour a little bit later on, but I'm not sure it's quite going to work like that.
Yeah, nor do I. Everyone is a bit of a taker when it comes to the slipstream games, and of course you want to be just getting those last couple of tenths here and there if you can, but it's a bit difficult to do so. And as you see, they're just following each other through these higher speed corners around this track. It makes it more difficult to see the braking points, more difficult to see the turning points and get your references, and they're all running a little bit out wide and just holding each other up as we now come down this back straightaway up towards the Ascari chicane, overtaking on a qualifying lap, not necessarily something that you want to do, but now Tim Penny will of course then get the slipstream back down towards the final corner at the Parabolica, and it's definitely not what you want to be doing to get the overall fastest lap time. But if everyone's doing it and everyone's losing a bit of time, then of course all the lap times overall will be slower.
Well, yeah, apart from those who are driving on their own, of course. Emil Wingbo, one of those, and he's going to be the first to set a lap time here. There's Rusty Spatulas, by the way, who just overtook Tim Penny, not Element Sim Racing. As WS Racing Esports now try and make a move into the Parabolica. Racing in qualifying, that's what we're seeing here, and it's not unexpected either, considering we are racing at the Temple of Speed, where slipstream is so important. Emil Wingbo over the line for Valorous Motorsport, going to set the first time of the day, as long as it was one that counted. I don't think it was 48.7, but it didn't count. Henri Miettinen for Rusty Spatulas has gone first with a 48.0, then WS Racing Esport and SRN Motorsport. It is very crucial, though, not only to get a good lap time in, but you've got to stay on the road as well, and Emil Wingbo must have gotten off track there in that first lap.
And that is a very difficult position sometimes to come back for, because then you put the pressure on yourself to then perform in the upcoming lap, and then that gets to the point where you really have to nail it. So sometimes getting a first banker lap, even if it's slightly away from the fastest lap time you can do, that is sometimes the best way to do it, because it calms the nerves, and then you can push a little bit more freely when you come on to your following laps as well. But definitely in a good position though, all on the tracks themselves, and can really just focus on hitting their break points, but definitely hanging the rear out a little bit coming through Les Moto.
Very multinational team, by the way, Valorous Motorsports. They're actually registered as a European flag, which I haven't seen before. But all sorts of nationalities at the wheel, including Australians, are obviously not European, but they do pick the European, so whatever. But Wingbo is Swedish and will be hopefully putting in a lap time on the board this time. We have been watching most of his lap, and it doesn't look like he's had an off track, or he hasn't been off the track as far as I could see, so he hasn't been dipping the wheel into the gravel, so should be fine to complete this lap time. But he might decide that he doesn't want to, and he doesn't. Goes into the pit lane, and he's put a little bit of pressure on himself to do well in these next few laps. And this is always the argument they have, especially watching high-pace Club Sport Series qualifying, is, are you going to stay out there for the whole session? Are you going to take one lap and then a new set of tyres and then go out for another one lap? Are you going to do 2 laps? It's hard to know which is the fastest way to do this, really. And we've added slipstream in this time. Normally slipstream isn't really a consideration at some of these circuits, and we've added that element into things as well. So there really is no right answer to quite how many laps is ideal out here in these qualifying sessions.
And finding the gap sometimes can be the most important, and therefore you actually want to be on the track doing multiple laps, because then you can work your way into a bit of space. If you're sort of doing a lap coming back in then going out again, you really have to time when you leave that pit lane, and it's certainly a little bit more difficult. There's a Maniti car getting a nice slipstream down towards the final corner. We've got Maya here coming through in the 278 around the final corner. Is there going to be any sort of improvement up towards the top of the timesheets? As it stands, a 48.0 is the one to beat it across the line. It is by thousandths of a second to the top.
19 thousandths of a second to be specific. The championship leaders, Josh Meyer, go to the top of GT3 qualifying. As far as I can see, their camp completely on their own. Rusty Spatulas did have a bit of slipstream help, but at least at the end of the lap there, Maniti Racing didn't really have anyone around them there. So it does just show maybe getting your head down and just getting on with your own lap time is maybe a better idea than concentrating on those around you.
Yeah, I'm definitely a firm believer of that, because it's not the easiest thing to start focusing and following other drivers, especially when you're right on the limit. You need 100% concentration driving your car forward as fast as you can, and having to think about all the games and all the tactics around that, you will lose tenths of a second. So I'm definitely a believer of going out there yourself and doing the laps. But of course, if you get the odd bit of slipstream, you are going to be rejecting that one. As Neil Middleton now on the 281 car coming up towards the line. That's a 2 minutes and 1. So that was definitely a lap with incident at some point.
And still going a little bit slowly with the Australia's line there. I don't know if he was just getting a run out of the parabolica maybe for setting himself up for this lap. And now we're going to see the Rusty Spatula's response. Henry Miettinen with a 48.0 as well. Is challenging Maniti Racing very closely right now. Satellite Racing, by the way, second in the standings, currently fourth in this qualifying session right now. Rusty Spatula's third, and interestingly, it's a very, very close championship from second on downwards. It's just that Maniti Racing have a 91-point lead, which is very large halfway through a season. But from Satellite Racing down to seventh, and World of Sim Racing team, there's only 70 points in that. And that's 6 teams being covered by that, as Archer Brothers Esports now starting to stretch their legs a little bit, fifth in the standings. Not really been the season that they've wanted so far to defend their title. They were second at Road America, ran into troubles at Circuit of the Americans, didn't even finish at Daytona. But they've gone to the top of these standings right now. It just shows that this qualifying session isn't quite over yet. I think we're yet to see the real best from a lot of these teams.
But look how close some of these times are. The odd bit of slipstream here and there is going to be a determining factor, although that is far too fast into Parabolica, losing the rear end there as Rusty Spatulas go around. And that is, of course, going to hinder the next lap as well, and not getting a run onto the main straight. So that's really 2 laps potentially lost there for the 211.
Looks like it. And it's a bit of a Porsche trait, really, to have a little bit of a loose rear end through Parabolica, especially with some of the aerodynamic settings that these cars will have on at this circuit. It does make life very, very difficult through that faster final corner. And with Vingbo now, looks like he's sorted himself out, and he has good lap time. It's a 47.8, and he goes to the top of GT3 qualifying here towards the end of the session. We'll see if the likes of O'Reilly, Meyer or Miettinen maybe have a response here. Maybe even Pascal Feist for WS Racing Esports, but that's a good time, and it does show that Faros Motorsports have just really spent the time getting up to speed so far in this session. They've had the pace to get in amongst it all along, as Feist does improve, but will stay fifth.
Absolutely, and it's just great to see how close these times are. I think we're in for a very nice race today. Should be some close action. Doesn't seem to be one runaway team, which is always a really good prospect, even for an endurance race. As we get in the 274 car here, coming up towards the Ascari chicane. Currently on 58.7, so that's about a second off the provisional pole time as it stands. But Grotti coming through what is potentially, or effectively, I should say, the penultimate corner of the lap already. Just one more corner to go, but it's a very tricky corner to get right. You're looking at your delta. You've got maybe a couple of tenths up in hand, and it's just one braking zone, but it's a very committed corner into the Parabolica. You brake late, you send the front end in, and then you try and find some rear grip to get the speed out of it and up towards the start-finish line.
It's a bit of a rude awakening for Daniel Grotti. It'll be quite early in the morning over in the USA right now, but I'm sure he's wide awake right now. Unfortunately, not able to improve there. Half a second down for SRN Motorsports, one of the most experienced teams in the IVRA field, in this GT3 field as well. That team been around for a very long time. It's got to be approaching a decade, might be more at this stage on iRacing. Daniel Grouch stays at 8th place right now, just ahead of Tim Penny for Prestanda Nomad, who have got plenty of support in the YouTube chat right now, as have Maniti Racing, as they always do. Pascal Feist is going to go for 2 laps in a row here, something we haven't seen too much of so far. As under our noses, Emil Vingbo's gone even quicker there, by the way. 1:57.4. That's now nearly half a second quicker than the rest here in GP3. Pascal Feist is going to go up towards the line for WS Racing Esports and try and get anywhere near that, and just improve again, and for the second lap in a row, a 1/10 improvement has got him nowhere really. So he's getting quicker, but unfortunately not climbing the places as you normally would.
As the laps start to come in, we are starting to see some improvements, which is good to see. And as you're saying, a couple of teams actually, I think Brindle as well, also doing 2 laps in a row and going quicker on that second lap. So maybe that is what is needed around here. As once again, we see Maniti getting a little bit of a slipstream coming towards the final corner, though actually this is a slow lap. So this must be an out lap coming to start, potentially final lap of the session for the green Maniti machine. And out to the Parabolica there, trying to get a nice run. You saw going a little bit wider on the entry, trying to get every last meter, and then as you see even wider now to have the straightest run, the shortest run down towards the braking zone and turn number 1.
Well, this is going to be a real lesson for all of us in terms of how to drive at Monza. It's not one of those circuits that's especially enthralling to watch a qualifying lap. I mean, we have seen some of the fastest laps ever in Formula 1, for example, around here and so on, but it's not one of those circuits that's exceptionally challenging technically to watch, but it is great always to see drivers run it right on the edge here in qualifying in any car, and these no different. Henry Mietten going to try and do that right now in towards the Parabolica, but it's not the most technically challenging circuit in the world. You do spend a lot of time just going absolutely straight, and it does seem that the setup and what car you've chosen will be very, very important, especially in GT3 throughout the race here this afternoon.
Yeah, 11 nominated laps, but there's corners, I should say, but there's only really 6, as that is a 49.3, so quite a bit slower there for Miettinen. So definitely this was a sort of warm-up lap as such to get the run into turn 1 this time around. Coming towards a very hard braking zone, and of course this is really nominated as 2 corners on a map, and so is the next chicane, but you really only think about it as one sort of individual sequence of corners. You really try and get the rotation in turn 1 to then flick it back left and get the run out up towards Curva Grande, which of course is oh so important. As you come through now with Robertson in towards that second chicane, you've got to look at the big anti-cuts, not try and hit them too much, just enough to rotate the car, but not too much that you're hindering your exit before you come into the faster parts of the track. Lesmo 1, Lesmo 2, this is where you need that stability and a bit of downforce in the car, but you don't want to run too much because then you lose it all the way down the next straights up towards the Scari.
Such a fine double-edged sword, I guess, around here. You're trying to maximise those exits as much as possible, but an off-track will be waiting for you on the outside. This track pretty well lined by grass and gravel, which is pretty rare these days, but good to see. Brewer Scari for Ryan Robertson over the curb. Really needs to be in a better place than 9th, I would argue, in this qualifying session if they really want to seriously challenge Maniti Racing. Of course, they'll be very pleased with their 12 Hours of Daytona victory just before Christmas. It was, I think, 2 months ago today, I think, that race. But out of the final corner comes Ryan Robertson right now, and it looks like pit lane. Oh no, he's just staying to the inside, excuse me, up towards the line. It's a very, very slight improvement there by only 0.06 of a second in that qualifying session. Can't blame the BMW. We've got BMW 1-2 for Valorous Motorsports and the Archer brothers, who aren't quite done yet. Maniti Racing 3rd. So these are the only 2 inside the top 5 here who can improve, but I would argue they're not really going to get anywhere near pole.
Yeah, there's a bit of a jump there towards the front. A little bit too much to find around here. So difficult to find a 10th, let alone about 3/4 tenths, even half a second up towards the front. But you definitely see some working together here between Maniti and Archer Brothers as well. Maybe trying to help themselves have a bit of a fight towards the front, but definitely some slipstream coming up towards the line. You need to see where each of these drivers can get themselves. Jacob Riley there coming towards braking zone, in towards that final corner as it stands. Obviously coming around the final corner, getting that run towards the line. And I don't know if that current time is exactly on the kart that we're seeing up towards the line at least.
Well, that would be impressive.
There's definitely been a little bit of an issue in the timing system there, but then it goes to a 47.5 and up towards 2nd place. A bit of an improvement.
Yeah, quite a lot of an improvement there by 0.3 of a second, but it's not going to get near pole. yeah, that 1:14 lap time, whatever it was, that really would have been quite an achievement there.
World record.
Yeah, goodness, yeah. But unfortunately not. Very different start to GT3 Pro qualifying that we're about to see by the looks of things, because there's even more of them here. They're about to go out all together, and that is going to be a very, very busy time as well. We've got a couple of things to tend to before we get there, not least the qualifying results from the GT3s that we'll try and get up at some point and show you just to have confirmation of where those teams qualified. Valorous Motorsports and Emerald Vingbo lining up alongside the BMW of Archer Brothers Esports there on the front row. Bit of a jump back to Maniti Racing and Rusty Spatulas, with WS Racing Esports rounding out the top 5. That's World of Sim Racing in 6th. And Karuma Motorsport, new team in 7th. Prestana Nomad in 8th. And then we've got Ryan Robertson, Daniel Grouty on the 5th row together with Neil Middleton. For Talk Freak Racing, not really able to get a representative lap time in on the board there for them in GT3. In the GT3 Pro standings, Urano Esports are leading by a very long way ahead of Impulse and Obsidian. Phoenix Racing Esport are in 4th ahead of Maniti Racing. It's Glacier Racing in 6th, Team Hoytingod 7th. Aztec Sim Sports Visceral after 2nd at Daytona, they're 8th. ATRS Esports 9th ahead of WS Racing Esports, rounding out the top 10. So it's 73 points from Urano to Impulse. But big news here, Cam, really, because Obsidian Racing in 3rd have been suspended due to penalty points. They're going to have to take a race out here at Monza. They're not going to be allowed back. Well, they are going to be allowed back, sorry, at the final 2 races of the season, but they're going to drop a lot of points, and for a team already 170 behind the championship leaders, that's really going to hurt and maybe even eliminate their championship chances already.
Yeah, that's going to be very difficult, especially if Impulse and Urano there both get some nice points today, because after this, a couple of races to go. That's also about 300 points or so. So if they lose, so basically if Urano get the halfway win, and then also the win at the end of the race as well, so they get the full points maximum, that's actually going to put them out of that 300 points. So it's potentially an important race for the likes of Urano to really make it a 2-horse race coming into the final couple of the season. But of course, Impulse, they're still in a nice position. 73 points can be turned around, because we know how quickly things can happen even in endurance racing.
First bit of a chance to go on board with one of these drivers. Niels Carstensen in towards turn 1 right now. Bit of a chance to get a lap on board at Monza here in the Porsche. Needing a good exit here out of turn 2, because it's a very long run. It's not a straight, but the Curva Grande is not exactly a corner to think about here in the GT3s. Down towards the Della Roggia under the bridge, braking just after the bridge, and at the 100-metre board there, down to 1st gear, interestingly, through that chicane. Bit of a short shift. And then towards the 2 Lesmos. Bit of an early turn in there from Constant. He's going to end up in the gravel. This lap's going to be aborted. The RaceSpotTV onboard curse alive and well, and Carstensen really having trouble there with the Porsche. Just didn't really seem to feel good about that lap, really, right from the start.
And that's just a point proven about how difficult this track is. It looks easy on paper, but it really is a difficult track when you start getting towards the limit. You only have one opportunity to turn in to Lesmo 1 there, and you have to get it right. If you turn in too late, of course you're just going to understeer wide. If you turn in too early, you have to correct, and the track is just not wide enough there to make any sort of error. And of course then if you turn in too much and the rear starts to come around, the same again. You just have no space to make anything. You've got to do one nice smooth turn in that is on the limit. But let's see out to the final corner. We've got Mike down here for the 1:44 machine coming up towards the line. This is Orion Racing Team. What lap time are they going to do? Into the 47s, 47.984. And let's see how much quicker the Pro category is compared to the Amps.
Well, so far we've got a 46.7 from Nicholas Laubish there for Urano Esports. So as of right now, quite a lot quicker. Valorous Motorsports down to 9th place as things stand in the overall order. And by the way, as far as I'm aware, the two qualifying two qualifyings for GT3 Pro and GT3 aren't sorted out, and they aren't split apart as far as I'm aware. So they'll just go all together as they are all from the same category. So it is going to be quite important, especially in GT3. But this is where you need teammates. We don't really see any in GT3 because nobody has a teammate, but they certainly do in GT3 Pro and German sim racing right now, doing exactly that. This is Patrick Prios right now, giving a bit of a tow to his teammate in the 168. Clearly it didn't go that well on the last lap. Delta Sport clearly just hitching a ride on the back right now and getting used to this as well. But this is where teammates are so helpful, because you can have one team basically towing around the other, and it's no argument at all. Or it shouldn't be.
Teammates always find a place to argue. All the Porsche just slightly behind them, having a bit of wiggle. But
look at
these slipstream games. There's so many cars trying to find a bit of a toad now down towards the final corner in the Parabolica. And of course, it is so important though to still make those apexes and still getting a good lap. And we can see already on the timing sheets just tenths separating multiple cars as GSI come across the line. What lap time are they going to be doing into the 47s, 47.7 for them? So they go down towards the lower parts of the top 10, and even both cars are in the top 13.
Well, Team PGZ as well, moving up the order, by the way, 47-0 for them. But yeah, the slipstream games are quite startling at times. Still going down towards the Parabolic. It was Pure Sims with someone behind them, just trying to get out of the way of everybody. And this might be the place to be, really. The 133 making its way through the Ascari chicane right now. This is Fiercely Forward, reigning sport category champions in the HyperX Club Sport Series that will be starting again next weekend for the second half of their season. Edoardo Pecorini makes his way down towards the final corner. And we'll see what the benefit is. Just running out on your own, just doing your own thing, not worrying about the slipstream, getting your own head down and seeing what happens. Might not be the worst idea, as we were talking about earlier on, although Pecorini a second away down there in 17th position. But you never know, might be the place to be, really. As we saw earlier on, especially with Pure Sims, it was a real mess with Parabolica. It's not only the actual slipstream games, but it's just a case of, is somebody going to get in my way as well? I know you get a penalty for it, but your lap's still ruined. Even if there is a penalty. So you know, it might not be the worst idea, as Alexander Davidson now has clearly found a bit of clear track space, and he is able to get on with his own lap time, although it does look like this is an out lap based on that lap time currently.
Yeah, and just look how close some of these times are in that midfield. So many drivers on 0.3s, for instance, it's 7th place downwards, 47.3, and even just 3 tenths later, you only get to 15th place. It's really close, and those sort of 6-7 positions are really going to matter as well. If that's an extra 6 cars you don't have to overtake in the race, that's going to make your car race very easy, as there was definitely a car facing sideways on the entry. That possibly 2 cars even on the side. What if there's some contact there coming up towards the Ascari chicane? But it's weird to have that contact well before the braking zone, it looked like.
It is slightly strange, but a lot of these things are with the way that this works with the qualifying. Everybody's slowing up dramatically into the Parabolica, and now Alexander Davidson's going to come out of the final turn. We'll see where he can get to on this lap when he's actually doing the flying lap, because this, as we've already commented, is an out lap. But goodness me, look how many cars are making their way down towards turn number 1 right now. Well, I'm not sure which one is the leading one out of everybody, but some making their way out of the pit lane as well, just having to come to a dead stop to try and get out of everybody's way. It really does look like the opening laps of a race, really, rather than the qualifying section. Everybody benefiting from slipstream right now, which makes you wonder at some point, what is the point? But Davidson now will be getting a little bit less of a slipstream, because Ingersoll Rand must have got an off-track or something through that first chicane, because they put out of line, and now Davidson's got a real big gap in front of him.
Yeah, that's not what you want to see when you're in a train. The train getting splintered up and turning into sort of sub-groups. It's definitely a disappointing moment, but Davidson has a little bit more sort of visibility towards the front, so maybe you can gain a few hundredths from that one. As we mentioned, every hundredth is going to count, but that is not going to be nice, having the distraction of the cars maybe on the apex there of Lesmo 2. Maybe not directly causing time loss, but definitely some indirect distractions happening there.
Absolutely not. As you mentioned, they won't pick up penalties for that. I think it was Impulse and Tobias Grunkotter just up in front, actually. But not going to pick up penalties for that kind of thing. But certainly a distraction for Alexander Davidson that he won't have enjoyed at all. He's made his way through Ascari now, though, and he will be picking up a bit of a slipstream in towards the Parabolica here from a number of teams and drivers who are slowing down. That's Urano Championship leaders. The ATRS are there as well. Everybody coming to a stop down towards Parabolica. Into the final corner comes Davidson right now. Good to enjoy a whole lap on board here with the Pure Sims eSports driver. And we'll see where he can get up to now, whether the RaceSpotTV onboard camera can carry him towards the front. Going to carry him to a top 10 at least. It's going to be 8th place for Alexander Davidson on that lap. Not bad, but you've got to think not only about getting impeded here, Cam, but as you commented at the time, just the distraction of having so many cars around. I know that I would have crumbled if I'd have seen what Alexander Davidson just saw into Lesmo 2 there.
Yeah, lots of people would have already just pulled over and abandoned that one. But interestingly, just behind, literally in the mirrors there of the Pure Sims, was the Maniti racing car, who at the same time jumped up into 5th place with a 0.0, so 0.3 of a second quicker. I wonder if that is as a driver or if that's just a slipstream of having a car directly in front of you. But either way, Maniti there also up into the top 5 and so close to making some improvements as well. Just showing you how your track position is so crucial around tracks like this, as we're seeing quite a few Porsches in this race as it stands. And on the screens at this moment in time, we've seen De Sosa coming up the back straightaway now in the 103 machine, trying to get a little bit further up. Currently 2nd place for Tempus Sim Sports, and trying to get a bit of an extra helping hand, but potentially actually losing time, almost pushing the car ahead in towards Ascari.
Yeah, this has got to be too close, surely. That can't be helpful for Tempus Simsport. A really great qualifying, though, from Diego de Souza right now for the all-Portuguese team. He's basically pushing Team RSO down towards the final corner, though. This is really not helpful for Tempus Simsport. I think de Souza might have had to abandon this one, really. I think he broke a little bit early into Parabolica there. He might still push on, though. He's only 2 tenths away from Urano, and he's going to come in the pit lane. So that might well be the end of their session, actually, as Team Huizingbeld move up to 7th place right now. These times are so close. You can see the top 16 permanently on the left-hand side of your screen, and they're all covered by less than 9 tenths of a second. It's absolutely ridiculous. And the standard as well. Valorous Motorsports now, after qualifying on pole for GT3, they're now down to 14th in the standings. 13 of these teams have been able to go a little bit faster, sorry, as Olivia Stepanov goes into what's that, 4th place for Team PGZ. I think I've seen him actually out there so far this season for PGZ, who had a great run at the Circuit of the Americas race. Don't have a result to show for it, unfortunately, but they were really challenging Urano Esports and maybe giving them the biggest challenge they've had, certainly at the time, because at Road America Urano really did dominate. Daytona was a different story, of course. But it was a good run back at Kota. We'll see where PGZ can get to at Monza here today. Kane Halliburton for ATRS, currently in 7th place in the 113. There's going to be a decent placing for them. And in this kind of region, you don't really need that much of an improvement to move up places. It's still very close, and the games are still very much going on.
Yeah, even on the potentially final laps of the session for some of these drivers, not trying to give the switching, trying to get out of the way, and trying to get out of the way nicely, but also not giving them slipstream as well at the same time. So definitely some games thinking about. You don't want to give anyone the odd attempt here or there, but that is bonding down in 19th place as it stands for Hell Racers Tershine there, and it's actually 22nd place overall as well, because there's 3 of the standard GT3 category cars mixed in with that as well. So definitely they would want to be trying to get ahead of at least the GT3 cars, so you're battling directly in your class when we get towards the race and across the line. Is there going to be any sort of improvement? No, not quite, by a couple of hundredths of a second. Yeah, not quite. As Phoenix Racing Esport make their way around the final corner, Luca Alpert not going to improve here, I wouldn't imagine. Through the final corner for Maniti Racing, that is, as well, to go over the line there. They're currently 6th place and only need 100th of a second to go further up the order. Eduardo Pecorini
makes his way down towards the final corner as well as those drivers making their way through the Parabolica right now are going to nearly run out of time here. I'm not sure if Urano Esports are quite going to make that. It does look like they will just about get there, but maybe with a second remaining. Will they? I think they just about made it there. So there's the final train. It's got Impulse Racing, Tempest Simsport, and Urano Esports within that train. I think Delta Sport are leading them around as well. They are indeed. So 3 of the top 5 are going to be the final 3 to go across the line here. And the championship leaders have once again played a bit of a blinder there, crossing the line with 1 second remaining with all the slipstream they could ever want.
Some would say that's luck, some would say that is skill and strategy. Of course, teams towards the top will be looking out for every little advantage as we get some teammates helping each other. The 145, that's the Visceral car, currently 3rd place, definitely slipstreaming the teammates and then having to get completely out of the way there for Peters and just abandoning that lap for himself. But I wonder if their teammates can get a little bit further up with their final lap, as they're also slipstreaming. Can't quite see, but there's definitely a car in behind there coming out towards the final corner as well.
It looks like it. Let's see. For Vince Peters. Of course, Aztec Sim Sports this will having a dream season in the HyperX Club Sports Series with a couple of cars inside the top 3 there. As I mentioned, the next race of that will be coming up next weekend here on RaceSpotTV. Should be another good one. But final moments of this qualifying session now. It looks like Diego de Souza has gone from this group. And it's now just Impulse Racing and Urano Esports who are there, and Gruncutter now pulls out of the way, almost as if he's been helping Urano Esports the whole time. I'm sure he hasn't, of course, but Urano Esports will have been benefiting from the slipstream the whole way round. They look like they're pretty much secure on pole position, but they're going to, they're not quite going to go over the line and secure it even further. It does look like, and from what I can remember, Laubich there set that lap time in his first attempt. It looked like he just didn't go any quicker after that.
Well, if you get a solid lap in, when the games start coming in, as we mentioned, maybe just go a little bit slower. Can't quite do it. And just showing you sometimes that it's not all about the games. It is about going out there and getting those laps in yourself. So yeah, Urano Esports going to be very happy with that, leading championship and leading the field to the green flag in a few moments' time as well. Great qualifying for them, because it was also by about 0.2 of a second.
It was. Just look at where the next 0.2 of a second will take you all the way down to 8th place. It is Nicholas Labish and Urano Esports who take Old Temper Simsport second, with Aztec Simsport Visceral rounding out the top 3. Team PTZ will be joining them on row 2. Impulse Racing rounding out the top 5. Maniti Racing, Sigved of ATRS and Kane Halliburton. Then Team Huisingveld, the first of the Audis. Phoenix Racing Esport with Luca Alpert there into 9th. Pure Sims Esports round out the top 10 in GT3 Pro. Pitchworks Esports, who have had a name change this season, by the way, just outside with SimCity Racing in 12th. Hydro Race Geodesic Racing, also another new sponsor there for Geodesic, they're in 13th. WS Racing Esports and German Sim Racing, neither of those cars able to get into the top 10, unfortunately. Fiercely Forward stays 16th, ahead of the other Geodesic car. Then it's Just Payment Esports, Hell Racers, and that German Sim Racing car we've already spoken about. The Audi's not going well so far. Ingersoll Rand 21st, ahead of Orion Race Team. Team RSO, they're in 23rd, ahead of the other Visceral car. And Virtual Motorsport rounding out the 25 GT3 Pros. It's now time for GTP qualifying though, and what a situation we have. The top 4 in the standings separated by 60 points. SLC Movano, of course, followed by Team RSO, Pure Sims Esports and Veloce in the first 4. Urano Esports will be disappointed to be 150 points back in 5th. Satellite Racing, Valkyrie XP 7th, ahead of Orion Race Team, Hydro Race, Geodesic Racing and Private Label Team Hype, who was 2nd at Daytona, are all the way down in 10th in the championship standings, as that race at Daytona was the first one they've been able to get to the finish of so far this season. It's a new era, Cam. It's a very exciting era. We've seen the first forays into it in real life now as well since the last GSI Endurance Series race, and we've seen these teams and drivers get a lot more accustomed to this car since the last time we raced them in IVRA.
Yeah, they were a bit chaotic last time out, but of course the cars, I think it was either only 1 or 2 weeks after it got released was that race, so the cars are very much brand new at that time. It's been 2 whole months since then. There's been loads of racing, of course, in the sort of the public, the open races that there are on iRacing, but of course a lot of other leagues and competitions using this car, the BMW M Hybrid V8, and I'm sure there's going to be a lot more sort of consistency and a lot more understanding in this car as we come now in towards the first qualifying session here, and we're going to see what they can do and just see actually how much faster these cars are going to be than the GT3s that we've just seen.
Scarily quicker, I think, is what we're going to go for. Jaden Munoz was one of those really up there actually in the practice session, by the way. This is going to be quite an onboard lap to witness. Down in towards the Della Roggia. Over the curves, which prototypes traditionally don't like. You're going to have to be careful over there in the BMW. And now into the two Lesmos. Fourth gear corners. The downforce that these cars have, even when, you know, I'm sure they'll be stripping out a lot of the aerodynamics for this track because it is so straight line speed heavy. Even with that amount of downforce taken away, fourth gear corners there through the two Lesmos. Absolutely fantastic. Up to seventh gear again and through Ascari. Throwing it through here is going to be quite an experience as well. Avoiding that curve on the left-hand side and then the right and then another one to avoid on the left again. The anti-cut's going to provide a bit of an alpine skiing slalom course, to be honest, for these BMWs throughout the afternoon. Down towards the Parabolica, which is going to be another really fast corner as well, helping to keep that average speed up, which was what we were talking about earlier on. Could produce a very short race if it stays green. If not, though, of course, it's going to be a very strategical one. Up towards the line for Jaden Munoz, though. Try and put yourself as far forward as you possibly can. A 32.2 for a comfortable 15 seconds quicker over just over a 90-second lap time for these teams.
Yeah, massively fast there as we've seen the times roll in now. Very close actually towards the front, and there is Urano coming towards the line. Job de Ligt there is actually starting a lap maybe, or trying to finish it, getting at least a massive slipstream down towards turn one, overtaking in a potential qualifying lap. That is not something that we always see, but potentially thinking that extra couple of thousands from the slipstream is going to do well, as after the first few laps come around, it's going to be Orion leading the way on a 32.20 and just a couple of tenths already separating the top six.
That certainly is. Which very good to see, of course. Job de Ligt was up there in the top split of the Daytona 24 hours and was leading at one point for Urano Esports, but I think it was while we just came to AirCal. I don't quite remember. I think it was, though. Job de Ligt hit something. Oh, he hit the wall at the West Horseshoe, didn't he? Yeah, so sorry to remind him, by the way. But hit the wall, and the damage is quite severe on these cars, really. We saw this at the 12 Hours of Daytona as well in the GSI Endurance Series. You know, the new damage model in iRacing, these cars are, as they would be in real life, very sensitive, and so even a little bit of damage is going to take you a long time to repair, and so we might not actually have that many cars on the lead lap by the end, just because of the attrition that we're going to have.
Some would hope it does make the driving that little bit safer, I guess, if they know that the risk is even greater, but that isn't always the case, and not always the priority for racing drivers when they want to go as fast as possible. Of course, they want to be pushing the limits and taking those risks, but let's see if he goes for another lap, and it looks like actually coming back into the pit lane, and they'll be going out once again as a race clutch go towards the front by 1,000th of a second in that number 15 car. So yeah, just once again showing how close the times are going to be around here.
Yeah, Race Clutch are returning after being suspended for the Daytona race. They are back again for their first race in the GTP category, and we know that they're leading championships and doing well in other series across sim racing, endurance, prototype racing, and all of that. They're very good at it. So they'll be looking for a good result here. But the top three separated by less than a tenth right now, as Justin Adakonis makes his way around the final corner. Right now for ATRS, who have cars everywhere in IVRA this season, over the line. 32.9 will get him into 11th, just behind private label Team Hype. A few new teams to speak of, by the way. A couple of new teams for this race. Trek Esports in the number 33 are here. Not a new team to either, of course, and if you are a regular watcher of IVRA Racing here on RaceSpotTV, then you'll know them. They're a new team, though, to the GSI Endurance Series this season. And World of Sim Racing team, not even a new team to this series, but they are new to the GTP/prototype category that we've had so far this season. They're in 13th position. It is great to see the way that IVRA's worked this season with so many sign-ups. a very rigorous pre-qualifying process has led to a lot of reserves. But what I always find with reserves is often when they don't get in initially from round one, they're not actually that interested in competing anymore. But these teams clearly are, because we're halfway through the season now. We've got, nearly 5 new teams on the grid today. So it clearly shows that, they've been waiting for an opportunity all season long, and they've seen an opportunity open up. And they're going to grasp it. And it means that we get, more than 50 cars for pretty much all of the rounds so far, which is great for us.
Absolutely, it's just what you want to see, and maybe that of course helps with the fact of a GTP car coming in and being sort of of motivation for the teams. They want to drive, they want to go into these races, but it's definitely a lot different racing in a more organized league structure than going into just sort of random open races as such. So that's definitely something for the teams to think about as well. But definitely it's good to see that the leagues can keep those reserve teams coming in to fill the gaps, because at the end of the day we want to be keeping as many cars on track, even when it gets a little bit later in the season and some drivers don't have a chance of winning the championship. They can at least get in and potentially try and win some races and actually potentially hinder some people in the politest way possible.
Yeah, quite possibly. And of course, takes points away from championship contenders who may be as well. Let's not forget, of course, as we get into the race, we'll speak about it more, but half points at the half distance remains a rule in the GSI Endurance Series and in the Cool Sport Series, actually. So watch out for that, because while you can't gain quite as many points, obviously, as you can at the end on your rivals, you can still gain some. And this is by far the closest championship we've got in GTP so far. To have 60 points separating the top 4 is something we don't have separating the top 2 in either GT3 category. So it is fantastic to see here in the prototypes. Eddie Munoz, not one of those for Hydro Race Geodesic Racing, unfortunately. They're 9th, making their way over the line right now. A good qualifying so far from them, but no improvement there. They'll stay 3rd.
Yeah, still a nice lap time that would keep them actually inside the top 5, if I'm not mistaken. So definitely a good one, but you need to, of course, improve to get yourself a bit further up. As here is Maniti Racing as it stands, currently down in 11th place in the championships, and not the opening 3 races of the season that they would have wanted, but coming across the line now, is there going to be an improvement? 4th place as it stands. Can it be jumping up? And yes, they do, into a 0.0. That goes to pole position by almost 2 tenths.
This is a driver transfer, by the way, because if you remember back to last season in IVRA, was up there for, I think it was Team RSO in that for Mats Torkensveld. Over to Maniti Racing now. I'm not sure that's actually that recent, actually. But yeah, he's driving for Maniti Racing these days, in a GTP as well, as Benjamin Figueroa blows down for Race Clutch and will get back on his way again. David Munoz once again over the Ascari chicane and towards the final corner. It just seemed that in GT3 we were often seeing, one lap come back in again, but here in GTP they're more than happy to stay out there for a little while and just keep going away.
I wonder if that's just something to do with rhythm as well, of how fast the car can be potentially, but maybe just what they've found out is the other Maniti car there jumps up into 7th place as it stands. But yeah, definitely the strategy, as we were mentioning, the team's learning, the driver's satellite going up to 4th there, the driver's learning how this car works and how they can get the most performance out of it. And if doing a couple of laps run is the way to do that, then of course that's what you're going to be seeing, because even if it's just half a tenth here and there, that can really make a big difference in some of these positions.
It certainly can. We're seeing it once again very, very close. Half a tenth of a second. Half a second, I should say, separating the top 10. Half a tenth really would be ridiculous, but it's half a second as it is right now. It's Satellite Racing, who are up there, of course, after winning at Road America, benefiting from a mistake from Harley Horton in the final 10 laps of the race for Pure Sims Esports. We're still up there, of course, and still finished 4th that race, but they did drop the chance of a race win there. That race was able to come through of all the chaos in that race and win that one. And I guess it does depend which way this one's going to go, really. We've seen 2 distance races so far this season. Road America had more cautions than I can remember and was very stop-start. Circuit in America's had 1. So, it could go either which way. It could go somewhere down the middle here today. We just don't know, which is kind of the point really with these safety cars, and it's great to have them. Really, I know it's not a safety thing that's needed, but it does open up a lot of strategy elements.
Yeah, it makes the race not like controlled as such. There's definitely a more open opportunity, as we actually saw Movano Corsa there go up towards the top on a 31.9, taking that away from the number 17 Maniti Racing. So that's by a couple of tenths away from Race Clutch in third place, as we were mentioning earlier. So definitely a good lap there from the number 3 machine, and of course championship leaders as well. So that is an important lap for them if they can start up towards the front. As we're seeing Kiro there coming out of the final corner, the number 1 car crossed the line for Pure Sims. That is going to be a slight improvement for them as well, jumping up the order, but 7th place actually just going to be where they are, but actually it's just a few thousandths behind those cars ahead, so that's a bit of a shame. Otherwise they would have been in 5th.
Yeah, Nathan Olsen is 5th place right now. Jaden Munoz 1,000th behind him. Maurizio Cuero is 6,000th behind him. That's ridiculous between those three. As we go back to World of Sim Racing, and Iker Estefania there for them in the 51. Obviously, as I mentioned earlier on, new team and a few more prototype teams on the grid here for this round than we've had in previous rounds. Slight improvement there, but no positions gained for them as Mats Tug Husveld makes his way down to the final corner right now. Championship leaders SLC Movano Corsa currently leading in GTP qualifying. Maniti Racing looking to take it off them and really get themselves back into contention. They're way down in 11th. They've not had the season they've wanted, but Mats Tug Husveld is going to try and put them back on track here. Not with this lap, but with this next one, which might well be his last.
Might be. That was very close to the time. I think we'll have enough time to start the other one. Depends if they'll have the car to be able to do 2 in a row. Coming through turns 1 and 2, slightly deeper than you would have liked actually coming through turn 1, trying to take the speed, but that of course compromises the exit. Out to turn 2, up through Curva Grande, where you really just want to stay as tight as you can, use the shortest amount of meters possible out towards the next braking zone, in towards the De La Rogia chicane. Very tricky braking zone actually. It's dead straight, but it's a little bit bumpy, and then of course the massive curbs there through the 2 apexes. Got to be making sure you're keeping that momentum going forward and not going laterally, losing time. Once again, keeping it very tight through Lesmo 1, taking all the speed you can, and through Lesmo 2 it's just a flick, get the car into the sort of apex of that corner, then sort of dips down a little bit, pulls the car through and up towards the Ascari chicane. As Orion actually go up towards the front in the 46 by 0.5 of a second.
Well, this qualifying session changing with every moment. Yao Vaz now in the lead for Orion Race Team. Mats Tug Husveld going to do his best to eliminate that. Eduardo Leo is still out there as well for SLC Movano Corsa. Race Clutch are done from 4th place. They won't be going out any longer. Satellite Racing and Geodesic also have a chance to stay out there, as Husveld has abandoned this lap. He's gone for a wider line into the Parabolica for a better exit out of it to try one more time. He's going to cross the line with seconds remaining, and Maniti Racing are going to have pretty much the last chance of anyone. The time is going to elapse here in the GSI Endurance Series qualifying session. The checkered flag waves, but we do have the chance to see an improvement from somebody inside the top 6. 4 of the top 6 still out there. Eduardo Leo is one of them from 2nd for Movano. I think Orion are in and around this team right now as well in the order, in the top 3. That's ATRS just up in front of them right now. It's going to be a very exciting end to this qualifying session with the margin so close.
Every 1,000th counts as the 79 Maniti there jump up into 8th place. A couple of spots improvement for them on a 0.322 as the cars try and do these final laps as well as they can. The number 3 machine now through the Ascari chicane, hitting those curbs enough but not too much to lose the momentum all the way down this back straight. And of course just the very fast Parabolica as Hydro Race Geodesic up into 5th place as well. They jump Satellite to get a little place there by a couple of thousandths of a second, but Eduardo Leo out of the final corner. Where can he put SLC Movano Corsa?
Let's see, up towards the line for Eduardo Leo here. Part of the winning team in the Daytona 12 hours earlier on. It's a couple of attempts slower than his best. He won't be able to jump over Orion race team. Yalvaz also in the pit lane. It's up to Mats Torgersfeld now to try and improve. Out of the final corner, out to the parabolica. He's the last chance, but he won't do it. He doesn't even try to take it because he knows it wouldn't have been good enough. And it's Orion race team who are going to take pole for the 1,500 kilometres of Monza with a fantastic lap. A good qualifying session there. Got very close at the end. Would have got a bit nervous as well down at Orion. They take it, though, by 35 thousandths of a second ahead of SRC Movano Corsa. Veneti Racing in third with the 17, ahead of Race Clutch and Hydro Race Geodesic Racing. Satellite Racing just outside the top 5, ahead of Pure Sims. Then it's the other Veneti Racing car, Private Label Team Hype and Trek Esports, top 10 on their debut in the GTP class of the GSI Endurance Series. P1 Esport just outside the top 10 with Urano Esports and Yupdalik disappointed with 12, surely. ATRS Esport 13th, ahead of German Sim Racing, World Sim Racing Team and Valkyrie XP to round out the 16 GTP teams. Well, that was all very exciting in the Monza qualifying session. We didn't see an awful lot change in GT3 and GT3 Pro. We didn't get a close finale, but in GTP we certainly did.
Yeah, and that just shows you how close the times are and how quickly they can change. And in the end, pole position, team 8th place in the standings as well. So if that continues into the race and towards the end where or at least the middle and then the end where the points are paid out, potentially some championship changes coming. You were mentioning earlier, Ewan, just how close the GTP Championship is compared to the GT3s, and therefore a few points here and there are going to change the order quite a lot. And of course, just 3 races, including this one to go this series, and that can of course be starting to get to a point of the season where teams want to try and almost finalise their positions, and getting a good point tool today is going to help that.
Certainly is. Now, I have been doing a little bit of research because we've got a bit of a warm-up session here. So we do have a bit of a chance to chat about qualifying and chat about prospects for the race. So I've been doing a bit of research, and I've now just had some more confirmation from Eva de Bruver there, who's a regular watcher of, well, pretty much everything Veneti Racing does, because part of the team, informing me, as I was starting to suspect, that Team RSO number 17 has converted into Veneti Racing's car. I'm going to guess that includes drivers just converting from Veneti Racing just for this series, I'm going to guess. And Veneti Racing just taking over the kind of branding of that car. So Team RSO are no longer next to that name of the 17, but it is instead Veneti Racing. And now Veneti have a car second place in the standings. So a sort of merger going on there. So Mats Torgersfeld, I don't think has transferred to Veneti Racing permanently. But some sort of strange merger deal for a series, for 3 races of a series kind of thing going on. Kind of complicated, but that explains a lot why Veneti Racing currently using the 17.
Yeah, potentially that's a championship thing, of course, because actually, yeah, that's a good point. At the time, I remember saying we need 11th place in the standings, but of course, if it's the number 17 we're talking about, that means they're second place, where Team RSO sit currently 44 points off the SRC Movano team, leading the way in the GTP field. So that is potentially why getting their branding up towards the front, maybe, of course, it could be something to do with drivers and that sort of thing as well. But either way, Veneti gets himself back towards the front after having, of course, a slightly disappointing start to this season, particularly in the GSI Endurance Series, and hopefully that can be better things in the final 3 races.
Absolutely. We'll see how it goes for them, and they'll have plenty of support in the YouTube chat, as they always do. Don't forget, of course, that this race is sponsored by Gomez Sim Industries, makers of high-end esport equipment and controls. Go and check out their full lineup of sim steering wheels at gomezsimindustries.com. A big thanks to them for being title sponsors of the GSI Endurance Series for the 2022-23 season, of which we are now halfway through. 1,500 kilometres of Monza coming up here today. Another 1,500 kilometre race at Motegi coming up as well. And then a 12-hour at Fuji. It's an interesting calendar. And it's distance racing once again. 3,000 kilometres of distance racing coming up over the next 4 weeks, as it is. And these are the conditions that we currently have right now. Early March means it's a little bit warmer. To be honest, 26 degrees is quite warm for March, really, but there we are. It's a hot day. And 28 degrees on the road as well. 4 p.m. though, I do wonder whether we're going to see a bit of darkness here today at Monza. So, for some reason, nobody organises dark races at Monza. I don't know why, but they don't. Maybe we're going to see that today. Who knows?
I guess because it's European, you don't often have night races at Europe, and also this track is pretty dark because of all the trees and everything. But as you're right, if we're starting about 4 o'clock, we're estimating the race is going to be somewhere in the 7-8 hour region, give or take. So that, of course, is going to go towards midnight. And obviously sunset in March is going to be actually not too long into the race, maybe a couple of hours. Yeah, a couple of hours into the race, I'd say. So that, of course, opens up the challenge for some of the drivers as well, because once it gets dark and you only have your headlights and the headlights of your competitors to worry about, that of course changes the driving style a little bit, and some drivers actually prefer that because the only thing you can really see is the apex right in front of you.
Well, I'm going to hold the phone on that a little bit because we don't know quite what time the race is going to start, even though this warm-up session is happening at this time. But we'll get to that in a moment. We'll go through the qualifying, the starting grid first of all. The Alvaz with that great qualifying for Orion race team taking the front row with Eduardo Leo for Assassin Movano Corsa. Then that new Maniti Racing 17 in third ahead of Race Clutch, Hydra Race Geodesic Racing and Satellite Racing sharing row 3. Then it's going to be Maurizio Cuero and Pure Sims Esports, the reigning champions, down in 7th. Then the other Maniti Racing car with private label team Height and Trek Esports sharing row 5. P1 Esport 11th ahead of Urano Esports in 12th. And the final drivers, ATRS Esports, German Sim Racing, World of Sim Racing and Valkyrie, rounding out the 16 GTPs here this afternoon. Jonas Vormar looks like he's going to start the race in GT3 Pro, as opposed to Nicholas Laubish, who qualified that one, but he is going to be alongside Diego de Souza, who did qualify for Tempest Simsport. There's Aztec Simsports Visceral and Team PGZ on row 2. Impulse Racing will be 5th, ahead of Alex Bennett for Maniti Racing. There's another change there. Kane Halliburton, not a change though, he qualified that car in 7th, ahead of Team Hoisingveld, Phoenix Racing and Pure Sims Esports to round out the top 10. Pissworks Esports are alongside SimCity Racing on row 6. Then it's Hydra Race Geodesic Racing, who had a big crash, by the way, at Road America. It's just coming back to me now. That was one of the cautions. They'll be 13th. WS Racing Esports 14th, ahead of German Sim Racing, the best of the two from those guys, 15th. Fiercely Forward 16th, ahead of the other Geodesic car. Then it's Just Payment Esports in 18th. Sharing row 10 will be Hell Racers and the other German Sim Racing car. Ingersoll Ram only managed 21st. Then it's Orion Race Team, Team RSO, Aztec Simsports Visceral, and Virtual Motorsport down in 25th. Then in GT3, Errol Vingbo is going to be first, ahead of Luke Pfeiffer there for Artifact Racing. Then it's going to be the Archer Brothers, Maniti Racing, Rusty Spatulas and WS Racing Esports, your top 6. 7th place will be World of Sim Racing Team, ahead of Karuma Motorsport, making their debut this season. Prestana Nomad and Satellite Racing sharing row 5. Just outside the top 10 is SRM Motorsports and Talk Freak Racing, with Neil Middleton, who didn't really get a representative lap time on the board in that qualifying session. That is your starting grid, and they're just beginning to start now. We've transformed and moved forward to the race here, Cam. I'm reliably informed that it's 7 a.m. As of right now. So my point stands, nobody likes to race in the dark at Monza. No series ever organises it, and I've no idea why. People love it at tracks like Spa and whatever. I know they do it in real life and so on. And it's not like noise restrictions are a thing to worry about in sim racing, so I've no idea why. But this race is not going to change that. It's 7:30, it's 21 degrees down on the road, and it's 1,500 kilometres here at Monza. Hopefully a good race coming up.
Yeah, that means we're probably going to be finishing somewhere around 3, 4, maybe 5 if I load safety cars PM. So probably not quite seeing the darkness here, but it will be a little bit, the sun will be a little bit low in the sky for the drivers starting this race. And of course, as we've of course mentioned, this is a lap counted race as well. So they know how many laps it's going to be. We just don't know how long that is going to take with the potential for safety cars. But we know it's going to be fast when we do see the on-track green flag action, especially the GTP cars. Very fast around here, just over 90 seconds per lap. It's going to be fast, it's going to be fierce, and traffic management is going to be very, very big talking point today as we get to start this 4th round of the season.
It is going to be quite a race here at Monza. The halfway mark in the GSI Endurance Series has been reached. And we're stepping into the second half of the season here at Monza with the only European round in the second round to utilise the new BMW MV8 Hybrid. Fantastic new car in the world of iRacing, ready to be used once again. 259 laps here at Monza with the Albaz in control of the field for Orion Race Team. The green flag waves. We're underway here at Monza as they slot into line for the top four already, although it looks like there is a bit of a challenge on the inside from Geodesic, who look to make their way down the inside at turn number 1. Side by side they go through the corner. The championship leaders on the inside through turn 2 will take second place and hold on to it at least through the opening corners of the race. Here come the GT3s, a whole load of them in towards turn 1. Oh, Valorous Motorsport, the GT3 pole sitters have gone off. Oh, and it's straight into the side of the GT3 Pro leaders as well. It's a huge mess at the start here at Monza. PGZ there got absolutely slammed into. Oh, and it's not over yet either. Kane Halliburton's ended up in the wall here as well for ATRS Esports. It's a really messy start in GT3. The prototypes were the clean ones. Monza turn 1 has struck again, I'm afraid, and it's struck a load of cars out of this race already.
It certainly has, and they weren't small accidents either. They were huge hits there, especially BMW there coming down and doing skittles in towards turn 2. That is a horrible crash for those. They wouldn't have been doing anything apart from looking ahead and then just getting absolutely ruined by a car. Not the way that you want to see the start of an endurance race, but that is Monza turn 1 for you, as of course yellow flags and everything coming out the way as drivers will try and get themselves either back towards the pit lane or will be asking potentially for a tow if they have the damage is that bad. But that isn't the way we would have wanted to see the start of 259 laps.
That is going to win the end of season awards for the least surprising safety car of the season, because that was a huge accident down towards the first chicane here at Monza. We always speak about how difficult it is. It almost gets repetitive, I guess, to hear and to say, but it remains true. It's taken out the GT3 pole sitters, Valorous Motorsports and Emo Vingbo, sliding helplessly down towards the pack. And so, straight into the side of Team PGZ, who have already towed back to pit lane. Here is the onboard shot from Emo Vingbo, who just gets hit in the rear there. We don't really get to see who it was from this one, but he is helpless there. You can't put any blame onto Emo Vingbo at all. He was hit in the rear first of all, and then helplessly barrels down towards turn 1. We're going to find out here. That's the fiercely forward Porsche just behind. We'll see if they are the guilty party. They certainly are. It's the fiercely forward 133, I think that was, that got straight into the rear of Emo Vingbo. Eduardo Pecorini there might well have a penalty coming his way.
Yeah, that was not just a little tap either. That was a big hit, just braking too late. And you have to remember as well, with the amount of cars you've got there in the GT3 field, by the time you're even 5 rows deep, you're going to have to be braking 100 meters or so before. So if you're even further back and you're down way in the middle, you're going to have to be braking even 400 meters before the corner, as we're going to see another replay here. And I assume this is the car that would have been hit, just trying to go through turn 1 into turn 2. Massive hit there, and that is going to be some huge rear suspension damage.
There's Tempest Simsport as well, trying to get through. And then let's not forget on the exit here, all of that stacked up everybody, and we have 2 rows of 3 wide towards the Curva Grande. And in the end, Kane Halliburton was the one that ended up feeling the consequences of it. He started the ATRS Esports car, and he's back to the pit lane now. I think he was able to continue on, actually. Team PGZ had to take a tow. We'll hopefully get a replay of that, because we also don't quite have answers as to why Satellite Racing and Team RSO also are in pit lane right now from GT3 making or getting repairs. Here could be one of our answers. So this is going to be quite a view. Oh dear me, that is quite a shot to see. And then we're on board with Maniti Racing, by the way, and there's going to be a bit of a squeeze. I think Maniti Racing are going to get squeezed in the middle there, and they're going to be forced into the side of Halliburton, who goes to the outside line. But that was one of the onboard shots of the season, and not in a good way.
And I don't know if you quite noticed, but I think they were already 3 wide there through turn 1 into turn 2 with the, I think it was a hoisting bell car on the inside there, and actually managing to do really well because they got up into second place as it stands. But definitely drivers taking a lot of risks there, Monza turn 1. And unfortunately, there were more losers than winners, as you would expect. Here is the contact, yeah, just ping-ponging left and right. And as you say, Halliburton there getting into the wall. To us, I don't think I've ever seen anyone hit that tyre wall there. I didn't even know there was one at that point of Curve Grande, but at least we do know now. And yeah, Halliburton there, unfortunately, will be having to get some repairs. One of 5 cars currently in the pit lane.
Yeah, all still getting repairs and have been for more than 2 minutes now. Mats Tug Husfeldt, by the way, made his way into pit lane. Didn't seem to stop in his box, but I don't know whether he's had some trouble so far in this race. This was further back. This explains quite a lot as well. So we nearly had the same thing happen twice there. And this probably explains, I think that the Team RSO Porsche has got to be one of those involved there. And there's more spinning around and more. This is just a very messy start. That's German sim racing, I think, involved. Ingersoll Rand, one of them as well. Team RSO are indeed that Porsche there. You can see, or one of them. Just a very... I guess when you see the Valorous car going off in that fashion, you know what's going to happen. It just sends everyone into chaos. And there's a bit of a domino effect back there, really.
Yeah, because people who can see the accident maybe try and start second guessing, and they might try and avoid in some way, or they might brake a little bit later, a little bit harder in some way. That can always cause subsidiary accidents as well, which is how you end up getting sometimes 10, 15 cars involved in crashes like this. And you see there's the RSO car just moving to the inside there, braking quite a nice moment, but then the car from the right hand side, I can't actually remember for the replay if they were quite on the grass when braking, but definitely some cold brakes or something happening there, losing the rear end. And unfortunately, this is the 211 car, I believe, actually working out all right after all, second place in class, but definitely having some contact there on the second apex.
Yeah, that was Rusty Spatulas we were on board with there. I think you're right. I think WS Racing Esports, which was the car that went straight across our camera there, was on the grass there. On the way down, but somehow they haven't been in the pit lane. Let's go fast. Seems to be fine. Although actually, saying that, his damage just might not be that bad. I don't know if pit lane's been open yet. Although it must have done, I guess, because pace car lights are off now on the top of the iRacing safety car. So it looks like we are going back to green flag racing, and I guess we'll never know what happened to Mats Tug Husfeldt, if anything did at all. But somehow he's down to 16th from where he was after a good qualifying. Qualified third. And I don't know where he started from, or whether he started from the pit lane, maybe. I have no idea. But he's down the order now, and hopefully we can get a green flag run out under our belts here, because we got nearly a lap in there before our first safety car.
Yeah, hopefully we can go a little bit further, but this time around they are going to be single file, if I'm not mistaken. So that is, of course, going to spread the field out a little bit more, but hopefully everyone is now a little bit warmed up and a little bit wary by the time we get to turn 1 on what will be lap 4 of the race. So 3 laps roughly behind the safety car there, or yeah, so 2 full laps behind the safety car. And let's see if that can be improved, and if we can get a little bit further into the race this time around.
Let's hope so. Not really. And by the way, I actually don't know if pit lane actually opened at all there, actually, because it was such a short opening run. There are rules around that, but I can't remember the specifics, I should say. So apologies, but it may well not have opened at all, which is why we've had such a short yellow flag. Yalvaz is going to be in control of the field once again, though, for a Ryan race team. And making his way over the line. How long is he going to wait to release the field again? Well, not that long. He hasn't got that long to the start-finish line. He goes now. Green flag waving once again at Monza. And down towards turn 1 again. Hopefully a little bit cleaner on this occasion than what we saw last time around. Race Clutch, one of those going side by side right now. That is possibly with Satellite Racing it through the opening corners and a little bit further back as well. More side by side between the new Team Trek Esports along with private label Team Hype and Phil Krauts, who's making his way through the field and recovering from that opening one. A slowdown by the looks of things for somebody down towards the second chicane. And that's all going to stack everyone up as well, side by side. Going to slot in just in front of Jupt de Ligt for Urano. That was Race Clutch, who were slowing down dramatically through the Curva Grande there and having to slow down quite a lot in towards the chicane as well, as Nicholas Staubish is off. He's gone through the chicane. He's going to have a real slowdown there as well. So the pole shifter in GT3 Pro now has had problems.
And that just shows you how difficult these race restarts can be, as Laubish there managing to actually hold on to that place. Is he going to have to slow down even more coming along the back straight? Doesn't look like it. So just a few places lost, but they could be a few important races. That's fourth place as it stands, but of course losing time to Pure Sims in that third place. So top 3 breakaway as it stands in GTD Pro, as they used to try and calm that one down and get back into the rhythm, because if there's any more mistakes, look at the train of cars with the 2 GTD fields right behind them.
Well, Timo Winter for Huisingveld, by the way, started in 7th place in this race, already up to first, with Vince Peters and Pure Sims also behind. They were down towards the back end of the top 10 as well. Phoenix Racing started in 9th, they're up to 6th place right now. It's been a real change around in the GT3 Pro standings, not least because we've seen 3 of them already in pit lane. Satellite Racing's GT3 car is already out there again, as is Team RSO's GT3 Pro. So we do have some re-emerging as we got a battle for the lead a little bit. Visceral and Vince Peters just pulling out of line but not making any moves, and we might all see this race settle down now and just settle into maybe even a bit of a fuel saving game. We were talking about the slipstream in qualifying. It's going to be very important in the race as well, though.
Certainly will be, and with what we saw in terms of the speed difference, it's only going to be about 5-6 laps before we see the GTPs come through this field. But look how close the GT3s are, and imagine the prototypes trying to find a space to cut through. It's going to be a very tricky opening lap or so coming through the traffic the first time around, as we're seeing some battles a little bit further back. There's another slowdown potentially on the exit of the second chicane up towards Lesmo 1. One of the cars are a little bit further back, and maybe some City just dropping back a little bit.
I think it was Impulse Racing who dropped there, because they were right behind Urano. Now Tobias Grundkotter's down in 8th place at the end of all that, so not sure what happened to him, but it looked like a slowdown there as well. Something to note in the race, of course. The top 3 though beginning to get away, and the top 4 beginning to get away in GTP as well, with Orion, Movano, Geodesic and Pure Sims getting away from the likes of Maniti Racing, who are currently in 5th. That's the 79 Maniti Racing car, and not the 17 championship contending one, which is down in 14th. A little bit of a rogue GT3 here, by the way. That's Team RSO out the pit lane after their damage repair that took over 5 minutes. We do have a break in the field here, though. It seems that it's a little bit more difficult to stay in the slipstream as a GTP than it is in the GT3s, where they really are all stacked together.
Yeah, the GTPs can lose time very easily to each other, especially with the way that the traffic is going to come into it. You're going to see that be an even bigger factor, actually, once we see that. And it looks like the GT3 is coming through the first part. So there's already half a lap difference between the 2 classes. Let's see how this one continues on as we come towards the front. As Visceral there trying to stay in the slipstream, trying to get towards the back of the Team Huisingveld car just ahead of them. But I wonder now if they're going to be actually battling, or if they're going to try and stay in a large train, as that top 3 breakaway is starting to close back up, with Urano catching up against the top 3.
Yeah, certainly. So, very much a different race we're seeing between the GT3s and GTPs. They're having a very different opening to this one. Only, of course, 5 laps in, but it's a real long train here. And Urano Esports basically gets things back together here. The top 3 were beginning to show signs of getting away. Urano Esports have just a little bit of pace here to get onto the back of the front 3, and now they're very much involved as well. And this train is going down a very, very long way. Here now in the GT field, down all the way to pretty much the first GT3 car. It's the first 14 GT3 Pros, and then you can see the Archibald Esports BMW just in the background there. They're leading that category, but not involved quite in this train. It's, as you mentioned, going to be a real minefield for the GTPs, and I absolutely can't wait to watch that, to be honest, because the first run through traffic, it was the most entertaining, but it is the most dangerous as well.
And it's all about the risk versus reward for those GTPs, having to sort of find a space in the braking zones to get back inside and then follow the GT3s through the corners. And as you see towards the front of the GT3s, they're just so stacked together, it is very difficult to do that in a safe manner. But it's very important to do so, because as a GTP, as any prototype category actually, you just lose so much time because you're going slower than your potential, whereas the GT3s are pretty much just driving their normal laps. They don't potentially lose so much time, but in the prototypes you're sometimes going a second slower just in one corner because you're following a slower class, and of course that will easily add up over the course of a sort of 7-hour race or so that we're going to see today.
Certainly, it's going to be a very tactical race, I feel, here at Monza today. This is the way that the track works and the way that the safety cars and the strategy in this series works. It's going to be one of those nail biters right towards the very end. A little bit like Daytona was, really, although Daytona nearly doubled the length of this one. Jacob O'Reilly, there he is, in the GT3 lead, but Rusty Spatula's right behind them now. KBS Racing Esports have just overtaken this car, I believe. Sorry, that's Hell Racers who've just overtaken them for 15th in the GT3, if there was an overall GT3 category, I guess, which is not, but there was, it would be for 15th. And now Rusty Spatulas don't have any cars separating themselves from where they want to be. Waiting to see in the background there, the GT3s just keep coming, but where are the prototypes? It's seemingly never ending, isn't it? Well, quite remarkable.
That shot there was so funny. They just kept on coming out of Ascari. Just another one. Of course, it is separated into two classes here, but of course, again, being in the same physical cars, the lap times are pretty much equal between them. It's not like the old GTEs or GTLMs, as they're called as well, against these cars where there was a couple of seconds lap difference. These are, of course, going to be pretty much the same. We do see the highest GT3 car actually in effectively 16th place overall in the GT3. So they are quite high up. They are spread out among the lower half of the GT3s.
Certainly are. Wasn't that way quite in qualifying. Emma Ringbo was really in amongst it, but we've seen a lot go wrong from there. Ryan Race Team, by the way, in the pit lane still. I think, I'm not sure when they came in, but it wasn't an ideal time. Cam Halliburton is out there after 12 minutes. We've got Oliver Stepanov has been in there for over 15 now for Team PTZ, still in there, as we've got the GTPs now onto the back of the GT3s. Impulse Racing, interestingly, have found themselves all the way down in 21st in GT3 Pro now, which is miles down compared to where they were earlier when they were in the top 5. But now the real race begins. Endurance Racing always has a multi-class element, or not, well, not always, but often, and it's really what makes or breaks the races. And I don't know if I've ever seen quite such a big train for a prototype driver to have to work their way through.
Yeah, this is insane, and this is it now for the next 250 laps. Of course, the GT3s will spread out over the course of the race, and the gaps will get a little bit bigger, but you are just going to see how you can get slowed down there through Ascari. Now, SLC Movana Corsa may be getting a bit of a run, but it's actually potentially the cars behind. We've got Pure Sims and the Hydra Racer Geodesic cars as well, trying to get some space, almost 3 wide coming down in towards Parabolica, and all the way around the outside.
Jaden Munoz is going to take everyone here from 4th to 1st. He's going to go around the outside of absolutely everybody. There was contact there as well with Orion, but he has taken the lead. What a move that was, to just go round the outside of Parabolica, just to show the downforce that these cars have, to just take it from everyone. He's got the inside line into the first turn as well, and he's got the lead. That was an amazing move. And now we'll see if he can keep it. Just look at this. Everybody's slowing up on the inside line. They want to get involved in that 2-wide battle involving Preston and Omar. But Jaden Munoz just said, well, I've got the downforce here. I'm going to go around the outside of not only the GT3s, but 3 prototypes as well. What a move that was.
Yeah, 2 wide ahead as well, just slowing down everyone, not giving place for the other GTPs to go. He took the risk on the outside, and it definitely seemed to work, and that is how traffic management is going to be king today. Almost a bit of contact as well as you come across the start-finish line, trying to get a bit of real estate for themselves to work their way into. And now as we come through the cars once again, you're going to see that yo-yo back and forth a number of times, but that was definitely one of the moves of the race already, overtaking 3 cars in your own category at once.
Well, one of the moves of the season. Fantastic from Jaden Munoz, who's already making use of the traffic to put distance between himself and the rest. Oh dear, Pure Sims around the outside of Maniti and Ascari, and then another Maniti car going to benefit from that. Everybody weaving around all over the place, left and right. You really have to keep your wits about you. Munoz goes for a late one as well on WS Racing Esports. Sorry, Hell Racers, they're so similar. Hell Racers there into Parabolica. He will lose a bit of his lead and it will drop to half a second. And maybe a little bit lower as well, but they're now in amongst the top 15. If you thought the last 15 or 20 GT3s were close together in terms of racetrack, then have a look at this. It's one big train from the leaders, although it has split apart a little bit in the last few moments. It's still very, very packed up here and not ideal for a prototype driver to see.
And the GTPs need to make sure not to be making any contact, not to be getting any penalties due to this. It's chaotic for everyone. Even if you effectively lose a place or two now, that might help you better in the long run rather than absolutely sending it down the inside and making some contact that you don't need. So you've got to be keeping your wits about you, looking 3, 4, 5 cars ahead, as there's definitely some cars going all over the place there in towards the De La Rocha chicane as they all try and find some space. But it's definitely very difficult to do that at this moment in time.
Goodness me. Quite remarkable. Everybody has been able to get through without contact for the most part so far, and the long straights are certainly helping as well. These GTPs are obviously much faster in a straight line. Goodness me. We nearly saw Jonas Moormaier without a nose there because all sorts of weaving around going from Jaden Munoz, and he's gotten dive from into Ascari as well as Moormaier, and he will lose a bit of time. And so the top 3 are going to get away in GT3 Pro as Huysingveld are going to helpfully place their car on the racing line there, which is what you need to do really from Timo Winter. And so the top 3 have gotten away. They're still in a train, but there's no doubting who is the winner from that run through traffic there. It's Jaden Munoz, who's now got the lead of the race.
Certainly has by quite a way, as you mentioned as well. Are we 3 wide in the background of the GTPs as well, trying to find their position? That's Pearson's Maniti and potentially P1 Esports as well, coming towards turn number 1. 3, 4 cars, in fact, trying to find a little bit of track there, as you're going to see around the outside there, a bit of a side-by-side on the exit of turn number 2. Is that Race Clutch as well, actually trying to find some space up the inside now of Curva Grande. Do they have the exit? No cars, of course, in front of them as it stands, but they do have as well one of the cars just in behind. There's our private team label as well, trying to get themselves in towards a place, in towards the second chicane, but unfortunately that's going to be Race Clutch there pulling into that position and not making a move. But of course with no GT3s it makes it a little bit harder to make the overtakes.
A bit of an interesting strategy call here, by the way, from Satellite Racing, who clearly at the end of lap 10 decided not to get involved in all the traffic. They went in for a bit of a splash and dash instead, I believe. I don't think it's a penalty for Nathan Olsen. It was a 12-second pit stop. Though now he's back out. Now he's going to have to work his way through the traffic, but he's not with it with all the other GTPs. Like getting in everyone's way and getting in a lot of trouble. He's out on his own right now as Pure Sims make their way up to second in GT3 Pro. It looks like Huysingveld have been able to just get away a little bit as the back end of the GTPs just work their way through here, and they're still doing so. Timo Winter has really played it well, had a little bit of luck on his side as well. Got 1.6 seconds of a lead, but you can just see now the GT3 field very much more spread out than it was earlier. Traffic will do that to a group. I just don't know if I've quite seen such a large group have to be negotiated by such a large group of prototypes there, really. It's the kind of thing that happens at Monza, I suppose, but the amount of cars we have in this series just made that very, very busy.
Yeah, certainly did. And one thing that we were saying off air before we came into this year was the fact that this track, despite the straights, is actually so difficult for multi-class racing. I guess it's just because of the more tighter nature of it. It's not the widest track in the world, but you would think that with the straights it makes it easier, but therefore it makes the corners even more important and even more tricky. And with the fact of most of these corners being tight one-line chicanes, that is of course even more difficult for the prototypes to try and get through, along with the fact of the massive GT3 field that we have here. It's pretty incredible to see sort of 35 odd cars in that GT3 field between the two categories, and that is just going to be even more difficult for the GTPs, because once they come around again, the GT3s are still going to be fairly close together. They haven't spread out too much.
Not too much, but then again, we are in the first half an hour of the race here. It's now towards the De La Rocha There comes a group of 4 here, being headed by Maniti Racing. Patrick Prius just behind for German Sim Racing as Race Clutch and Urano battle in GTP. That's Race Clutch holding, well, where have Urano gone? I think Urano have been off as a result of that battle, because Jupp de Ligt has suddenly dropped to 11th and dropped outside the top 10. Can't be sure, but it looks like Urano may have dropped down the order as a result of maybe an incident, as they were near and possibly battling with Race Clutch for 8th place. On board though with the Leif Sebastian here for Hydro Race Geodesic Racing. This is very much the mid-pack of the GT3 field right now. They've got another geodesic car further up the order right now, but this is where it gets really awkward, because in front of Sebastian here is Prius, who is a GT3 Pro driver, but then there's a Maniti Racing car that's third in GT3, so it kind of gets awkward now, the interaction between the two categories.
Especially as it's the exact same cars, it's going to be a little bit more difficult to overtake. But of course, slipstream and everything is being given from them. But here comes Sebastian, getting that run, getting that slipstream. Is that going to be a bit of a push drafting? Actually, yes, it is. Coming towards turn 1, so not a direct move as it stands. Just trying to push their way along, trying to get him to the car ahead to be pushed past of Prius, trying to get past that Maniti car, but certainly not looking to dive down the inside at this point in the race.
Looking to just lift off and save a bit of fuel on the way in instead, which is probably a more sensible idea. And it is going to be a lot about fuel saving here today. I mean, personally, Cam, I wouldn't be making any moves at this stage in the race, whichever group I was in, really. Just save up a bit of fuel, because I know there's safety cars or whatever. We're not thinking about eliminating a pit stop from this race, but thinking about just having as much fuel on board is always helpful, really, because shortening that final pit stop will be very, very crucial. You just don't know where the safety cars are going to fall, so... But I mean, there's no disadvantage to saving fuel, really, especially when you're slipstreaming off someone. If you were slowing down on your own and lifting off and all that, I guess it would be a disadvantage, but when you're slipstreaming, there really is no downside.
Yeah, if you're doing the same pace, then yeah, it definitely works. Although this is going to be a changeover to the lead towards the inside there. Jalvaz on the inside of the La Roche chicane, just a nice and easy overtake. Actually, just had the speed around the outside of Curva Grande there. We're actually a bit slow on the apex and a bit slow on the exit. Coming down towards Lesmo 1 now, but manages to hold on to that. Munoz isn't going to be diving up the inside there, but this three-way battle is certainly an enthralling one, and they have broken away, the three of them, and seemingly doing some fairly similar pace at the moment.
They've left Pure Sims behind. Richie Aguero was with them initially, but he's not anymore. Now it's a free for the lead. I do think actually that Jaden Munoz is actually the slowest of these three. But on the contrary to that, I think he is the best in traffic. He's shown that in the first round there. Not only the overtake, that of course was spectacular and it's going to grab the headlines, but also the way he got away from the others after he'd made that overtake. He did put a second into them in the next lap as well. So clearly able to slice his way through traffic very, very well. But based on this right now, I think he is the slowest of the three in this group. So just needs to hang with them. And then when they get to the traffic again, I guess he'll be making moves again.
And sometimes teams do that. They have a specific driver who either just is good at it or just loves being in that opening a few laps chaos. In the first stint, and sometimes putting a driver like that in can gain you some time, of course, and it has worked, because if they were still in that 4th place where Pure Sims are now, they would be starting to lose time. But no, at least they're in this slipstream train for the front, and they'll be very soon coming back to traffic again. And as those GT3 cars spread out across the track, there'll be lapping cars every single lap, and gaining a 10th here and there is going to be good. So maybe we'll have to see if that continues for Munoz over the course of the opening driver stint in this race. If he can keep up with that top battle, maybe keep them in the shout for the podium, but of course a long way to go.
Very long way to go, but going to be a very enjoyable 1500 kilometres here at Monza this afternoon. Round 4 of the GSI Endurance Series, presented by IVRA, live on RaceSpotTV, as every round will be for this season once again. Jalvaz currently leads, coming up to the end of 16 laps of racing, and just around half an hour. The back end of traffic is about to be upon us for those guys again. The battle for second in GT3 Pro also upon us. I don't know whether it's a good or bad idea for Timo Winter to be out there on his own right now leading. He does have the lead by 1.5 seconds, but I'm just thinking about how much fuel saving some of these guys behind are going to be doing.
Yeah, and as you were just mentioning as well, there's no reason or no sort of negative reason to fuel save if you can, especially if like your, for instance, that Urano car, your third place in the train, you're not really going to be overtaking anytime soon. So you can definitely just sit there and just save that bit of fuel. And if you save a lap, 2 laps over the course of the stint, that can really help you a little bit later on. And it really is going to be helpful for the pure fact that the longer you go, it just gives you more options. So even if you don't directly gain from it, by staying out those extra couple of laps, maybe you get helped at some point with a safety car, or maybe you avoid some sort of traffic by staying out those extra couple of laps from where you'd feed out in your pit stop. Those sort of things always come your way when you start playing these strategic games. So, because also if you think about it, if you told someone, would you want to race just the whole 12 hours and not do any pit stops and save 30 seconds, a minute every single time, they would say yes to that.
Yeah, certainly. Looks like we are in traffic again with the GTPs, by the way, because unless João Vaz has magically sourced a second and a half from somewhere, I don't think he has, though. I think it's just a little bit of traffic, and they'll all be coming through these guys again soon. It is going to be a case of follow the leader in towards, follow second place, if you like, in towards the first chicane here in GT3 Pro. Pure Sims heading Aztec Sim Sports Visceral, Urano Esports, Phoenix Racing Esport, battling over second place right now. Many of the same teams that were up there at Daytona as well, because it was a fight between likes of Urano, Obsidian, Phoenix were there, so were Visceral. The only ones we're really missing are Impulse, really, as we go on board with Luca Alpert right now. And just listen to the amount of fuel saving the Audi was able to do there into the Della Roggia. You can be sure that it's going to be the same into Ascari, into Parabolica, into the Rettifilio as well. There's many places, even into Lesmo 1 there, he was lifting off a little bit. Just to think about how many places there are to fuel save around here, even though you are full throttle for a lot of the laps, so I guess maybe it cancels out a little bit.
Yes, it's certainly an interesting track for that. As you say, there's certain parts of the track where you have to go flat out, such as the straights here, but it is that little bit of lift and coast into the corners, and especially maybe a corner like the Parabolica or even Lesmo 1, where you can sort of roll through into it a little bit. Maybe that is something that you can do, but it's mainly just the lift and coast in towards the braking zones, where you use obviously the aerodynamic power to slow you down a little bit before braking, and of course not using any more fuel once you lift off that throttle. Yeah, definitely a good sort of half a second or so coming in towards that corner. If you think about that, if that adds up over the course of a 20-30 lap stint, that is going to be a lot of fuel save.
Oh, bit of a dart towards the pit lane almost there, but nobody deciding to, no takers at this stage. Oh my word! Nearly 3 wide as Jaden Munoz is overtaken here by Eduardo Leo. I thought they were in traffic again because João Vaz has really been able to stretch his legs, but we're going to go 3 wide now in towards turn 1. Although it looks like Leo is just going to lift off ever so slightly and back out of that one, because it did look like Tempest Simsport were making a move of their own, and that would have been a potential 4 wide. Really don't need that in towards turn number 1, but we're in amongst traffic again. It's not really spread out that much, so it feels like a little bit of a first run through traffic really, even though this is putting these guys 2 laps down.
It certainly does, but what's actually happened for them is that because you've got these packs of 3 or 4 cars, it gets to a point where you saw there in turn 1 where Vaz leading the race was able to get ahead of 3 cars compared to the 2 cars behind. So therefore, that just opens up so much time already, and it's about 1.5 seconds coming out of the second Lesmo. So that just shows you how you can spread out through traffic fairly easily, as they're trying to weave, trying to get out of the slipstream already up towards the Ascari chicane, where they'll try and dive up the inside of the Maniti Porsche there and catch back up to Vaz already in towards the Ascari chicane. You see Vaz there not able to get on the throttle through that corner, and quickly 1.5 seconds is already down to just half a second, so a second lost pretty much in one corner.
Well, this is the kind of thing that happens, and weaving around the leaders now in GT3 Pro. Oh, big dive from Jaden Munoz, who once again shows himself to be very, very alert and very strong in the traffic. They've now cleared it, and the leaders are going to fight between themselves again. But Jaden Munoz just closes into a Ryan Race team that little bit. And Eduardo Leo coming along for the ride as well. 20 laps into this one. I think to remember at Road America, the stints were about 20 laps long. That circuit, I think, is a little bit longer than this one. So we are going to get a few more laps in, but I'm not sure we're going to go too much longer here, Cam. It's, more than half an hour into this race now. I can't remember how long they were going at Daytona in terms of minutes. 40 minutes with it? 45 minutes? Somewhere around those, somewhere around there. So it's, well, we can't be far away.
Although we did have those couple of laps of safety car, which would help quite a lot. So I think they'll be going a few more laps. But yeah, as you say, let's see how long they actually go. Not the biggest fuel tanks in the world for the GTP cars compared with the GT3s. The prototypes, as ever, pitting quite a bit more regularly than the GT style cars. As we're diving up the inside there towards Lesmo 2. There's Trek Esports there coming out of Lesmo 2, managing to get away. But the car just in behind there of Maniti diving up the inside of their own teammate. But fortunately, no many major issues.
Certainly. Up towards Ascari again. Another few making their way down the inside. Trek Esports here just ahead of Maniti Racing. Max Turkhusfeld, after restarting in 16th on the safety car restart, is up quite a few positions now. Knocking on the door, or well, sorry, inside the top 10, trying to move through the top 10, I should say. The final corner, and they'll pass the GT3 Pro leader as well. It really is starting just how much downforce they have in relation to those GT cars, though. And Husveld might be able to make a move here into turn 1. He's a little bit far back, but if he feels confident enough on the brakes in towards turn 1, then he might be able to go for it. He lifts off, though. And he is one of the drivers I would actually recommend not really fuel saving. He does need to make progress here, Max Husveld, because we know that he's stronger than just running in 10th place.
So I guess it depends how you want to get to the front, because sometimes flat out pushing, while it might be slightly quicker on the lap time, you have to think about the average over the course of the race, and maybe you can gain that time strategically rather than just on track. As of course the on-track pushing can come with some extra risks that can lose you time overall as well. So sometimes you have to think about that just a little bit as well. It's not just about your pure speed, it's about the average speed over the course of the 259 laps that we'll have today at Monza. And they're diving up the inside there. That's obviously looking up towards the top part of the GTD Pros. That is currently 4th and 5th place, and Urano might be losing out there, as there's a good exit there for Phoenix Racing around the outside up towards the Ascari chicane. They'll be on the racing line as well, still side by side between the two as we come under the bridge, and Urano have to back out there, so not the best exit, of course, with some traffic up the inside of Lesmo 2 as well.
Well, these groups now really getting split apart from what we saw earlier on. Everyone in one long line. It's very, very different all of a sudden. 2.5 second lead for Huysingveld, and now the four behind have been split into a pair of twos as well, as Eduardo Leo gets up to second place in GTP as well. So a couple of changes inside the top 5 positions of a couple of the classes. There's Leo. He's nearly 2 seconds adrift from Yalvaz, but up ahead of Jaden Munoz, who maybe is not quite as quick as those around him right now. The top 2, we've seen him really good in traffic, of course, and he'll be able to make up a lot of time as a result of that. But Eduardo Leo now in front, and the championship leaders having a good start to this race. The fact that Orion Race Team are ahead of them won't really bother them too much, because they've got nearly double the points of Orion. So SLC Movano, of course, are ahead of all those they really need to be.
It was quite funny though about you saying about Munoz maybe not being the fastest guy. He does have the fastest lap of the race though. Out of the top 3, which is ironic. But, of course, as we mentioned, it is the consistency factor that we are looking for. And as it stands, Vaz there actually on the previous lap did his personal fastest lap of the race, which is about 3/10 shy of what Munoz did some laps ago. So definitely some pace there for the Munoz car. They just need to be doing that more often, and not only when the traffic is there in front of them. As we, of course, come a little bit further back, there's the 171 machine. This is 8th place, SimCity Racing 2. Chris Beats in the car as it stands 8th place for GTD Pro in a 3-way battle there a little bit further down.
Yeah, well, I'm glad you pointed that out, that Munoz has got the fastest lap. Although, I'm going to remove myself from under the bus right now by saying that Pure Sims Esports actually have the fastest lap by about 700ths of a second. I don't know if that just came in as you were completing that sentence, but yeah, I'm going to second fastest lap. I get what you're saying, but yeah, it just doesn't seem like he quite has it to those two though. I know he's got the fastest lap, but he's losing time right now. Now over 3 seconds behind Yalvaz and over a second behind Eduardo Leo, so he's certainly losing time. We've gone back to the GT3 Pros. Once more, Miguel Vigo at the front of this group with SimCity Racing and Paceworks Esports just behind them, making their way down towards turn number 1 as well. I feel like these little groups are going to crop a ball throughout the day, really, because these are the kind of things that happen at Monza, really. These groups do tend to form very often, and they just continue in this way for a very long time. I guess we've got the traffic to split it up for this race, but groups do often stay together at Monza, as we've seen so far.
Yeah, I think you generally find on track some people who are similar pace to you at that time. And of course, when we see driver swaps come into that dynamic will affect the way some battles work. But for sure, you definitely find some drivers who are similar. Then you use the slipstream, you stay together. And often when the traffic comes past you around a track like this, they can just go past all three of you on the straight most sort of frequently. So sometimes you will get these 2s and 3s that just stay together, as you're saying, and then they can have a little battle for maybe half hour at some points in the race. But of course, that won't stay that way forever, because once pit stops start coming into it, once other drivers get in the car, the pace difference will obviously change quite a bit. But that is why we come endurance racing. It's not just about the first 24 laps of the race, as we've seen. It's about all the laps that come after that.
Certainly is. Barely 25 laps into this race. 259 today. The halfway points will be dealt out at lap 130, as I really struggled to work out earlier on. But thankfully that wasn't in front of anyone, apart from Cam, so it's fine. But yeah, it's lap 130 that you've got to look out for those half points. Go down towards the first chicane in the battle for third in GT3 Pro. And this is one of the categories really where people really need to start making some inroads. We've got Obsidian Racing not here from third. They're going to drop way down, and as you said earlier, they could actually drop out of championship contention today if things don't go their way. You know, Impulse are up there, but you know, 73 points back. They really need to gain some points right now, but they're way down in the order. I don't know where they've recovered to now. Scrolling a long way down to find them. They are 20th in the GT3 Pro category, which is, you know, barely going to get you any points, especially compared to where Urano are. So then you're looking down further. Phoenix Racing Esport, they're already nearly 200 points behind, but they're the next best, and they're in there as well, as we got that first pit stop in GTP. But it's looking really, really good for Urano right now, with the situation we have with everybody else so many points behind. But I guess that's what happens when someone wins three races out of 3.
Oh, absolutely. Especially in a 6-race championship, winning half the season, even if they don't win any more races, winning half the season's got to put you in a pretty good bet to be at the front. And also, especially as we've, of course, have the halfway points as well. They've been third, and first in those 3 occasions as well, halfway into the races. So they're always towards the front. And when you have that sort of dominance, of course, it's really difficult to come back from. But they just need to be making sure at this point of the season that they're not getting any silly like DNFs or anything like that. They just need to be getting some nice solid results, and they'll be confirming themselves at least being in that top 2, top 3 fight in towards the final race. But as it stands, probably looking to challenge for the championship, as we're getting a nice battle there for the lead in the GTPs.
Yep, the battle for the lead overall, passing the GT3 lead battle as it just did there. But now Eduardo Leo so close behind Orion Race Team. Is he going to stay here, or is he going to go for the lead? It looks like the latter, in towards the first turn. Very late on the brake so from Yalvaz, who just adjusted his braking point to maximise that outside line. But the run out of turn 2 will always win, especially if Eduardo Leo's got his nose in front, which he did there. And he's now got the lead of the race on lap 26 and should be able to hold it into the De La Rogier, although Yalvaz is going to give it another go. He's going to stay behind in towards the second chicane. So a nice move, and Eduardo Leo up another position, up to the overall lead now for the championship leaders.
And that's a nice time to make a move, because I would expect this is their in-lap with a lot of the GTPs already coming in. We've had about 6 of them coming, including Munoz, of course, who was right behind them in that battle, and also Pure Sims as well, with Quero in that car. So, of course, it's the drivers right around them coming in 1 lap early, and often going longer does help you in the long run. So let's see how that one works out as they come towards pit entry this time around. That was not the best exit, though, from Leo. And it looks like Vaz is already going to be coming back, but no, he's been blocked off by the GT3s. Slides in between them 2 by 2 as we come down towards the final corner. Is this going to be the in-lap, or will they battle across the start-finish line once again?
I think it's going to be the in-lap. Vaz certainly is going to be in the pit lane here because he didn't proceed with that side-by-side. Eduardo Leo is going to carry on, but Vaz didn't want to. Just in case, he either got stuck on the outside line and couldn't get to pit lane, or, well, he didn't want to go side-by-side into the pit lane, which is understandable. So in he goes. And we're still waiting for a few more. P1 Esport, Maniti Racing, Urano in. The other Maniti Racing car, Mats Torgudfeld's in. It looks like pretty much everybody, apart from Movano. So not only is Eduardo Leo actually fastest out there right now in terms of he's winning the race on pace, he's also got the most fuel in the tank as well, remarkably.
And that's 2 laps more than Munoz, who was right next to him in that battle, which is pretty incredible, because if you think about 2 laps over the course of sort of 25 to 27 laps, that's quite a big percentage to be saving, whilst then being faster as well, which just shows you potentially some fuel saving because of the safety car doing that at the right time, but also the traffic management when you're lifting off in those battles can be very big as well. But here, this seems to be the lap for most of the GTPs. Loads of drivers in the pit lane at the moment. And we do see, Quero and Munoz come out, but I think Orion keeping in front of that battle.
Yeah, it's going to be Orion, then Geodesic. Jen Munoz has closed up a little bit. Then Pure Sims, P1 Esport battling with private label team Hype, who made the earliest pit stop of the lot. They were 1 lap in before Geodesic, but they've made up some places, and they're now battling for 6th place with P1 Esport. And then it's the 2 Maniti cars, Johnny Verhoef leading Mats Torgudfeld, and then Trek Esports rounding out the top 10. Race leader in, though, about time. And it is quite rare to see as well. We were talking about the percentage there, Cam, of fuel saved. It was very impressive, but it's also quite rare to see a race leader also using the least fuel. I mean, you normally have one or the other.
I guess that's also to do with efficiency of driving as well. But you're right. Generally, the faster you go, the more fuel you should use, because you're spending more time like flat out on the straights, and you're taking more speed in the corners, and then you're getting on the throttle earlier, generally stuff like that. But maybe it's just the efficiency of knowing when to be fast and when to lift off. That's really the only thing that I can think of, going faster than anyone else, because it has been such a close battle there towards the front. But coming back out onto the front straight away, you see the 2 there in the background coming down. There's going to be a couple of cars in the way in the GT3 category as well, but it looks like Munoz there is just going to be holding on 2nd place as we come towards their 2nd place. Is going to be of course just following that GT3 as well, but Leo keeps on to the lead just about.
Well, it's going to be the lead, but of course Satellite Racing are on that alternate strategy. They'll be pitting in just under 10 laps time after their stint, so it's going to be a little bit it's going to look a little bit weird for a while, but it's all closed up here. Eduardo Leo still at the head of the group, with Vaz and Jada Munoz just behind me, so Quero has got a lot closer as well, but we could have 4 of them back together again here. Interesting to see as well that Race Clutch had over a minute's worth of pit stop there. That's more than double how long it should take in the GTP. It's the only thing I can guess, although we didn't see. They may have damage from something that happened during that first stint. I seem to remember presuming there'd been an incident between themselves and Urano at some point, because Urano dropped down after a battle with them. So I wonder if there was actually contact made there, and so Race Clutch may have had to just repair that just then.
It might have had to actually, potentially, because that is a little bit weird, as everyone else was changing tyres as well. So again, is that Pure Sims actually coming towards the outside of the Parabolica, getting a run there. Geodesic didn't get the best run due to them not being able to slide up the inside of that GT in towards the Ascari chicane. That brings Pure Sims back into this battle in that 4th place. As it stands, it's 5th at the moment, but it will turn into 4th place when Satellite turn into the pit road. But now down in towards turn number 1. Pearsons have to sit behind once again as the traffic starts to filter out and they get to a lighter point on the track.
Well, I don't know if they're going to find one at this stage. Not quite spread out in the GT3s, and a lot of them back out there again after repairs. Oliver Stepanov, fortunately, not able to get repairs done. Karen Halliburton did leave the pit lane, but those are the first 2 retirements. We're down to 51 drivers in this race now. Although Emo Vimbo is persisting for Valorous Motorsports. Nearly 25 minutes on pit lane. A long, long way down. 8 laps down from the next car. Oh, has we got a car off at Lesmo 1, or between the 2 Lesmos anyway. A car off. It looked like one of the GTs. Didn't look like a prototype to me, but there was certainly a car in the gravel there, and it looked like it had just arrived there recently. And with the leaders coming through, there could be a moment. It's Marco Pereira for World of Sim Racing in the GT3 category. Car in the gravel. We may well see a safety car for this if he can't get himself out of there. If he's too damaged to drive down to pit lane, we may well see a second yellow flag period, but nothing as of yet.
Yeah, as you say, they have to pull off and request the tow to race control that they need to tow back to pit lane. And I say we might see a safety car come out, and of course that can affect the fuel saving and the fuel mileage that we're going to see. Of course, it's a very big talking factor.
There it is.
Sims there dropping off the back, but it doesn't matter because they're all going to be clustering up once again. Here is a replay, losing the rear end on the exit of Lesmo 1, going into the barrier, doesn't collect anyone else, fortunately enough, but that was just a little bit of a wiggle, but it was enough to send them potentially out of this race.
And look at the steering wheel. I don't know if you can see in the cockpit there. He's turning full lock right there and is still going straight forward. I don't know if you could see that through the window of the cockpit, but he could not turn right, which at a clockwise circuit, not ideal at all. But there we are. There's the race leader, Satellite Racing, and they're getting flashed up by someone. I don't know why, because they don't need to drive around at full pace. The safety car's going to pick them up. They're not losing any time.
I wonder if they're saving a lot of fuel because they know this could be useful for them the longer they go.
This safety car's perfect for them because Satellite Racing will have enough fuel to go. I think they'll be able to do another 5 laps at racing speed, which is about 10 laps under safety car. It's not going to take that long. So they're going to be able to pit under this safety car. They might well be right at the back of the GTPs because, to be fair, everyone else has come in. So they might be right at the back, and it might be a really poorly timed safety car for them. But you know, it's they're in the lead right now, and they're going to be able to lead down pit lane, and maybe some of the GTPs a little bit further down will also come down to get a splash of fuel, because for some of them they pitted 5 laps ago, and you never know. So Satellite Racing currently backing up the field, and the safety car is going to pick up them, and then we'll see whether we get any pit stops from the prototypes. We certainly will, though, from the GT3s. I'm expecting everyone in.
Yeah, we're pretty much at that point of the race, aren't we, where if you can have a cheaper or a shorter pit stop, then you are going to take it. But I guess we'll have to see on that one. If people stay to the right, then there goes, I think, no, stays there. As they're actually overtaking, are they? So I guess they've been, certain drivers are being told to go past.
They are those GT3 drivers that are trapped between their class leader and the overall race leader will be allowed to pass before, not normally before the safety car actually picks everyone up, but the Satellite Racing basically being their own safety car right now. So everybody able to go through. There is the safety car. I'm trying to find the leaders in GT3 and GT3 Pro right now, but I don't know quite where they are. I think they're quite a long way down. If the overall leader has overtaken most of the field apart from the leaders, it often does create a problem, or it creates a lot of wave buys anyway, before the safety car. And then once we have had a safety car, we may need another wave bar as well, depending on who comes in and who doesn't. And then we will be back racing again. But one thing is for sure, Cam, and I'm sure you'll agree that this is a good idea. All the GTPs, as in real life, will be positioned together so that we eliminate as much mess as possible. Previous years in IMSA, maybe 7 years ago now, when they brought in the DPIs, they said that all of them should start at the front together just to eliminate any problems, as opposed to what we had previously, where any class leader could take the start, and if that's the slowest class, then it really is a mess. So they're going to put all the GTPs together in the hope that it creates a little bit of a cleaner start.
Yeah, I think it's definitely the way to do it, and it's the cleanest way of having the start, and also it just gets all the classes back in order. And yes, it closes up all the gaps even more in some ways, because because of course you are effectively given that extra lap to some people, but I think overall that creates a better race, because you want everyone to be closer later on in endurance racing. I think that's something that is missed in some other forms of endurance racing, where you don't have things like the safety cars or some other factor that can close up the gaps. They just get bigger and bigger and bigger, and by the time you get to the final half of the race, the gaps are so big you don't really have any battles or any position changes. You're just circulating the track, whereas this way, I'm sure we're going to get a couple of safety cars again throughout the race. It just keeps bunching everyone up every time, creates a closer race, and eventually a more entertaining race at the end, I would say.
I think the overall race leader must have overtaken almost every GT3 Pro car apart from the leader, to be honest, because I still can't see Team Huizenveld. They're miles back. There they are, maybe. I think that BMW pulled out of line might be the last wave by... oh no, I think that's Ingersoll Rand. Well, they are going anyway. I'm not sure who that is actually, but clearly they do believe that they can go past. We'll see when the pit lane opens here for the teams and drivers, and we'll see who comes in. I'm not entirely sure which way to go here really with the prototypes. Satellite Racing are obviously going to be in for fuel and tyres. They need a full service, of course, but what about the rest of them who've only been out there for a lap or two? Do they want to top off on fuel at this early stage? Is it worth it after that amount of laps? It's a bit of a difficult one to decide.
Yeah, I guess those who pit on lap 25 or so, maybe. That is an option, but of course you'll then be right at the back of your class for one, and also because everyone's bunched up now, you'll also be behind a lot of GTs, so that's going to lose you a lot of time on the restart in the first few laps.
This is the thing, that all the prototypes are pushed to the front anyway, so they don't have to negotiate any GT3s on restarts, so that's eliminated. But you're right, they would lose a lot of track position and maybe end up outside the top 10 in the prototype category. I don't know whether it's a risk they want to take, but thinking about it, if you've done 5 laps over 25 laps in, you have used a fifth of the tank already. It might be worth the splash and dash, but I guess it depends how many people in front of you come in, and especially those outside the top 10. I would say it's going to be a bit of a NASCAR situation almost. Normally in NASCAR you see one driver comes in and then everybody behind comes in. You almost never stay out if the driver in front of you is pitted in NASCAR oval racing kind of thing. But in most situations, I'll say. But in endurance racing, it's obviously a little bit different. Although in this situation, I do feel like that might be the right call, because if the team in front of you come in, obviously this doesn't apply to Eduardo Leo, but if the team in front of you are coming in, then you might as well, because you'd have faith that some of the others will behind, and you won't lose that much track position, and you'll be able to top off as well. Because as we said earlier on, having extra fuel in the tank is never a bad thing.
Yeah, I think later on in the stint that decision is a lot easier, because this is so early. I don't know if those extra 5 laps will be that much of an advantage to do so, but it's certainly something that a team should try, I would say. Especially, as you say, if they are then split back up into their categories and they're just behind the GTPs, then that is definitely a good option, because of course the GTP isn't quite so big compared to GT3s. But that benefits you when there's not many safety cars. If there's loads of safety cars all the time, you don't want to pit every single time, because then you're always just pushing yourself to the back. Whereas if you pit once, then you're doing that so that you then cycle back to the front. But if there's safety cars very often, then you'll never cycle back to the front by pitting every time. So there is a little bit of a risk element with that. but it's, as I said, it's definitely something that someone who doesn't look like they have the pace to win, they should definitely try and use a strategic option to get to the front.
Certainly. So, lap 32 currently on the way to being completed. I think the pit lane will be open this time. We've obviously been discussing a lot about whether the prototypes are going to come in or not, but the GT3s have got a very easy decision here. If anybody stays out, I'll be shocked. And anyone that does is probably looking for a wave by back onto the lead lap if they've lost one, if they've lost a lap already, which has happened to a fair amount of teams. The GT3s are actually off the lead lap of the GT3 Pros now because of the wave bite. That's all normal. Into the pit lane they go though. A bit of faking from some prototypes. No GTs staying out, as you might expect. And Satellite Racing, of course, have come in as well. But what about the rest of them? This is the shot we want. This is going to be very, very busy down in pit lane. We do indeed have a few prototypes making their way down pit lane, apart from Satellite Racing, of course. Can't quite identify them for the moment, but it very much was a case, by the looks of things, of if the prototype in front of you comes in, then you might as well.
Yeah, absolutely. I think there was Trek coming in. Is that Urano? Or Race Clutch? Sorry, Race Clutch coming in there as well. Of course, a few others in the background, as you were mentioning. So, yeah, definitely some taking the opportunity to do so. And you are right in that case. If there's people in front of you doing it, you might as well anyway, because you're then not going to be behind those cars, if that makes sense. Or you're not going to be right at the back on your own. You're going to be with some other cars because there's multiple coming in. So we also have private label team Hype as well, who came in as German sim racing for the GTPs as well, and pretty much all of the GT3 field.
Yeah, so Satellite Racing came in, although not for a very long stop. Race Clutch, German sim racing, private label team Hype from GTP. Everybody else in GT3 pretty much has been in here, and they're all on their way out now, but everybody else has been in there, and now this is a bit of a side-by-side for Impulse, a few then grab the wave bite, but Urano have taken the lead. It's no tyres for pretty much anybody. I guess given the fact that that stint was cut a bit shorter, it makes a little bit of sense. However, yeah, no tyres taken, and Hoisingveld have lost the lead to Urano, who have had a very good stop there. Then it's Pure Sims, Phoenix and Maniti at your top 5 in GT3 Pro. But some very strange pit stop times here in GT3 I've noticed. I don't know whether this is a glitch on the timing, but Archer Brothers supposedly have taken... this must be a graphical thing. It's telling me that they've taken an 11-second pit stop, which really would be weird. It does look like... GT3s have all been in. They've taken on a full tank of fuel, but they have not taken tyres here at this pit stop.
Yeah, some interesting strategies going around, and I'm also seeing, I just want to make sure the timing's not right, the private label team Hype, are they also still in the pit lane? Or is that just a glitch? I'm not quite sure, but they are still greyed out for me, which is certainly an interesting factor to us. Definitely that pit lane sequence changing some things around, as Visceral with Vince Peters also still getting some repairs. So yeah, definitely a time of the race that is going, you know, the few laps of the race that have really changed the potential course for a couple of the drivers, just showing you how important these safety cars are. And I was just thinking as well, also some people may have didn't actually see if there was anyone who did it, but they could have used these times to repair some extra damage, even if you had some short seconds of optional damage, because it's basically a free stop.
Well, depends where you are on the field. You are still going to lose places, of course, but under safety car it is a better idea to do it. It does seem that after getting the wave by, Satellite Racing and Team RSO have taken their pit stop, and they've gotten back on their way. You can just see them in the distance there. With private label team Hype as well. I think that's exactly what Phil Kraus just did. 2 minutes 45 is a very long stop. I think he's just taken some optionals that have put him at the back, but he's taken about as much of them as he can while staying on the lead lap. Same for, well, not quite same for Team RSO Satellite Racing, but same for Visceral Esports there, Vince Peters. Over 2 minutes in the box. he's taken some repairs there as well. So I think you're right. People have taken this yellow as an opportunity to take on some repairs that they otherwise wouldn't have been able to, or maybe wouldn't have done under green flag conditions, because that kind of thing would lose you a lap.
Yeah, certainly. And staying on the lead lap also is the important factor here. So they would have obviously stopped with enough time to get out of the pit lane, beat the safety car, and then get back around. And of course, that will take some organising for their position for the restart. But we have Orion Race Team as well, GT3 in the pit lane. Interestingly, only going in this time around.
Got the wave by again, I think. Because they're off the lead lap, so they got the wave by, and now they're pitting later.
Oh yeah, that would, I guess that would make sense, because they are actually 2 laps down, I believe, from the actual pack. As is that Phil Kraus back into the pit lane?
Yeah, he's got more optionals to take here, and I guess he knows that the race isn't going to go green just yet. So he's back in again. Some more optional repairs to that GTP. The new damage model in iRacing is forcing some people to pay the price for some really quite minor contact by the look of things.
I like it though.
Yeah, same, yeah.
Of course, you can be a innocent victim, and you have some damage that isn't going to be your fault, but it definitely helps those overall. And with a more sensitive damage model, the obviously thinking is that in time everyone will be just that little bit more cautious, because they know that's going to hinder their race when they get it.
You hope so. By the way, we got confirmation earlier on from somebody in the chat that there was side pod damage to race clutch, I should say. Race clutch haven't got any damage, but we are going to go green this time around. Phil Kraus still in the pit lane, so once he learns that, he's going to be out pretty quickly, I would imagine. And not going to be that far ahead in terms of staying on the lead lap here. So he'll surely be on his way, but it's another minute and more for private label team Hype here. And that's going to drop them a very, very long way down. They need to stay on the lead lap, though, as we keep repeating. All 16 GTPs are still there. We've got 22 GT3 Pro cars on the lead lap right now. And we've got 8 GT3s on the lead at this early stage of the race. So let's see if Phil Kraus can stay there, because he's been there for 90 seconds now. We're about to go green flag racing. That really is going to put him under a lot of pressure in terms of staying with the leaders. Eduardo Leo, though, has driven a good race so far. At the end of lap 34, he is at the front of the field. Yavaz right behind. We're about to see our second restart of the day here in the 1500 kilometres of Monza. Underway we go once again. SRC Movano Corsa Championship leaders, and now getting this race restarted as race leaders as well. Orion Race Team currently in second, coming under pressure from Jaden Munoz as they go down towards turn 1. The top 4 staying as a top 4, as they have done for most of this race so far. Movano, Orion, Geodesic and Pure Sims have been in that order, or a similar order, for a very long time, and that's not changed into turn 1.
And there goes the Maniti cars round the outside of Curve Grande. They're now line astern, and I don't know, I didn't quite see where they were before, but definitely some potential. Actually dives down the inside. That Trek Esports actually, I think, making a huge dive down the inside, or maybe it was one of the car just in behind them, but still too wide in the background as you're coming towards Lesmo 1. Drivers using this opportunity to try and make up those positions. Not the easiest thing to do. That is actually Satellite Racing down the inside now of Urano in towards second. Lesmo, space given between the two of them with Race Clutch in behind them.
Well, this is very, very close between the two. Satellite Racing recently out the pit lane, of course, new tyres and all. And same for Race Clutch, you would imagine. Down the inside, they're going to go to make it 2 red and black cars in a row, helpfully, into Ascari. Satellite trying to gain 1 place, and they've paid for their effort with a place to Race Clutch. Urano were able to gain, though, out of all that. I don't believe they were one of those to pit there, Urano, although they may have done. It's difficult to tell whether we saw Race Clutch on pit lane or Urano from the distance we were looking at, but it was a pure mess, a pure scene of machinery down on pit lane. But not so long ago, all of the GT3s have been in. It's meant that the GT3 class is actually ahead in the order of the GT3 Pros. So the overall leaders like Nicholas Laubis there, Timo Winter, Alexander Davidson, they're all going to have to fight their way through effectively the entire GT3 field, which of course should be drivers slower than them, which is going to make this restart pretty energetic there as well.
Yeah, they're definitely a fun one for these GT3s. Look at all these cars coming down towards turn number 1 as we try and find some cars to pick on and choose on to come through this field. But just look at them, train of GT3 cars. P5 for GT3 Pro. It is for Phoenix Racing coming around. They got the Maniti car just ahead of them. That's Alex Bennett in that car ahead in the green machine up towards the Della Roggia chicane. Is there going to be any sort of dive towards the inside there for Alberts? No, not this time around. Just trying to follow through nicely in towards that top 5, but as you say, 5th place, but there's definitely a few more than 4 cars ahead of it.
That certainly is. Oh, that's SRN that got dived by Alexander Davidson there. Doesn't want to get left behind. And now Maniti Racing are going to go through as well. Phoenix Racing is going to follow. But there's the contact. The Ferrari goes for a little bit of a spin. Oh, my word. Very nearly collected by one of the geodesic cars. The Ferrari able to continue. But this is the danger that we're going to have. And Phil Kraus, by the way, didn't get to the rear of the pack. Normally, you would see the prototypes ahead of the GTs, as I explained earlier. But if you're not at the back of the pack, you can't do that, obviously. So Phil Kraus is having a nightmare right now as well.
Yeah, chaotic restart in a couple of places, but that was definitely too late of a dive into Lesmo too. Ferrari getting spun around, not a very polite manner to restart. But look there, that is Phil Kraus, as you say, trying to get through, but 3 wide in towards the Parabolica and trying to find some spaces. All the drivers there really just trying to find a place to not hit the other cars, as there's a train of about 8 cars there coming out onto the front straightaway. Crazy stuff here on lap 37.
The grip that the BMW has, the BMW GTP that is, really astonishing. Just able to drive around the outside of everybody into the Parabolica there. And, well, what restart we're seeing here. Oh, and off. Somebody off from one of the GT3 Pros, I think that might be, off the road. It looks like Heutenbauer, but it's not. It's Maniti Racing from GT3, actually. The GT3 of Joshka Meyer, he's still at the wheel and has gone off at the first chicane. There may well be involvement from one of the GT3 Pros as they try and make their way through. Nicholas Laubis has got a great chance to try and get away from the rest as race leader in GT3 Pro. There's a big stack up. Urano, the race leaders in GT3 Pro, certainly pushed the Maniti car around there. I know there was contact with the Archer with the car as well, but they may well still receive a penalty for that.
Yeah, they might do. Awkward situation, though, with, of course, the Maniti car just suddenly slowing down after that contact with the car ahead of them. And Urano, to be fair, I don't think would have had that much time to react from that one. And that is Nicholas Laubis in that car at this moment in time, as you say, leading the way. So they wouldn't have been taking too many risks, but I can just get that awkward when there's so many cars in a row. We're too wide, a little bit further back, trying to get a place that might be Phoenix Racing. There, look at Albert that's going side by side in towards the Parabolica. They're actually just going back into single file once they get towards the braking zone.
Yeah, that was just getting through on some more GT3s. They're getting through on Prestanda Nomad now, who have moved up to second. Tim Penny qualifying towards the lower part of the top 10, but he's now in second and having a great time. Phoenix Racing Export very close to the rear of Maniti as well, but they'll be split apart now by that Mercedes. And further behind, it is even longer of a train and even more remarkable than the start of the race. We thought that the first restart was bad, but when you start the slower drivers in front of the faster ones, it creates even more of a big train. Although now the GT3 Pros, once they've gotten through here, they are more spread out than they were earlier on. So this first run through traffic for the prototypes, I think, is going to be even worse, possibly, but the second one will be a lot better.
Yeah, hopefully once it's all spread out, as you say. But there is also, I believe, a lap difference between the GT3 Pros and the normal GT3 class as well. So they're definitely very much separated in terms of that. And the GT3s aren't going to be able to get up too high in the overall standings because of that. But that is, of course, how it goes sometimes, as there's a few drivers coming into the pit lane as well. Virtual Motorsport are in, Rusty Spatulas, as well as SRN Motorsport, all in the pit lane as it stands. which is a slightly odd time. So I wonder if there was a little incident here or there for those guys.
Very possibly. Here's Miguel Vigo, who's managed to work his way into the top 10 GT3 Pro. Now behind Martin Schmidt for Dutch Payment Raven. Behind. And one of the, I think that's Paceworks, actually going side by side there in the Lamborghini. We go on board with the Mercedes here at Monza. Lap 39 of this race. Been a very lively one so far. 2 safety cars, and the restarts have been very, very lively indeed, as I mentioned. And now, well, not bump drafting as I thought he was going to, but an overtake, a potential overtake instead, as we're seeing for the race lead as well in GT3 Pro. Miguel Vigo moves up to 6th, but Team Huizenveld are back to the front for a team that qualified in 7th place in this race. Team Huizenveld are controlling and this race, really quite well. Timo Winter driving very, very well after qualifying outside the top 5. But that race start, of course, helped him. But now that he's here, he is driving like he belongs here.
Certainly is. Can't really fault, I should say, what they've done in the opening parts of this race. They were very opportunistic on that first lap, made up some good places, then did well to get themselves to the front with some nice overtakes. And once again, another overtake there on this second restart, effectively still. But they do have, of course, a car ahead of them that they do need to be wary of and to not be getting involved with some contact, as we saw a little bit earlier on was it the Maniti car on that occasion? Up the inside now, wow, I can't say that, in towards Scari, as they are now putting a car in between them and the Urana car. As we get now out towards this backstraight down towards the Parabolica, a car in between always breaks up the battles, and Laubish needs to try and get through, otherwise Huizenveld is going to be going off in the race lead.
That's Archer Brothers Esports. They were just passing there, so now they have put a lap on all of the GT3 contenders, and that really has now put a gap between them. We did have 22 GT3 pros on the lead lap, but Virtual Motorsport have been in the pit lane for nearly 2 minutes now, and they've clearly had a problem. Dennis Kerrison is at the wheel of that one right now, dropped outside of the top 40 overall, and clearly some of that battling has finally resulted in contact for somebody. We've seen quite a lot of changes in the overall lead battle as well. The top 2 getting away again. Eduardo Leo and Yao Vaz battling away. Mauricio Cuero's up to 3rd ahead of Jaden Munoz. And this is why it's all getting very close. They're into the traffic. And as I mentioned earlier, this is probably worse than the first run through traffic they had all race long, which doesn't often happen. But given how close and packed up the GT3 field is, the combined field is, it's, hardly a surprise, really.
And under a second still, so very close is the gap. But just look at the cars there, all going too wide in towards the second chicane. Diving it down the inside there, one of the Mercedes there, getting very close to making contact as well with the car ahead. Actually losing some time, almost going a little bit too hot there into the Della Rocha. You are starting to get, though, the Orion car trying to follow them through. And the gaps are just going to be getting less and less there, as they're having to now back out a little bit, lose some more time in Lesmo 2. So difficult to choose when you're going to dive.
No,
in the front row.
Prestanda Nomad into the wall. Tim Penny from 2nd place in GT3 has gone off, and the front end has been ripped off of that Mercedes as well. New damage model on iRacing alive and well, but unfortunately we've seen it working a bit too well there, unfortunately, for Prestanda Nomad. Here it is into Lesmo 2. And, I don't know if there was contact there with, I think that's Miguel Vigo just behind. I don't know if that was contact, but certainly a spin. And a slightly bizarre place to lose it as well with traction control.
I would reckon there was definitely some pushing there through Lesmo 2 as Urana there, side by side, potentially losing a place there. And actually, they gain it back though on the exit, going a little bit too deep. There was a car next to him, was that ATRS there, not having the best exit. But look at the absolute carnage still coming down the front straight away. GT3s trying to overtake each other, having GTPs flying past them. The overspeed is incredible there, as ATRS also find their way through. But Urana there now in that foreground, the number 90 machine. They've got Trek Esports just up the road from them, trying to make some progress. But this is such a difficult point of the race for the drivers, because every little decision that you make has to be done in a split second, and you cannot hesitate.
No room for hesitation whatsoever. And it's a very, very dangerous one for everybody here, really. Very difficult situation. And a busy time in the race for sure. Into Lesmo 1 for Urano. And they're chased down of Niels van Hadel in the Trekkie sports car. Up to 8th in their first race in the GTP. Well, in the GSI Endurance Series, that is. Anyway, I'm sure they've done some elsewhere as well. But through they go. And there's going to be a dive here from Delict in towards Ascari. Certainly was. And now through on Pure Sims. And then the final few in GT3. We're going to have to weave between a little bit here as Mats Torg-Husfeldt is trying to search for a top 5 here. Nearly down the inside of P1 Esport. Not quite able to do it, but it looks like they've cleared the GT3 traffic now.
So tense still for these drivers. Look at that, sliding up in between GT3s through Parabolic on the exit. So close. You have to be just judging that to perfection because, of course, the gaps come and go very quickly. And these cars, BMW M Hybrid V8, certainly accelerate very quickly. So you can see your gap and pretty much just plant it. And the car will find its way there. Looks like they've got through the majority, if not all of those GT3 cars for now. So they do have a little bit of respite for a couple of laps, but certainly an intense point of the race, especially for those trying to make up some positions like Urano, who are definitely a bit lower than they would have hoped to be.
They certainly are. And here's Martin Schmidt, down in 9th place now for judge payment. He's been overtaken by Visceral there, I think. That is Santeri Martikainen now. And let's not forget, that 146, I think, started 22nd in GT3 Pro on this restart. They've already made up 14 places. I'm not sure how many laps we've had so far. It's maybe about 9 laps, I think, in this restart now. But Martikainen has made up 14 places, made up an average of more than 1 a lap, which is quite unbelievable in GT3 Pro. And you can imagine how many overtakes he's been doing on GT3 class cars as well, as in his own class as well. So, unbelievable from Visceral to have that long stop, to have that bad luck, but they've got the damage repaired and there's nothing wrong with that car now by the looks of it.
Yeah, it's great when you see teams jumping up that much, and not only that, but it's just so difficult to do that in a class where the performance difference is so close between them, and definitely potential for some more overtakes up the road with how close everyone is here. Coming down this back straightaway, of course, seeing the cars get closer and closer up towards the Parabolica, trying to think of, are they going to make a move now, or are they going to wait until the front straightaway? Looks like they're going to wait as it stands, but Visceral there, that's actually a class below them for the GT3 machinery, so they need to try and obviously just focus on the battle between themselves and the Deutsche Payment car just in behind.
Yeah, so in Motorsports, unfortunately, earlier on, after an 8-minute pit stop as a result of the first lap, I think. And so they're 5 laps down on their class leader now, and we're going to go 6 laps down to these two. So unfortunate for one of the oldest teams on our racing to be quite that far back at this early stage. Over 8 minutes now in the box for Virtual Motorsport, and nearly 9 minutes in the box as well for Rusty Spatulas. Both of those two have been off somewhere on this restart. Not sure when or where, but both of those two have fallen back, and previous race leaders, Rusty Spatulas, going to be dropping down the order and down the championship standings as well, where they are 3rd right now. SRN 4th, so a couple of disappointing days for those up towards the front. We've got a top 3 in GT3 Pro by the looks of things, with Huysingveld, Urano and Maniti leading this one. Further behind, you've got that Pure Sims Esports led battle. But I did fear, with everybody having to do so much overtaking, that everyone would start driving on their own in GT3 Pro afterwards, but it does seem that, as they always do at Monza, groups are forming and remaining again.
Slipstream keeps everyone in check that little bit, and definitely a top 3 there forming nicely at the front. Just about half a second between each of the drivers. They've pulled away by 2 seconds though to Pure Sims behind, as we saw actually sort of in both categories. Pure Sims not quite able to hold on to the top 3. Ironically, 4th place in both the GTPs and GT3 Pros as it stands, but now coming towards turn 1. The Maniti car just getting a little bit close there actually to Urano, but I think definitely just holding on to that one, as in the background Pure Sims and Phoenix swap position. So Phoenix up to 4th, Pure Sims down into 5th place, as they've also got the GT3 leader in behind them.
They certainly have. And Ultra Brothers Esports are going to be enjoying this. They're basically getting a free ride right now. Difficult to stick with them, of course, but giving them nearly a 15-second lead. All of the chaos behind. Put Karuma Motorsport in second now. 15 seconds behind. As I said, Maniti Racing after their spin are nearly 20 seconds behind, but still third. Prestanda Nomad somehow are continuing on at quite a pace. Tim Penny seemingly unfazed by the damage to Prestanda Nomad's Mercedes, and is not doing too badly at all. We spin out of this corner earlier on, but very much settling down now. Those first few moments and then the first run through traffic always perks your ears up a little bit, but now it's settled back down again, and just wait to see really how far this green flag run is going to take us. Just over 30 laps was the last green flag run, and we'll see how far we can go into this race this time. See if the GT3s actually have to make a green flag pit stop for the first time today in about 50 minutes.
And of course that is always the question mark when it comes to things like strategy and how you attack a race, because you never know. Safety cars could come at any time, and that could really affect your strategy, because if you knew there was a safety car coming, you'd probably do some things a little bit differently with when you push, how much fuel you save, etc. But for now, you almost have to drive assuming that you're going to go green, because at the end of the day, if it does, you don't want to be caught out, as we're getting a run again towards turn 1, but Phoenix there just keeping that place for now. Pearson's deciding to hold on to that 5th place, maybe just try and push and not let the top 3 cars get away any further.
Maybe not. It did look like Davidson was just losing the rear end of those a little bit, although it's easy to say that when you're sat there in the slipstream behind. Now it's time for the Porsche to do a little bit of fuel saving. And people might be wondering, I guess, as well, especially in GT3, whether any of the fuel saving from the last stint was worth it, but we will have seen during that last pit stop phase, and maybe that's why Urano Esports were able to come out in the lead. Team Oisingo didn't do much fuel saving at all in that first stint, but Urano did quite a lot, and suddenly they came out in front. So, if you do more fuel saving, you'll have more fuel in the tank if everyone has to come in together at a caution, and so you spend less time fueling the car, and you could end up in front. So I think that Urano Esports playing a bit of a blind there, really, and the fuel saving was worth it. Even though they weren't able to go a lap longer, they were able to have a shorter pit stop, and they still benefited from all of the work they put in the first hour.
Yep, exactly. That last sentence is not just about going longer in terms of laps, it is your pit stop time, because those extra half second here and there can of course change the order quite a bit, and especially if it comes to like a restart situation, that could affect a lot with where you are in the chaos, just that one position. So you never know how that one is going to work out, as we see Pearson's once again coming down the front straightaway, bump drafting all the way towards the braking zone, definitely trying to catch up to those top 3. And I wonder, actually, let's have a look at the last lap times. Are they going any quicker? Yes, they are. A couple of tenths quicker for Phoenix on that previous lap compared to Maniti ahead.
Well, it's something to see a lot of at Daytona, but for some reason not quite so much at Monza, which is a similar amount of time on full throttle, I would guess. It just seems to make sense in my head. That might not be accurate, but it seems like it. And for whatever reason, we don't see quite as much bump drafting around here. Maybe the feeling of NASCAR feels a little bit too far away, really, when you're here. But I don't know. It's happened down there on that occasion. Maybe we'll see a little bit more as they try and catch the leading 3. Back to the GTPs. Battle for the final spot inside the top 10 is raging between Track Esports and Satellite Racing. Racing just in behind. Sorry, ATRS Esports, that's not Track Esports. Track Esports are in 9th place right now. Just seen that somebody's dropped down below all of these, but I'm not entirely sure who it is just for the moment, and maybe there hasn't been a problem for anybody, but if an Olsen's trying to make his way inside the top 10 right now, and they're very much in amongst the traffic once again. Jupp de Ligt is finally making some moves forward. I think Urano Esports were really expecting today to go a little bit smoother, really, but they're in 8th place now and looking to apply pressure to the slightly slower of the 2 Maniti Racing cars, although they are nose to tail.
And look at all the cars once again coming through traffic. As you get the GTPs going in and out of the slipstream, trying to get every last thousandth of a second that they can. But as you say, that's P1 Esports, Maniti, Urano, all in a 4-car train. As we come up towards starting the next lap for them, will be lap 49. And certainly they'll be wanting to try and make these overtakes stick. And there is Job de Ligt, as you say, on your screens, trying to make up some places. That car, the Urano, they would have expected to be definitely fighting for podiums today, I would expect, but it's not always the way it happens. Side by side though with one of the Porsches there, and now around the outside, that's going to lose them a couple of attempts. The car said, maybe contact from behind as well as the car goes spinning in turn 2.
It's fiercely forward who have gone, fiercely sideways there, and fiercely around as well, unfortunately. Fairly strong bit of contact, and I think it's still Edoardo Pecorini at the wheel, but gone around, it certainly is, gone around at turn 1, and that kind of thing is not too uncommon, I'm afraid, in multi-class racing at that first chicane. Just one of those unfortunate things, really. It did seem, though, that the Porsche didn't quite account for the BMW still being on the outside line there and kind of got shoved out. Well, maybe we need to see it again to really know who was at fault, because I don't know, but it did seem like that was maybe self-inflicted.
Yeah, potentially a little bit. Hopefully there wasn't any major contact, potentially. That's what I was thinking initially. I have to see if we can see that one again from another angle. We're now coming out of the Ascari chicane. That was not a good run for P1 Esports. They're going to have Maniti all over the back of them coming down towards the Parabolica. Once again, you've got GT3s on the left, GT3s on the right-hand side of the track, trying to find a gap for each other. And that, of course, has broken up the battle a little bit with the second Maniti car just dropping off the back, with Urano following them the way as you come down the front straightaway. Once again, seeing the massive top speed difference between the two classes. And there's even a car getting involved just in behind Urano as well, with Trek Esports, I believe that is. So certainly turning into a big battle here for the GTPs. Just need to try and get through the traffic cleanly, not having too many Porsches spinning out around them.
Well, let's hope not. Here right now, lap 50, about 1/5 of the way through this race, just about, nearly there, and it's not been a too bad start to this one in terms of yellow flags. Had 2 so far, but not been too disruptive. We've had plenty of green flag running so far in this race. For now, going well for the championship leaders. SLC Movado, of course, still leading this race at Monza. Another run through traffic for the prototypes here, giving P1 Esports just a little bit of breathing room from Mats Tug Husfeldt, who's really trying to take that 5th place off them. Has done a good job ever since that first restart, where he had to go from the back in 16th place. Phil Krauss, by the way, has now gone 1 lap down as a result of everything in the last few moments. He's unfortunately, there he is. I don't know if he's been off actually, but he's all on his own again. He's 1 lap down, but he's about as far back off the rest of the field as he was before.
Yeah, just not enjoying the time of it. Last lap was pretty much the slowest out of all the GTPs as well, so maybe there's further damage actually that they weren't able to repair, that they are suffering from. They obviously tried to do it cheaply, but they ended up being a lap down, and it's not really working out well for them. As actually, that's Trek Esports. They've got past Urano at some point of the previous laps as well. Of course, they've got other cars in behind trying to work their way forward. I think there's ATRS just in, and then Satellite, of course, in that 11th place. So Satellite definitely catching up well to this front battle. They're not too far off that first car in that battle, which is really P1 Esports in P5 as it stands. So Satellite, alternate strategy might be working out quite well for them in the end.
Slow down. There's a slowdown for Urano. That might be why we saw Trek Esports get through on them. Because another slowdown out the second chicane, which is really where it seems to be. You can pick them up quite easily. We've seen quite a few of them so far, but Job de Ligt is just not having a good stint here. He's one of the best prototype drivers on iRacing. And Urano, one of the best teams as well, of course, one of the real top teams in iRacing, but Job de Ligt is just not having a good time of things right now. To see him in the lower part of the top 10, I think it's hugely, hugely surprising.
Yeah, certainly is. I remember I saw I was speaking to Dylan Scrivens, his teammate, a little bit earlier, just asking if he's doing the race. And Dylan also didn't seem the most potentially hyped for this race. Maybe they just weren't, as a team, feeling it coming into it, and that is showing on the results of that. As actually might be a position coming back towards them, coming towards turn number 1. Urano, they're having to actually think about this ATRS, not actually coming through that time around, but Urano definitely just not enjoying it, and that is also a race clutch getting on the back of them as well. So it's actually pretty close from P1 Esports, 5th place. They're 15 seconds off the lead, all the way down to Race Clutch in 12th place, 22 seconds off the lead. So 7 seconds covering those drivers in a fairly close battle between the lot of them.
It is very close. Towards the lower part of the top 10. Gaps are more than a second inside the top 5, really. We do have that fight for 5th, being headed by P1 Esport, and it's a double Maniti Racing attack right now there in the top 5. But yeah, with those first 4 places, there's gaps there, and that's why we haven't seen them for a while, because we're watching battles further down. Satellite Racing still on the attack and still trying to move forwards here. Head of ATRS Esports, who are just up in front of them right now into Ascari, is not going to be the one this time for Nathan Olsen. He might try into the Parabolica. Probably a long shot, really, to try something here. And he will just show the nose, but won't seriously make an attempt. It's going to be turn 1, if at all. Satellite Racing going to try and move forward, really, but ATRS might just give this one to them. Pulled to the very inside line, and they're going in the pit lane. Nathan Olsen very nearly found himself straight in the back of that car in front, but managed to pull out in time. It does seem that it's time for pit stops, because Jaden Munoz is in. Graham Sanders gets into that car. Mauricio Cuero is going to change for Daniel Kraft now for Pure Sims. 4 of the 15 GTPs on the lead lap are in the pit lane.
So yeah, starting that next round of pit stops. How much fuel have some of these other cars saved? How many more laps can they go? We did see, interestingly, that geodesic car pitting first the first time around as well, so they haven't been able to get a lap back relative to the other people, the other teams over the course of that stint. So interesting to see if, because of course if some teams went 2 laps longer than them last time, is that now going to be another 2 laps, aka 4 total laps longer? Because of course you have to add on the extra 2 for the second stint as well. So certainly we could start seeing some big strategic differences even in the same class, with just how much fuel we saw some teams like SRC Movana, of course, saving.
Absolutely. So 30 seconds for all of them, really. Sanders in for Munoz, Kraft in for Cuero. Radu Zenoviano has got in for ATRS Esports. He's moved over from RSI, who aren't a team anymore, unfortunately. And Ika Estefania is back at the wheel for World of Sim Racing team. Into the pit lane for Johnny Verhoeven, Maniti Racing, who's one of those drivers responsible for their GTE Championship victory last season. Obviously, they can't defend that this season, but they could attempt for a GTP one. It's going to be very difficult in the 79 as Verhoeven goes up on the jacks and will change out the car for Liam McNinch right now. So driver changes everywhere, and after 2 stints in a prototype, that is more or less the expected thing to do, really. I know we're single stint tyres here, but it is pretty normal to do 2 stints in a prototype, then get out.
Yeah, absolutely. It's double stints, generally double driver stints. I know we're changing tyres, it seems, pretty much every stint here, but double driver stints is generally what you see. It's a nice amount. It gets you far enough into the race, but without being too long to get any sort of fatigue or anything into the drivers. And I'm sure you'll see that for a lot of the GT cars as well. It's just the fact that their double stints are, of course, a bit longer in terms of time. So before we see them making their next round of pit stops. Because I'm sure most of the teams will have 2-3 drivers for this event, taking the course of sort of 7.5 hours or so. You obviously want to spread out your driver times and make sure you're keeping everyone at their peak level of driving.
Yeah, certainly. This race, as of right now, projected to take about 7 hours as things stand in this one, which will be the shortest of the 3 distance races so far. But as I mentioned, this is the shortest in terms of distance race so far. because 1,000 miles about 1,600 kilometers, somewhere around there. Into the pit lane for more GTPs. Orion Race Team, the other Maniti car, P1 Esport, Urano and Valkyrie are all in to the pit lane, and that just leaves Movano, Trek, Satellite, Race Clutch and German Sim Racing to make their way down pit lane. We'll see where Graham Sanders comes out in relation to the likes of Orion Race Team. Zaiku Hapala gets to the wheel of the 46. See whether the new driver for Geodesic can get in front. Doesn't look like he's going to be able to. He'll just get a little bit closer for them. So, yeah, more driver changes happening. Daniel Civisavo gets at the wheel for P1 Esport. Max Kushfeld stays at the wheel for Maniti Racing. Dylan Scrivens at the wheel for Urano. Julian Van Earth at the wheel for Valkyrie. So plenty more drivers for us to get our head round here. And some more pit stops as well in the next few moments. You'd imagine, still got 5 teams left to pit. And Movano going to be one of the last of them, as always.
Yeah, talking of that, they come into the pit lane, which was this time around 3 laps longer than I can't remember the name of the team now, but 3 laps longer than that car of Muniz a little bit earlier on. So they only saved 1 lap relative this time around, which is intriguing. But of course, safety cars and things like that always come into the plan. So Trek Esports stay out. They take the lead of this race, and let's see what the lead potentially is going to be for SRC Movano, of course, coming through when they come through the pit exit. And here we go. Still quite a few drivers still out on the track, obviously saving some extra laps in that pit lane, sorry, in the slipstream, not in the pit lane. And there's Satellite as well, who are, of course, on the alternate strategy.
They are indeed, and they're going to go longer than anyone else, of course, by about 10 laps. They'll be going well over lap 60 in this race, but Trek Esports and Race Clutch should be in. Possibly at the end of this lap, but Movano once again able to stretch it longer than anyone else. Eduardo Leo stays at the wheel, but Aiku Hapala now less than 3 seconds behind for Orion Race Team. They'll become 1 and 2 a little bit later on, but we do have a battle for the lead for the first time in a while. The gap below a second for the first time since the latest safety car restart. Niels van Handel at the head of the race. Nathan Olsen trying to take it off him. Very close, going through Ascari as they had to negotiate one of the GT3 BMWs. And it does look like Satellite Racing would rather stay behind and save the fuel, would they? Or are they going to go for it at Parabolica? They are. And Trek Esports Van Handel's got to be careful here because he does want to get into the pit lane, let's not forget. Or he might do. Race Clutch will try and get in here as well. Trek Esports going to stay out there. So do Race Clutch. So we could well see 3 wide for the race lead here, if indeed they want to go for it. And it seems like they do. Oh my word. A car coming out the pit lane there got very scared, and rightly so as well. In towards turn 1 they go. Van Handel is going to hold on to the race lead, but for a moment we could have had 3 wide and maybe more.
They certainly like giving us some good action there down that front straight away. We've seen a lot of 2 wide, 3 wide action. And as you say, Trek Esports staying out, interestingly, that they are going that long, but certainly they were a bit further back in the pack, can save that extra bits of fuel here and there. And they are certainly enjoying that as it stands, with Race Clutch, of course, right in behind, but Trek Esports diving down the inside, and so goes through Satellite. Car goes off. I wonder if there's a bit of contact there, as that is not a place where you really want to be making a late overtake.
That was WS Racing Esports from GT3 Pro. They were battling with Artifact Racing. I'm not sure where they've ended up now in GT3. They've got to be outside the top 10 by this point. They were fighting over 18th place, and Artifact Racing are going to have that one now. As a result of going off there for WS Racing Esports, and unsurprising as well, because it is hard to make moves into Lesmo 1 as it's just happened there. Unfortunately, the GT3 often forced to pay the price. Trek Esports this time defending on the way into Parabolica. I think that means they'll be coming in, because why else would they protect that line, I suppose, other than to try and go in the pit lane. Race Clutch, like they're going to come in as well, do they? No, they're going to stay out. Everybody's going to stay out here, so Trek Esports, Race Clutch and Satellite going to stay out together here.
Yeah, absolutely. Looking very nice as it stands in the fuel saving. And as we mentioned earlier, that gets really tight into turn one. Was that a jumping over the chicane potentially for Trek Esports? That line looked a little bit weird, going a bit too deep there. And then, of course, Satellite trying to follow them through. But certainly some drivers taking some risks now. But it's seemingly working out, though, because you want to be saving that fuel. And these drivers are now leading the race. They're going longer. They're giving themselves some more strategic opportunities, especially if this goes green for a lot longer. So it might actually work out in the long run, although it hasn't worked out there, actually, for Race Clutch. Look how many cars they've lost out to in that battle. Yeah,
they've really lost out here. Well, we'll say, though, I thought more teams came in under that last caution in prototype. And are staying out there right now. German Sim Racing have been able to go a little bit further. But I thought they were obviously we know Satellite came in, but I thought it was more than just Trek and Race Clutch. I'm very surprised. But I guess that's why they're staying out so much longer, because they did get those extra few laps. They just topped off under the safety car. So that's why they're out here right now. But I am surprised it's so little teams who actually did that. Trek Esports defending on the way into Parabolica for the second lap in a row, and Satellite Racing still attempting to try and get through. Now they'll come in just a few laps longer than the likes of Bavano Esports, or Bavano Corsa I should say, who did go the longest of those who didn't pit during the last safety car, which is just typical of them. Down into the pit lane for the top three, and now we should see a completely new top three. Wouldn't expect any of these to retain a podium place.
No, they definitely didn't have the the speed to think about that. But I did actually realise actually how far off strategy Trek Esports and Race Clutch were. But interesting, Satellite there as well are now actually not too far off strategy. I guess that's because of the safety car period as well. So it's not quite so bad. I think there's only, 3 laps maybe after the leader, SRC Movano course, who now take back the lead with Eduardo Leo by 2 seconds to Orion with Ika Harpala in that car now, as they have a race on the exit side by side between Trek and Satellite. Who's going to get the run? Fortunately, no GT3 cars. Satellite did have to back out of that one in the end, and they continue on as they go. And they have come out in, 9th, 10th and 11th position.
Yeah, ATRS Esports going to join them, but you're right. Satellite Racing really are not that off strategy at all anymore. And they're probably going to get matched up with by SLC Movano Corsa, I would say, because Eduardo Leo can probably do more laps on fuel than they can. And so he might get a lap closer every stint, and eventually could be pitting at the same time. But we'll wait and see, and of course that all relies on safety cars falling correctly or incorrectly, or depending on which way you look at it. So we'll see how that develops. But we're nearly 60 laps into this one. So far only 2 safety cars, and it's been just around 25 laps of a green flag run right now. So getting a nice one under our belts here, and the GT3s will be in before too long, really. And it'll be interesting to see what happens when the GT3s come in, but I think one thing's for sure, that most people are going to be changing tyres, because doing a triple stint would be quite ludicrous.
Side by side here for Race Clutch down the inside of Satellite, coming towards the Parabolica. They've got a car in behind them as well of ATRS, I believe that is. Side by side through the apex of Parabolica. Satellite on the outside. Race Clutch get that move done. And it was a nice move, slid up the inside there, as now they're losing a bit of time to Trek Esports ahead, as ATRS now get the run down the front straightaway. They're going to be making a move as well. 2 positions lost potentially for Satellite coming towards turn number 1. ATRS there. Can they make that move? Coming closer. GT3 in the way, though. They're going to have to back up. It says lock the rears, though, and they take out Race Clutch in turn 1 and 2. Just locking the rears there. A bit of skittles, as we saw on the first lap. Fortunately, just taking out 2 cars, but that was Adam Crane there making a bit of a mistake.
It was high aggression as well from Satellite Racing. Adam Crane really went for it, laid it all on the line there, but you can't push these cars too far on the rear brakes, because they'll do this to you. Locks the rears, slams into the side of Race Clutch, who have already had damage today that has taken them more than a minute to repair. And now surely both of them will have damage to repair at their next pit stop. And Satellite Racing may well get a penalty for that. Race Clutch are going to feel very, very aggrieved once again, because none of that was their fault at all.
Yeah, I think if that does get checked by the stewards, I do think a penalty will be definitely coming the way of Satellite Racing for that action. Not what you want to be seeing as drivers locking brakes like that. Of course, you want to be, on the limit, pushing the limits, but you can't be making mistakes like that that are taking out other cars.
Certainly not. And they may well pay the price for that. Satellite Racing we'll wait and see, though, of course, as we go back to Pure Sims Esports, who are now 6th place in this race. They've been overtaken by P1 Esport and Maniti Racing. That's Doug Husfeld still at the wheel of that one, but Daniel Kraft just getting up to speed here in the reigning champions car. One of the very few drivers to still be at the wheel since the start is Max Doug Husfeld. Eduardo Leo, another one of them, of course, but I think they're the only two in GTP now to have not changed driver. I guess it doesn't really matter these days, though, because you change tyres every stint. You've got really all the freedom you could ever want in terms of driver stint. You could do, you could change driver every stop if you want. It doesn't really cost you any more time.
Yeah, you certainly could. I think driver flow is the
you wouldn't do that obviously, but you can.
Yeah, is part of that, of course. And also, just if a driver's feeling good, for instance, like the car at the front of the shot there, Eduardo Leo, leading the way. If he's feeling good, why not keep him in for another stint? I guess you do have to think about if he's then going to get back in the car later on, you don't want to tire him out as such, but it's certainly an opportunity, as we're seeing there. 1, 2, 3, there's the Hoisenveld car trying to almost block off the prototype coming through, as they want to make sure they get to that left-hand side of the track. That was Orion going through, and definitely want to make sure they have the racing line in those GT3 cars.
Of first chicane. We haven't really seen these guys, but it's been I bet I could guess what's been happening. Urano and Miniti with a lot of fuel saving, Hoisenveld with none, and I'm not sure why they're not. Obviously, Team Hoisenveld, very experienced IVRA team. They've won the GT Sprint Series by Hoisenveld a couple of seasons ago, and they're currently up there again. They've won the TCR Championship in Club Sport as well. They obviously know what they're doing, but I would slightly question their decision here to just continue to lead the field around all day long. They've led almost all of the 60 laps we've had so far. Well, they've done over 50, but they've led almost all of the laps in GT3 Pro. And we've been speaking so much about fuel saving and how it benefited Urano and allowed Nicholas Laubis to lead this race on that last safety car restart. I don't know why alarm bells haven't rung there yet at Team Hoisenveld, and why they continue to want to try and put the pace on at the front. Maybe they just want to try and reduce the amount of cars in contention as much as possible, but if you're towing the other two around, then surely they're just going to duck out right at the very end and beat you.
What do they do, though? Do they slow down to let Urano go through? Maybe, but then if Urano are happy to stay there and they're not ready for that, then that could get very awkward, and before you know it, Maniti could be going through as well for the race lead. So it's certainly an awkward position. I guess we'll have to see at the next pit stop how long how different the pit stop times are and the lap that they pit on. I mean, that could be quite a big factor, but we'll have to see if that makes any difference. Of course, two Mercedes AMGs leading the way as well, so that is a direct comparison as to the fuel strategies between the two teams.
Well, yeah, the thing is, though, Timo Winter was behind Laubich at one point, and he did have the chance to just, stay behind and save fuel, but clearly that's not what he decided to do. Urano, big dive from on the Hoisenveld car, and might allow their GT3 to take the lead. He might have done previously, but I don't think Laubich really wanted to. Always an awkward moment when you've got a teammate coming through in a faster car. You're fighting with their teammate, and then it all gets very awkward. That was very nearly a bit of an assist there from Dylan Scrivens on an overtake, but didn't quite happen.
An assist? Do you think that's a stat that someone is holding back somewhere? I don't know. We'll have to maybe see. But yeah, certainly that's not something you generally hear of, especially if you're fighting in different classes. Even if you have a so-called teammate, you kind of just have to do your own thing, really. It's very difficult to do that on purpose. Although we have seen it a few times. If you manage to place your car or do an overtake at the right time. But certainly a difficult and risky thing to do so. But as you can see, the top battles in the GT3 Pro category is staying pretty close. You have that Phoenix car just off the back of this top three. Then a little bit further back in the background, you did see Pure Sims and then Hydra Race Geodesic as well, not too far behind. So it's looking actually pretty good for a very competitive race here today at Monza.
It certainly is. Top three still locked together, and that's Trek Esports firing down the inside under significantly less pressure than they were earlier on for their 9th place, because Race Clutch and Satellite, of course, have both fallen by the wayside in the last couple of moments due to that contact that we saw not so long ago. Trek Esports just continuing to do their thing. ATR Esports now move into the top 10 as a result of that, of the chaos that they saw develop up in front of them. They'll be very pleased about that. They'll be trying to hold on to that top 10 place. It does look like we have 4 for the lead now, though, in GT3 Pro. Finally, Phoenix Racing Esport have been able to catch up in the Audi. Not a particularly highly chosen car anymore, the Audi, but it was up there at the 12 Hours of Daytona in the GSI Endurance Series. It won the 24 Hours of Daytona overall for the first time this season for Apex Racing Team in the racing official 24 Hours of Daytona. So maybe the Audi is coming into fashion a little bit very late on in its career. Been out for 6 or 7 years now.
Yeah, you're mentioning that. Was that actually at Daytona when you and me are commentating together? You were saying about how the Audi isn't always towards the front of these races, and in fact in the GT qualifying, I think I remember seeing like 7 of the top 10 were all Porsches as well. But in the end, we have 2 Mercedes leading and then an Audi in behind. So good to see that there is definitely a variety of the cars towards the front. And as you say, the Audi as well, with that wonderful V10 sounding great while it does it.
Yeah, absolutely. I am fairly sure that that was Audi's first win at Daytona. For some reason, Mercedes just seemed to be so much stronger. They were second one year, about 4 or 5 years ago, but yeah, for some reason, the Audi just never had the look and the pace, maybe, that they needed to win that race. But pit stops have maybe just begun in GT3, as we're talking about manufacturers and so on. Into the pit lane for Ingersoll Rand and Dush Payment as well, both from the lead lap in GT3 Pro. And remains to be seen just how long it's going to be before we see some of the leaders coming in. I would argue it's not too much of a surprising thing to say that Team Huitingveld or Phoenix Racing Esport will be the first of the top 4 in. You expect Urano and Maniti to be going a bit further, otherwise their time just sat here will be a little bit wasted.
Although, you might say wasted, but even if you're pitting on the same lap, you're still just having a calm race pulling away from the mid-pack, and you're confirming your place towards the front of the class. So I don't think it's necessarily a bad thing sometimes to sit like this. Of course, it was the most extreme, but in that, the iRacing Daytona 24 a few weeks ago, where we saw the 2 Apex cars just pushing each other at the front. Of course, that's an extreme example, but even if they were a little bit further back trying to close up, maybe not bump driving so much, when you're just in that formation for so long, you just keep yourself in a nice steady place and you can just circulate, do your laps, and get yourself further into the race. Of course, these endurance races, they actually go by pretty quickly, to be fair, but at the same time, you've got to be knocking off the laps and just keeping it going for quite a while.
They certainly do pass by quite quickly. Obviously keeping lots of action to watch. Phoenix Racing Esport were in there, by the way. Luca Alpert, SimCity Racing also in with Visceral, German Sim Racing, Artifact Racing as well. So that leaves 13 drivers and teams still yet to pit. And maybe some driver changes here as well. You'd have expected most of them to have taken tyres under the safety car, by the way, because they change fuel. Oh, sorry, they refuel and change tyres at the same time now, much to my dismay, I'll be honest. But anyway, that's the way it is in iRacing right now. And so it makes it a pretty easy decision, really. It does, I've spoken about it many times before, but it eliminates a bit of strategic interest, I suppose, changing fuel and tyres at the same time. But the driver's absolutely loving it, really. It's new tyres every time.
Yeah, it's definitely in some ways I like the double stinting tyres aspect of racing, but I say as a driver to get on those fresh boots every time and have those fresh tyres for the first at least the first half of the stint there when they're still feeling really nice, you can definitely push that a little bit more, and you of course have pretty much the fastest car possible throughout the whole race, which is a nice position to be in, and it just means that you have to push really in terms of your lap times, forgetting fuel saving and stuff for a moment. When it comes to tyres, you don't really have to save them or anything like that. You just have to make sure you're not overheating them from over pushing in certain corners, certain types of corners, and definitely nice to be single stinting, as we're seeing is that some more of the GT3s coming in for their pit stop. We've got about six GT3s in as it stands.
Yep, the top three, the only ones so far to stay out. Lewis Woods for Impulse Racing comes in as well. What about BS Racing Esports? Yeah, they come in as well. So that's everybody apart from the top three now in GT3 Pro. Same happening in GT3, although the previous race leaders, Archer Brothers, have come in as one of the first. They retain more than a 20-second lead. Kuruma Motorsport in from the lead there as well now. So we're very much in that stage as Timo Winter just stretching his legs towards the end of this stint here. As if he hasn't been pushing the whole time anyway. Traffic may have split them apart and he might have just ran with this gap, but I think he would have hoped this had happened about 10-15 laps ago really, rather than him towing around Urano and Maniti all stint long. He's going to have a few laps at the end with them having to do their own work here, but it's been a long stint of just leading this field around with the two behind benefiting from you.
I wonder if this is the in-lap though for Huizenveld, and maybe they're just taking this opportunity to push that a little bit more. Maybe of course they've been out the front, but they've obviously done at least one lap of fuel saving in that, so maybe they're just doing the number to make sure they had this final lap to push. We'll see if they do come into the pit lane, though they're staying quite wide, all of them. So actually, are they going a couple of laps longer? They are. No, Huizenveld do come in, so I wonder if that's pretty much what it was. Huizenveld took the opportunity to push once they knew they had the margin, and that definitely was an extra second that they will want in this battle. Urano stay out though, and they will take the lead. Nicholas Laubish still in that Urano car, and I do wonder is it going to be just one lap longer, or is it going to be two that they're going to go compared to Team Huizenveld?
Well, that is the interesting question. I do find it though difficult to believe that Huizenveld haven't been pushing to the max the whole time though. Timo Winter staying at the wheel, but Gonzalo Vergara is going to get at the wheel of Maniti, the Maniti Racing Porsche. That is still third, and might well remain so, but we'll see where Phoenix Racing Esport end up after this. Oh well, they're miles back. Where are they? Hydro Race Geodesic Racing are the first in line to start taking positions, but what's happened to Phoenix Racing Esport? Julian Raymer is miles down. His pit stop was 22 seconds, or his time in pit lane anyway was 22 seconds longer than everyone else, but he didn't have a longer stop, so I wonder if he served a penalty in that one, and that's dropped him way back. So I thought we were going to have 4 for the lead. It might well be 3, might be less of course, because Maniti Racing and Huizenveld have come out 3 seconds apart here, but yeah, Phoenix Racing Esport no longer involved in the top 5.
Yeah, I want to try and see on the penalty sheets, because there's some time penalties coming in, but I don't know if they are to be served at the pit stop or after the race. But seeing like some of them are checked as served, I guess it's during the pit lane, the pit stops that they have to do that. So I'm just checking if that car, what number did you say it was?
It's number. It's Phoenix Racing Esport. It's number 105, Julian Raymer, who's lost 20 seconds mysteriously, I'm guessing.
Yep, they had a 20-second. Yep, they had a 20-second time penalty that is now said to be served. So I would assume that was that one, that penalty.
I would say so, because it is odd. Penalties, of course, served if you're not familiar with IVRA competition. Penalties are served in the pit box sorry, outside of the pit box, but in a penalty box in pit lane, if that makes sense. It's a little bit difficult to explain, but there's an area assigned for stopping and serving penalties during the race. So they're not tagged on at the end. There is Julia Roma, and I'm sure he'd much rather be in 4th place right now than in this. This is exactly the kind of benefit you have of being one of the race leaders. You don't have to be in trains and battles like this, because it really is fierce back here.
Oh, it is. And now down the inside comes one that's at the Visceral car. Up the inside of them, another position lost there for Raymer, down to 16 places. SRC Mavana, of course, come up the inside of these drivers. Phoenix now, that 20 seconds has really lost them a lot of time. And of course, about 12 positions as a little bit further up, we're getting some side-by-side battles, but Phoenix as well, looking to do some bump drafting down towards turn 1, and the car's just ahead of them as well. To also, as this is a Deutsche Payment, I think, trying to get involved as well. So loads of cars trying to find some space, trying to make some overtakes where they can.
That's a bit of a moment onto the gravel for WS Racing Esport, and Dutch Payment are going to be able to go for it. Sorry, Hell Races again. Goodness me. Them two need to have an argument, and one of them needs to change delivery. Anyway, Dutch Payment have been able to get through, and Visceral might be able to as well. Up the inside in towards the Della Rogia, late on the brakes. Oh, very late on the brakes, and somehow pulls it up in time there. Nicholas Last, that is, making his way through on Dennis Week, and Phoenix Racing Esport going to try and do the same as well. Through he goes on the Hell Racers car, and up another position. It's very difficult though in these trains. Once you lose one place, you feel like you are going to lose them all.
Yeah, and that's we've seen that a couple of times actually, where drivers, as you say, the floodgates open, you lose one, and then you lose two, you lose three, etc. As we're seeing Dominic Hoffman there come into pit lane from Urano, leading the way of the GT3 Pros. And of course, a number of those teams already making their pit stops, but Urano coming in now. So that was actually a good couple of laps longer, wasn't it? As Team Hoisingveld retake the lead. And that is something that we obviously expected. But what is the gap going to be once it will stay without? About 1.4 seconds or so. So Hoisingveld didn't really gain anything by not saving that fuel. So maybe you're right. Maybe we need to try and sit behind Urano at some point in the race so they can go longer.
Well, I think I have the answer, though. Their pit stop time, 39.7 seconds. Urano, 41.9. Maniti, 40.9. Their pit stop was at least 1 second quicker than anyone else's in the field, because Maniti Racing's pit stop was second quickest, and Urano Esports was roughly 6th or 7th quickest in the entire GT3 Pro field. So Hoisingveld may well have slightly underfueled there just to make sure they don't, lose the group entirely. But personally, I'm not entirely sure how Maniti Racing were 1 second quicker in the box and the lane than Urano Esports, and still come out 3.5 seconds behind them. Something clearly must have happened on an outlap there, but Hoisingveld had the same outlap and same inlap as well. So very bizarre that Maniti lost so much time, but they are at least still third.
I wonder for Hoisingveld, on that inlap we saw them go a lot quicker. I wonder if, and because their pit stop time was shorter as well, I think maybe they had, say, 0.8 of a lap left in the tank. So they basically, they were probably trying to save fuel, and then when they realised they weren't going to make the extra lap, they might as well push anyway on their in-lap to try and gain back that second that they did gain. But then obviously their stop was shorter because they still had just under a lap, which is obviously useless because you can't do a lap with it. But it was obviously enough to then have a slightly shorter stop potentially is something that could have happened there. So they might have been able to go one lap longer with a little bit more fuel saving. But as you say, when they're at the front, they don't really have as much easier time to save that fuel because you have no slipstream pulling you around.
Well, certainly, but then again, Maniti Racing came in with them, and they had to stop similar. So I don't know. It's a difficult one to work out. But for now, Team Hoisingveld will be more than happy. They've got 2 seconds worth of a lead, and that is the closest leading margin that we have right now. Not that we don't have battles, as we've just seen in GTP, a load of them just going through on some of those GT3 Pros. Dylan Scrivens has gotten into the Urano Esports prototype, And all of a sudden, it has started to move up places, up to 5th now. Mats Husfeldt down to 6th. Daniel Kraft down to 7th. With Maniti Racing's 79 in 8th now with Liam McNinch. So, real changes as the drivers have changed. The positions have changed for these drivers. Obviously, you know Dylan Scrivens well. And we know that he's a great driver. And he's been pulling Urano Esports forward in not very many laps here. Didn't get in that long ago.
Yeah, a great driver who's improved so much over the last couple of years. He did actually drive for Maniti, who's the car right behind a year or two ago before moving to Urano, and is doing very good things. As you were mentioning earlier, that team in general, Urano, they're starting to have a really good run of it on iRacing and getting to the top of many competitions. Not the best start that they would have wanted in this race, and also in the championship. They did get a race win back at Kota, second race of the season, but they did not finish either of the other races at Road America or Daytona. They did get some points for half distance, but they didn't get to the end. So that is why they're quite a way off. 150 points off SLC Nirvana Corsa. So they need to do something if they want to get back up in the championship. But I think for now, they're just trying to have a really solid race today. And as you say, Dylan Scrivens taking them up the field. 5th place and only 2 seconds of 4th.
Yeah, certainly. You'd expect them to be able to keep moving forward, although Daniel Sivisavo's a very strong driver in his own right as well. Won't be easy to catch or pass. We approach the end of lap 74. Coming up to, we're over the quarter distance in this race, looking for lap 130 at the halfway mark, and that's where you get half points for the championship. As of at the moment, we'll see Movano Corsa would be grabbing the full 50 with their lead that they have. Orion Race Team just behind, Geodesic, then P1 Esport, but none of those really in contention for the championship. Veloce not here, of course, from 4th. They're going to drop further down, but Pure Sims and the 17 Maniti Racing car are in 6th and 7th right now. That's going to lose them, a few points at the halfway mark. Nothing disastrous, but it will lose them a few points at the halfway mark. They need to get up there by the end of the race, so I don't think they can really afford to let Movano win here. With even if they're second, to be honest, that would still lose them quite a few hefty points, and can't really afford that anymore. There's not long to go.
Yeah, these short championships make each race more important, just naturally by the fact it's a bigger percentage of the overall season result. So, there's some championships you see they've got 15, 20, maybe even 25 rounds, and when you get that, each race loses importance from that. But then you get a race like this, and there's a series like this, you've got 6 races. You have to leave everything on the track. You can't play the long game as such. You have to get a good result in every single race, otherwise you're not going to be fighting for the championship.
Absolutely. Oh, down the inside, that's a dive, and Daniel Kraft gave the space. But my goodness, a late one from Liam McNinch there into Lasmo 2. And that could have turned out a lot worse for both of them. Very surprised he went for that as well. But anyway, just an opportunistic move. I mean, if it comes off, then it's opportunistic and wonderful. If it goes wrong, then he'll be getting shouted at by everyone at Pure Sims Esports. So it was a risky one, really.
Yeah, I think that was more of a look than an actual move, because definitely the Maniti car sort of backed out of that one as such. But let's see if that's just shaking the nerves a little bit of the Pure Sims car ahead as we come down the straight. Daniel Kraft there now being looking in his mirrors, being the one to slipstream the Maniti car all the way down towards turn number 1. Is there going to be a look? Is there going to be an overtake? Yes, there is. Down towards the inside of turn 1. Who's going to brake later? Once again, Daniel Kraft manages to hold on to that position. A little bit of rear brake locking as well between the two. So they're definitely on the limit, definitely trying to get the overtake, but Maniti stay there in 8th place.
Absolutely. Not quite able to pass Pure Sims on this occasion, but very important and pretty important for Maniti overall. Maybe just trying to take some points away from Pure Sims, of course, who are trying to defend their title this season. But unfortunate, really, to see that Veloce not here today in 4th place. They've not been struck off the entry list as of yet, so we're expected to be here today, but they're going to fall away now as a result of not being here. And Urano Esports really need to to gain quite a few points back to really get involved. Same for the likes of Satellite, Valkyrie and Orion. They're looking pretty distant at this stage. Not really seen very much of Jacob O'Reilly so far for Archer Brothers Esports, but here he is doing a very good job. I think it's at latest 2:30 in the morning where he is right now, unless he's somewhere else, of course. But that bit of internet there suggests he is in Australia, so there you are. But he's got a big lead. He's done a great job in the first few moments of this race. We've been going over 2 hours now. Put in a good performance in qualifying as well. And it's exactly what the reigning champions in GT3 have really needed, because Maniti Racing do have a very big lead.
Yeah, they've just had a very nice time of it in the opening 77 laps of the race. Well, I guess they've done a few less. I think they're on lap 69 for their race, and they've certainly enjoyed it thus far. We get to the next round of pit stops, actually. We got Hydro Race Geodesic in. We got ATRS as well, also in the pit lane for the GTPs. So their pit stops definitely come around very fast, and they are a lot. They're pitting so soon that they are a lot shorter than the other cars. So this is probably going to turn into like 6-7 laps difference between them and the guys who'll pit last.
Yeah, it's those gaps are going to get quite a lot bigger at this stage as we get through more pit stop cycles. The first and the last cars are going to get further and further apart. And we'll see now. What I'm especially interested to see is just how much further Trek Esports are going to go than Movano. You know, at the moment, at the last pit stop, Trek went 4 laps longer than Movano. Will it be reduced to 3 this time, and then, you know, continue on in that way? Because the race leaders are still going very, very long on every tank of fuel and doing a very good job with it. So I don't really know. We'll see how it pans out. Out of the final corner, though, for Pure Sims and Maniti Racing. This battle going to continue on, but it's going to go into the pit lane as the reigning champions, Daniel Kraft at the wheel right now. It's his way down onto pit lane for another pit stop here. They do come around very quickly in GTP.
Yeah, certainly do. A lot smaller tanks, as we were mentioning earlier. I mean, they don't go too much over half an hour, really. Sort of like 35-40 minutes they go, whereas the GT3s are looking towards that hour mark. So quite a big difference. And of course, the more pit stops for the GTPs also means more opportunities potentially to change drivers and things like that. So we might see that here and there, although a lot of drivers actually changed already on the previous pit stop. So Graham Sanders stayed in that geodesic car for now. So let's see how he goes on for that one, as Pure Sims also the number 1 car into the pit lane as well. So definitely the start of the next phase, but we do need to see though how long the other car is going to go, as I was mentioning, because the likes of SRC Movano Corsa, despite leading, they were able to get really good fuel mileage, but they've got such a big lead now to first Orion, but then P1 in 3rd place. They are able to really just control the race from now. If they needed a little bit of fuel saving, lose a couple of seconds, they can do so.
They have absolutely controlled this race so far. It's been a bit of a masterclass, really, from them. Down the inside goes Liam McNinch there. Oh, I've not seen driving for Maniti Racing actually in the GSI Endurance Series this season, but there we are. He's into the pit lane now, just in behind Daniel Sivasavo as well for P1 Esport. And they're slowly trickling in. It's less so at this stage in the race. We're quite deep into a green flag run now. We've got more than 40 laps under our belt here. And we're not exactly seeing, you know, a mad rush on pit lane where, you know, there's a million cars there at once. It's much more calm now. You know, it's 1 or 2 at a time, really. And it's a bit more relaxed down in pit lane as opposed to the franticness we saw earlier, really.
Yeah, it's definitely that slightly calmer point of the race once you have a bunch of green flag running, and the teams can now just focus on the cars around them. They don't have 15 cars in their mirrors and stuff to think of, so they can certainly just continue that, as we're getting a couple other cars still in the pit lane. P1 Esport coming in this time around, as we're going to move down in towards turn number 1, side by side into the braking zone, and that is going to be quite a big move there around the outside for Valkyrie, getting up that place, and pretty easily done actually, so not too bad for that one, and just enjoying the way through the field as it stands.
Yeah, they've only attended 2 of the free races so far, but they're in the top 5 both times. So they have had a decent season as Orion and Movano come in together now at 1 and 2. Colorado Esports may well do the same, and so will Maniti Racing 17, you would imagine. Dylan Scrivens and Mats Torgusfeld do indeed do the same. So in they come now. But there they are, up on the jacks. And finally there is a driver change. Eduardo Leo gets out and Nicholas Bu gets at the wheel for SLC Movano Corsa. Should be able to retake the lead. A duo, of course, that have raced together many times on our racing now for Movano. But Orion leave first. That was Orion leaving first. Eku Hapala with, well, a shorter time in the lane because SLC Movano Corsa, away from what we were looking at, was serving a 10-second penalty. And so we will have a change for the lead. Orion race team and Eku Hapala now 2.5 seconds in front of Nicholas Bu. And what a situation to throw a new driver into. Go and chase down the race leader and overtake him to retake it. That's quite a task to leave the pit lane with.
Yeah, so they got a 10-second penalty for a 5-second rule violation on pit box entry. I do not know what that correlates to, but they got a 10-second penalty for it. So certainly not... not the nicest thing in the world for them, because now they have lost the lead, the overall lead, when it works its way out, and we now have to see them fighting back. And we were saying for a while they were just dominating the race. They had control of the race at the front, but they need to try and work their way back. Fortunately, they're actually only just a couple of seconds behind the net race leader there, so that's going to work out quite nicely for them, because when you have a car in your sights, it definitely gives you that little bit extra motivation actually they've gone off there. They've gone off in Ascari. They actually losing the rear wing as well. That might be some big damage and big consequences for SRC Movano.
Well, not sure if they found the wall, but it does look like they've got no rear wing. And the long-time race leader, championship leaders as well, SRC Movano Corsa, have seen their race fall apart in front of their eyes here at Monza. What a remarkable situation. They've certainly got damage to that car, and on Nicholas Bu's outlap, he's going to have to come straight back in. It's just too hard on the brakes on the rear end. He's gone backwards into Ascari, slammed into the wall. There's rear suspension damage there as well, you can be sure, and a possible very long repair coming up for the championship leaders. Well, we thought they had complete control of this race, but one penalty, one mistake, and all of a sudden they might not even be on the lead lap anymore. I'm sure they'll have more damage in about 2 minutes. Surely they're going to lose the lead lap.
Oh yeah, that's going to be many minutes of damage coming their way. I think they're going to be sitting there for quite a while, and that is going to be multiple laps. They are not going to be winning this race, definitely, but they need to keep going, of course, because of the points. They're so important, even though they've got a bit of a gap. The gaps are so close overall in the GTP series that even sort of 10 points here and there could make a big difference with just 2 races to go after this race here today at Monza. So definitely that is also opening the door for other drivers to work their way up towards the front, the likes of Urano, who we saw struggling a little bit earlier on in the race.
Well, my goodness me, this race has just taken a real turn. And this championship may well have just taken a real turn as well, as SLC Movano, of course, get repairs done right now. Battle, by the way, between German Sim Racing and Hydrace Geodesic Racing has prevailed for Lucas Lippert for German Sim Racing, as we're watching the 2 Maniti cars come through on the RSO Porsche. But there you can see Manuel Sudau in the 17 Maniti car. He is tied for second in the championship at the moment with Pure Sims Esports, who are down in 9th place right now. So the one saving grace for SLC Movano, of course, is the fact that, you know, they're not actually that far up the order, really. Maniti Racing and Pure Sims, you know, they're not gaining too many points on them just for now.
We'll see how that one develops, though, because we are still just shy of 50 laps away from the half points lap as well, so still plenty of time for those teams to work their way up and sneak a cheeky 50 points in the bag. Whereas of course Nirvana Corsa, by the time that all plays out, they're probably going to be pretty much last in class, which is going to be very difficult for them to come back on, as we were mentioning a little bit earlier. So this has big implications potentially for this championship, and just shows you how one mistake can mean everything. One braking zone and that is it. Your championship can turn on its head, and that just shows you really how on the limits these drivers are, especially in this new BMW M Hybrid V8. It's very tricky on the brakes. We've seen that so many times already, not just in this race but in other races as well. With this car, you have to be on it to be driving this car at the very limit.
Well, just as we thought that this race was being controlled by Movano and it was settling down in GTP, it's all of a sudden changed. The Ryan Race team will lead after Trek Esports come in. Trek have now gone 3 laps longer than Orion. They should be in at the end of this lap, as German Sim Racing and Satellite Racing are. So you'd expect that to be the same. Race Clutch should be in as well. Actually, they've already been in Race Clutch, and their pit stop was nearly 90 seconds. Valkyrie's pit stop, nearly 90 seconds. Damage really affects these GTPs, and so when you see the amount of damage that Nicholas Burgess got, you all of a sudden start to appreciate just how long he's going to be there for. He might even drop below some of the GT3s in the overall standings. But at the end of this lap, Jim Hurtroy should be into the pit lane and dropping down the order, possibly to around 8th place in this field right now. But we'll wait and see, of course, as we go back to the GT3s, and plenty of battles that are going on in this group. 2 Viscerals involved in it as well. Jack Savage at the front, Nicholas Last at the back, and it's GT3 where most of the actual battling is happening right now.
Yeah, they stayed so close together. Even many laps now after the restart. We're coming up very quickly to about 50 laps since the restart, if I'm not mistaken. So definitely a lot of time and a lot of laps, but the cars stay close together. The slipstream, of course, helps that, but we are seeing some very close lap times between a bunch of these drivers as Trek Esports, so the GTP, comes into the pit lane. But this battle in GT3, of course, gets closer and closer the further that we go down. And this is, of course, for about 8th position is that the front Visceral car, but the second Visceral car in the back just having a look, bit awkward there as one of the cars comes out of the pit lane. Is that being this one? Maybe coming out of the pit lane in the GTP category as well. So definitely loads of chaos for these drivers to focus on.
Yeah, lots of busy parts of the racetrack right now. We've gotten to that stage in the race where there's not clumps of traffic in terms of one long line that we had earlier on, but it's dotted around the circuit really, and so we'll just a case for the prototypes to battle their way through for that traffic, as Dylan Scrivens is doing there for Urano Esports, just getting through on the German Sim Racing car. But Dylan Scrivens is up to 4th now. He's closing in on P1 Esport and Geodesic. All of a sudden, Orion Race Team have got a big lead, but the battle for 2nd in GTP is just hotting up a little bit. And maybe they're going to be happening properly soon as well. But let's wait and see. In good first part to this race, not quite at half distance just yet, but very much on our way. Less than 50 laps to go. One more pit stop for the GT3s before they'll reach that halfway mark, I would imagine, and probably 2 for the prototypes, although it's going to be quite close. And there is always a bit of weighing up to do as to just how heavily you go for those halfway points, whether you do risk it all for them or whether you just continue on your race almost as if they're not there.
Yeah, I like it, to be honest, because as you're right, I haven't done the maths of exactly how that works out for their pit strategies, but a lot of the teams are going to be pitting around the time of that number, and that is going to be a big factor because you don't want to be pitting, losing track position as it goes over the lap count for the points, because it's just 3 points that you're losing. You might as well save that lap of fuel so that you stay out to cross the line in that order. So definitely something to be thought about for the drivers who might be on that limit of pitting on the all-important 50% marker.
Well, it's always difficult to know whether to really go for it or not, but I'm just thinking, because, well, how long was it since Orion came in? 4 laps ago. I would have been on lap 81 of this race, or lap 80, I should say, as I'm looking at an old time speed. So they came in on lap 80. That's 50 laps until the halfway points. However, these drivers and teams have been doing about 24 laps, roughly, maybe 25. So maybe they can just about stretch it, but Orion were not the first team down pit lane, so maybe there are some teams that can make it and some that can't. If there's no safety car, it could be a real a minefield and something to think about for all of these teams, really, as to whether they have to make a pit stop, the lap or two before, or whether they do need to do a little bit of fuel saving between now and then.
Yeah, and it's certainly something that I need to think about. Is Maniti there diving down the inside of Pure Sims in towards turn 1. Pure Sims hold it all the way around the outside. They have the apex for turn number 2. This is the battle for 5th place in your GTPs, and that is the number 79 Maniti. So that is not the one that's second in the championship as it stands. It is the sister car of that, currently in 11th place in the championship, which is the one just a little bit behind there. In the back of shot, you can see is the number 11. But for sure, the Pure Sims are under pressure now, coming through the second chicane up towards Lesmo 1, but defended it well there in the first part of the lap.
Yeah. Lap 86 right now, and something to think about a little bit later on. Pure Sims Esports, though, moving forward. Daniel Kraft up to 5th now, and I've no idea where he's found this from, because he was really struggling in his first stint, but he's now back ahead of both Maniti cars, doing a lot better than he was earlier. So I have no idea where he's found this from, but all of a sudden doing well. Nearly half a minute off the race leader, though. Zyka Hapala now got a 13-second lead over Hydrace Geodesic Racing. P1 Esport third, ahead of Urano Esport, and then it's Pure Sims who round out the top 5. Not spoken about the GT3 Pro leaders for a while, but they're still it's still Timo Winter, still Team Huizinveld, with nearly 4 seconds of an advantage to Urano Esports. They're both pulling away from Maniti Racing's Gonzalo Vergara. Nearly 11 seconds between 2 and 3 there. Pure Sims Esports and Hydrace Geodesic Racing in the top 5 there as well. And Archer Brothers now continue to extend their lead in GT3. 26 seconds to Maniti Racing, championship leaders, limiting the damage very well. Karuma Motorsport on their debut are third, ahead of WS Racing Esport and Torque Freak Racing to round out the top 5 there. But it is very interesting, Cam, to look at the top 5 in GTP and GT3 Pro, and I have to notice that a lot of the teams are the same. Geodesic are there twice, Urano are there twice, Pure Sims are there twice. And Maniti very well could be there twice as well if Liam McNinch makes a move in a couple of moments. So it's there's some dominant teams in this series, there's no doubt about that.
And it's cool to see that the versatility of the teams as well, to put in some good drivers and perform at the top in completely different styles of cars actually as well. So that just shows you the effort that some of these teams are putting in to the championship, which is good. Is they're not just focusing on one. You do sometimes see teams that just prefer to be in the top class, whatever category that is. They just want to be in the top class all the time. And then there's others who just want to be in the GT class or the slower class the whole time. So it is always nice to see when the teams do have that versatility. And teams do like to get the double victory and even the double championship wins, but that is very difficult to do over the course of one season, let alone 2 effectively at the same time. As we do see the likes of Urano, for instance, they're always at the top no matter where they go. This is a little bit further down in that GT3 field. And that is, I think that's the car at the front. That's the Audi of Phoenix in 12th place. So this is quite far down, but the battles still rage on as we see Dennis Viker there trying to come around for the Deutsche Payment Raven car. And they are in a 4-way battle as we come down the front straightaway.
Well, this is quite far down, but this is where Phoenix Racing Esport have ended up after their 20-second penalty last time out. 20 seconds doesn't sound like an awful lot, I suppose, but we've got even more of a gap between 1 and 2 in GT3. However, it really is quite a margin, and so Phoenix Racing Esports have dropped down quite a lot of places as a result, because this field is still so close. You look at the GTPs, for example, and you've only got 7 cars within half a minute. Here in GT3 Pro, it is a lot closer than that, in terms of those that are staying within 30 seconds or so. Well, I suppose it is out of the leaders, outside of the leaders. Once you stop, once you go below the podium places, very close. Because Phoenix don't exactly have that much gap to make up to the next car themselves. The next one will be Tempest Simsport and Rui Carreras, and it's going to be the 2 Visceral cars as well. Just up in front, you can see in the background. Well, actually, the Visceral cars are now sandwiching Carreras, but it's very close in the midfield of GT3 Pro, and they're still staying in trains here at Monza, but there's a lot less fuel saving, a lot less nose to tail going on than there was earlier on, which I think is a good thing, really, because we don't want to see them follow each other all day long.
Yeah, we do want to see some battles, and there has been quite a lot of battles, to be fair, in the opening 89 laps of the race, which is always good to see, as we're getting the Hydra Race Geodesic car here in 13th place as it stands, and they are in this battle. There's quite a few cars in this little train. They are just a little bit, about half a second there behind Phoenix in front of them, who are only less than a second behind Visceral, who are also less than a second behind Tempest. So this is a nice battle working its way out. Maximilian Fritz in the car as it stands, and at the moment in time trying to work their way forward. Of course, it's a little bit more difficult when you do have multiple cars in a slipstream train as such, but you can always find a way past, especially when traffic comes and gets involved.
Yeah, certainly. Maximilian Fritz, by the way, has transferred to Hydra Race Geodesic Racing in the last year. I can't remember where it was before. I think it was 5-Star Motorsport before, or somewhere around there. He was certainly doing well in the GT Sprint Series last season, and now moved over to Geodesic Racing in the GSI Endurance Series, trying to hold on to the rear end of Phoenix Racing Esports, but you can see that they are a team that have dropped down from the leaders and have now found themselves back in the pack, because that Audi looks very strong. Doesn't look a particularly favourable manufacturer as always, but now they're knocking on the door of a top 10. We're about to see Phoenix Racing Esports make quite some overtakes in the next few moments. There's 2 Visceral cars up in front here, and there's the Tempest Simsport Porsche as well. I think Phoenix Racing Esports might well have overtaken all of them by lap 100.
Certainly, Felix trying to make up all of that as a move to the left as the GTPs come past. They have to sort to the right. Felix now to the outside of the final corner, the Parabolica corner. Can they get themselves up towards the front of that battle with Visceral? Yes, they can. Another position gain there for Phoenix, and they've already got their sights on the car ahead of them as well, of Tempest. So that is looking really nice for them to keep on making some positions, but actually we're looking at coming back up towards turn number 1. Visceral having half a thought about it, but actually just going in behind there and not making a move, although Visceral then need to look in their mirrors as well, as this is a great 4-way battle, exchanging positions, looking up down the inside. It's all nice and clean so far.
Oh dear me, Fritz just got things all wrong on the exit there, and yeah, dear me, he's lost a lot of time there. I thought he was going to try and make a move as well on the Visceral Porsche, but that's not going to happen anymore, or not anytime soon anyway. But good progress being made now by Julian Raymer in that 105. Try and overtake now the 103. Tempest Simsport, of course, had a really good qualifying. They're up there, but they did get pushed wide in all of the kerfuffle that happened at turn 1. They didn't quite get it as bad as PGZ, of course, but they were pushed out wide into the gravel as a result, and they fell down to the bottom end of the top 10. And once you find yourself down here, as we're seeing right now, it is quite difficult to get your way out of, even if you do have the pace.
yeah, you just get stuck a little bit in the GT3 category because there just isn't as much slipstream as you get in other categories. It's a bit harder to overtake. The cars is so close together as well with the amount of cars that we have. Naturally, the difference between each one is so close as well. It's very difficult to make those overtakes. But Phoenix are doing it well, and they're trying to get closer and closer. Once again, can they do a double move into Parabolica 2 laps in a row? Having to think about it, but no, just backing off slightly, trying to get the run. That will be down the front straight away as they're getting the GTP cars go all the way around the outside of them, nice and cleanly, as no one is hurt from that one, as this battle continues on now for 10th place. This will be if they can get past 10% all the way down the front straight, and getting the slipstream once again closer and closer. Is going to have to be a bit of a late dive though if they're going to make the move. They do go to the inside now of turn number 1. Does the Audi F. Phoenix braking later, side by side in the braking zone, and gets the move done rather nicely, and that is another place up into the top 10.
Absolutely, nice move. And they should be able to stay there as well. It would be smart for Tempest Simsport to stay behind here and maybe even push the Phoenix Audi around the Curva Grande if possible. Push on a little bit further and use the slipstream. Benefit from a bit of fuel saving here as well. And that's exactly what they're going to do into the Della Roggia. German sim racing coming up next, and then it's Visceral. And by lap 100, they might well have taken all of them. But it is difficult to make your way through the field, and they will, of course, still be losing time to the front 3 who they were with earlier on. It's going to be difficult for them to get back to the podium, but this is the beauty of the GSI Endurance Series. You never know when they're going to catch another safety car, and, well, when they do, they'll be right back in it with the leaders.
Yeah, they certainly will, and that is why you gotta just keep going, keep pushing forward, keep doing your thing, and hope that maybe you'll get a bit of luck with a safety car here and there, because as we know, that just bunches all the pack up together, and then the absolute chaos happens of the first or 10-20 laps after that restart when everyone is so close together. More opportunities come from that as well, where we've seen certain teams jump up even 5-10 places at some of these restarts. So yes, definitely is working out well for some of these teams. I've seen Pure Sims now dive up the inside as such into the Parabolica, as we are now on to lap 93 for the leaders in the GTPs. And we've seen quite a few of them now come down the front straight away. That is your battle with a couple of Maniti cars, which is currently for 6th place. The number 17 car is actually now ahead of the number 79, so they have swapped places at some point. And just behind them, they have SRC Movano Corsa, who seemingly have got back out, but are 7 laps down on the leader.
Certainly are. What a disappointment. What a disappointment for the championship leaders. And 5 laps down on the next car as well for SRC Movano Corsa. They really will need some safety cars, and they can take a wave around each time, but they're not going to get back onto the lead lap and back into contention for this race. And obviously, Maniti Racing and Pure Sims Esports will certainly know that. And, you know, now is as good an opportunity as any to gain points. But based on the pace that they've had so far, Movano, I would say that, you know, they can get right back into it at Motegi with a good round. You know, it's not over for them by any means.
Yes, certainly not. And that is why we love endurance racing. The fact that you can come back, of course, when you lose loads of time, it does become difficult, but other teams can at least have some further issues and get involved in things, and you can always get those positions back. So having a cheeky, you know, rage quit, a cheeky DNF from your own choosing is not always the way to do it. There's always something to be fought for a little bit later on, and always something to be learnt for the next races. Absolutely.
So nearly 100 laps in to this race here at Monza, the 1500 kilometres of Monza, round 4 of the GSI Endurance Series presented by IVRA. We will have the entire race here on RaceSpotTV as always. Great to be along once again, but unfortunately my commentary stint is coming to an end. You'll still have the company of Cab Roger for another hour. We'll be welcoming in Lorenzo Bonda into the broadcast booth very soon as well, but Hugo Luis also taking his leave with me as well, so Matic will be behind the cameras very soon. But we're going to take a quick break, a quick RaceSpotTV fan immersion for you here this afternoon here at Monza. Where better to do it than with one of these new GTP cars. Just a sense of speed that you get from inside one of these, absolutely phenomenal. So enjoy this on board with Liam McNinch here in round 4 of the GSI Endurance Series 1,500 kilometres at Monza.
And welcome back to the GSI Endurance Series presented by IVRA. And we just swapped over commentary. Ewan O'Leary has left the building. And we do bring in Lorenzo Bonda as well as behind the scenes. As Ewan mentioned, Connery Maddock has come into the cameras that you are seeing on the screen. So Lorenzo, we join, of course, as we get to about lap 100. So 157 laps to go in this race. It's been a very chaotic opening sort of a couple of hours of this race. We've had a couple of safety cars as well, and let's just see how this one goes. But what do you think can really happen as we get towards this second half of the race?
Aside from the start, I think it was kind of like more calm than I probably would have envisioned, to be very honest with you, Cam. But other than that, I think that start dictated how the race. I thought the race was going to be more chaotic, but that start, which was complete chaos, I think calmed down the nerves of everybody a little bit. Just trying to take it more cautiously, especially with the traffic. Of course, 2 wide, 3 wide here and there, but other than that, has been calm around all places.
Absolutely, as we had Geodesic there, just having an awkward situation, being sort of overtaken, then coming straight into the pit lane. So we definitely had that sort of next round of pit stops for a couple of the drivers as we come now across the start-finish line. We've got the 2 Maniti cars, and they have the SSC Movana Corsa car in behind, but that is 7 laps down after a crash a little bit earlier on, as the 2 Maniti cars lead the way. The number 17 is in front, currently in 6th position. And that is important because the 17 is currently 2nd in the championship. The Movana Corsa in behind, as I said, is 7 laps down. They are leading the championship, so this could be quite a big race for the number 17 there. And they've certainly been pushing along Lorenzo, but there's definitely an opportunity for them to gain some points back, especially with those halfway points coming in just about 30 laps' time.
Yeah, more or less, and it's always really good. And I think we're up to the point in this championship where especially in the LMPs, I think every point is going to matter. It's going to be a little bit more complicated for you to claw up on top in the GT3s and GT3 Pro, because it's kind of like, it's a little bit more decided, just try to survive until the end. But anyway, it's proving to be a very compelling race nevertheless for those who are still in the track, and so a lot of opportunities. Despite these strategies, I think some of the teams are being very different. From, I think, for the first pit stop onwards.
Yes, the pit stops seemingly have changed things quite a few times, actually. We've seen the separation of the pit stops come out quite a lot, despite those safety cars, of course, sort of evening things out. There's a lot of the GT3 cars now coming into the pit lane. We definitely seen the pit stops make some quite bigger changes for the positions, and definitely the lap counts that we've seen going on. We've seen some differentials of even up to sort of 3-4 laps between some of these teams. So they definitely know what they're sort of doing in that regard. That is certainly working out for some of the teams who are going longer. They seemingly sort of benefit over the course of a few hours.
That I'm liking over here in this battle is how the GT3 is actually being close to one another. Of course, a little bit more broken down than probably you would have expected. I think they took the heavier toll because of the incidents they actually accrued in the first few laps. I think the second yellow flag was actually related to a GT3 being stopped on track and had to pull into the lane and thus close to the yellow flag. But what Jacob Riley is doing against Torque Freak Racing is kind of cool. Of course, in the rest, the GT3 Pro, I think it's the different strategies, but we shouldn't take this as a face value. What the domination that Dominic Hoffman has at the time being.
Absolutely, and it's certainly something that the strategic people in the team need to look out for, because we've seen such close battles, especially in this in the 2 GT3 classes. We've seen such close battles up and down the order. What was mentioned about the pit stops, they seem to be making some quite big differences, because if you gain a couple of seconds here and there, as you see with how close some of these cars are, you can really start to gain a couple of places here and there, and of course that is very good. So it's a good opportunity for some of these drivers to be able to do that. But they need to be working as a team to do so, as we're seeing in the foreground there. A couple of the GTPs start to work their way up there a little bit further down. Now, the race clutch car in that P15, as they are starting to work their way back through. They haven't had the best time of this race after having a suspension on the previous one as well. But we do focus on this battle in the GT3 field. So this is currently for third place. Maniti Racing leading the way of Pure Sims down towards turn 1.
Which is a really good battle between two guys in the championship part. If I'm just correct, I need to actually look it up just to confirm my theory. I know Pure Sims is kind of struggled a little bit to get really good results from this championship. Was like in a good, had good spots, especially in the GT3 Pro, but never was able to actually break the mode into the races. I was getting into some incidents here and there. It's just Beniti at the car ahead who's actually doing a more regular job of staying in the top 5 and so far having a solid race. And like I said, all those points are going to be necessary because their direct competition is not doing too good so far. Phoenix is down behind.
Yes, certainly. Some few of the teams starting to struggle, have a couple of struggles over the course of the race, but that is certainly what happens, and it's not the best time to do it, as we are now about 25 laps away from the half points given at half distance, which of course is very crucial. 2 races left after this one, so 3 races as such still to be given points for, including this one. There's not too much time left, already halfway through this championship, as we're on board now with Daniel Ferguson getting closer and closer, coming up towards the final corner and just lifting off the tiniest bit there, trying to get a run now out towards the front straight away. The 179 Maniti car in front. We've got Vergara in that car, but it's going to be the slipstream of Ferguson now for Pure Sims, getting closer and closer towards turn 1. But as you see, it's not easy overtake in these GT3s. You have to wait, and then finally you might get half a chance to sniff down the inside in towards turn 1. It looks like Ferguson going to be getting his car nicely there towards the apex of turn 1 and makes that move stick for third place.
That was well negotiated. I think Gonzalo Vergara knew that the one thing you cannot afford to do a lot in here is afford time to try to go for those overtakes. If you try to go for switchback, maybe at the final laps or going through the halfway points, whenever you're actually going for those points, and things should be set in stone. But other than that, this is one of the tracks that if you are in a train trap and you're going to make an overtake on someone within that train, and even though there is some gaps among the cars themselves, it's not big. Of course, there are some back markers in front. You still want to be within that train to minimize fuel consumption here, because I think from all tracks, this actually is the highest fuel consumption average in this championship, other than any other track in the season. So that's why trying to stretch out 1 lap, maybe 1.5 laps, would be important for you to reduce the consumption, the refuel. And whenever you come down to the final laps, maybe you can gain an advantage on the competition. Of course, tire-wise, the conversation changes because we are now actually IMSA regulated the pit stops, where you change tires and fuel at the same time.
Yeah, and that's, I guess, is the main reason why we're seeing all the single stints. And talking about pit stops, a couple of pit stoppers in. We've got the Mercedes-AMG Team Urana Esports with Dominic Hoffman in the GT3 in the pit lane. We've also got the other Urano in the GTPs just coming as well. Jutta Licht has got back in that car. And they are doing really good to recover some lost ground from where they were. They were sort of in 8th place on pure pace a bit earlier in the GTPs. but they are now looking to be in at 4th place as Maniti to come in from what was the effective lead, but of course they will drop further down. The 46 will be taking the lead in that one. So definitely pit stop time for some of these cars, as you're seeing the Urano car there coming through the final corner side by side between 2 GTPs, so into turn number 1, and that of course is a rather nice move there, and that is Yao Vaz for Orion there, getting a really nice race. They've been showing some good pace in the earlier parts, and they've been helped by the fact that SRC Movano Corsa had that crash earlier on, but they've just been keeping themselves in a good place to go for the victory today.
I think this is one of the best positions they found themselves in the championship to actually get a victory. Not a slow car, which is the former Race Clutch and Race Clutch team, and it was also the former GSI team in the core lineup of this 47 car. So they're doing a really good job maintaining. I think even their teammates in Yuka Hapala was actually doing a really solid job in the car. But other than that, this 46 is just cruising and no visible threat inside, as of course the track has already diminished the cars on track, and the less cars on track for Monza, especially for overtaking, and having a clean stint is a good thing.
And talking of cars that are no more, I believe we had 4 DNFs already, and all of them seemingly were on the first lap of the race. Team PGZ, the ATRS, and also the Virtual Motorsports from the GT3 Pro category, and also World of Sim Racing as well. They had an accident. Well, actually, I believe that was a little bit later on in the race, but all mostly towards the front end of the race. We come back to a battle in the GT3s as the Visceral car on the inside there. The Aztec Simsport Visceral, are they going to be trying to keep that pace, make that move maybe on the inside? 13th position either way it is for, as the Geodesic there are in behind. And that was a nice battle there down in towards turn 1, but it's just so difficult to go side by side there. Now coming up towards the second chicane, they're going to of course continue that battle down, and Visceral are having quite a good, fairly good showing in this race. They've got one car up into 5th place. I do believe they've effectively got 3 cars over the course as well, named various different ways. So that's certainly something that they enjoy, and that team in general with Visceral, they've been named a few things over the years, and I think it's good to see that they do get some good results here and there, but that car, of course, as I mentioned, is for about 14th place as it stands.
Yeah, and the solid result, I think the really good result was actually getting, I think it was 2nd or 3rd place in Daytona, and what was, of course, we know Daytona, I think, was one of those races where if you had predictions, you would throw them in the garbage or throw them in the bin immediately. But other than that, it's a season of up and downs for them. Had a really upcoming and solid result in Road America. Good recovery. Their halfway points were actually really good, but of course the end of the race kind of like helped them up, propel a little bit to be towards the halfway points. Coda was disastrous, and then coming back up to the top is good for Visceral, which has a solid lineup to say the very least. And surely, I think with a good result of this race, I'll not say they're probably going to get into the top 5, but they're probably going to get in the rounds of the top 5 with this good result.
Absolutely, and that is obviously the places that you really want to be is towards the top 5 of any race, to be honest. As we've seen, this battle for 9th in the GT3 Pro category. Got 3 cars pretty close together. Geodesic have Felix right behind them, but then Tempest is just that car a little bit further back, about under a second now behind as well. So 3-way battle for the final couple of places in the top 10, which is always the important one as well. If you're in these bigger fields where you've got 20 plus cars, you want to be getting inside the top 10 and showing that you're good. And Phoenix doing a good job to recover from that penalty early on. I think they were down in sort of 16th place at one point. They were quite low down, and they're really enjoying their push back through the field.
Yeah, absolutely, and you can see that there isn't too much aggressiveness coming out of the car to try to look for moves. as there is a faster car. There's one of the WMA hybrids. I know that that BMW M8 is not going to be alone anymore in the hybrid in the LMDH category here on iRacing. So going to be getting some company reveals soon. But nevertheless, so far so good for Phoenix with a good recovery run. I like that. We like to see a brand that has a lot of history, not just in GT3s, but also racing in general, of course, having a solid results overall.
And here comes Felix getting a run down the front straight away, getting closer and closer. Is that going to be an overtake? Was that going to be a bit of bum drafting? No, it is going to be an overtake to the inside. Goes the Audi of Phoenix Racing Esports. They'll have the inside line there, and Geodesic do not defend that one at all. They just let the Audi slide by as Phoenix jump up into 9th place in that 105 machine to continue their recovery. And let's just see exactly where they need to try and get themselves to. They're 4 seconds behind the next car, which is German Sim Racing, but there's another 4 seconds ahead of them. So 8 seconds really for the next couple of cars. So work still to do for them, but at the rate that they are going back, they can probably get themselves up towards that Visceral car in P5.
Yeah, we even just saw the GSR car coming into Lasmo 1 and just now going to Lasmo 2, so you can see it's falling down a little bit. And what helps them, they are sharing draft with the hydro ratio. That's the car behind. So you know, being able to be within the draft, of course, even though you're the car in front, you are able to actually, because you are sharing air with other cars, you can gain that speed a little bit, be the rapid, push the other cars ahead of you with the trade-off of fuel. And I think for them, at this point in the championship, with the second half opening up, and with the close battles, like I said before, with Aztec, Visceral, with Beniti, Glacier, Hoisting, and Team Hoisting Belt, they need all the points they can get. So, which we're probably going to get in about 30 laps or so. So they need everything going their way.
Yeah, we certainly do, and this battle has been, or this comeback, I should say, has been rather nice to witness as well. So great to see. Is that just slightly old and to update that? No, RaceSpotTV are in the pit lane, I believe, in the GTPs. They, I think, are doing potentially a driver swap as well along with that. So they'll be coming out. Not the race that they would have wanted as it stands, just overtaken there by private label Team Hype. But it is going to be Valerius that takes them back out into the race. Currently they're in that 13th position, which is really not what they would have wanted to see. But they have had just seemingly not any sort of good luck or good pace this race so far. Yeah,
which is a down moment for them. Of course, top team, and I have to look into the sheet to see if they actually got into a few issues, but other than that, just keeping the car in track. As we see, go ahead.
Oh, we see Valkyrie there off number double triples. Well, I'd say 77, but their car is 27 on on the car. So definitely that I remember actually one of the cars got a penalty. But yes, as you say, yellow flag, which should mean safety car coming out, and this could be potentially a big factor for some teams, as there's of course going to be some pit stops to be done around that. And yes, this car as well, I was saying earlier, they entered in the wrong number. I believe it might be sorted now, but either way, they potentially got a penalty from that. Let's see though, coming down towards the final corner on their own as it stands. They do have a GT3 car, one of the Geodesic cars just ahead of them. Are they going to dive it down the inside? Are they going to lock the rears? Certainly an interesting place to do that, just going too wide, getting on that Astro, overcorrecting, and that is quite a big hit into the wall.
Yeah, getting some damage on the wing, most definitely on the suspension. I think crashing, if I have to guess, about nearly 250, I would estimate, with the rear side of your car. Just trying to go on the outside, just clipping that AstroTurf as well. It's kind of like the Charlotte Clark move of sorts, isn't it? So they got that out of the Ferrari playbook, and unfortunately paying the price and causing our third yellow flag of the race. This actually might be really good for Orion, because I think they were on the cyclone a little bit, but they might bring actually the Renault car that was actually going into the lead. I was just checking who's in second place right now, because there was a few cars that had gone into the pit stop.
Yeah, we'll have to see exactly how this works out. But once again, they're not behind the safety car. We saw this last time as well, where they go so slow to actually catch up the safety car in the first place, because, of course, saving fuel and trying to make sure that they are getting every 0.1 of a litre that they can. And it seemed to be quite crucial a couple of times as well, with teams being just on the limit of doing another lap or so. 1:11 as well is getting to that crucial stage. 1:30 is going to be half distance in this race, so not too long to go. And if people start pitting now, then everyone will of course be able to get to the half distance without pitting again. So it'll be a straight fight, and there will be, Lorenzo, quite a lot of teams who actually will put a lot of effort in to get those half points in 18 laps time.
Yeah, I think everybody's gonna actually do that, to be very honest with you. If they're of course gunning up for halfway points, trying to remember how many laps you can actually do around your average. I think I would estimate about maybe 20 something laps before you come into the pit lane. But regardless, I think it's gonna be, if it becomes a busy pit lane, I would expect more maybe on the GT3s than anything else, as you'd probably be on right on fuel, and then maybe something extra down the line, and maybe not count with the pit stop lane too much. But it opens up now the gamma for some very unique strategies moving forward on how you deal with tires and fuel when you actually do your service.
Yeah, absolutely. As we're seeing a lot of the wave rounds happening now, as you'll see the order just being sorted to make sure everyone is on the right lap. And as ever, this will take a couple of laps to sort out before we get to that restart. And Lorenzo, I guess for what you said, you were watching earlier. Did you see those restarts and the first sort of 5 laps or so afterwards? The absolute train of GT3s is incredible. Let's hope we don't get any further incidents like we've seen in Turn 1 already.
Oh, no. You mentioned the incident at Turn 1, lap 1, right?
Well, yeah, but also just the chaos on the 2 restarts as well, with all the GT3s bunched back up together.
Oh, but I mean, we like to see that, but we don't like to see chaos. So let's hope. I think now that we are going for halfway points, and we actually might restart with the race with 10 to go, we might actually see this confusion happen. This might actually bunch up the GT3s pros, maybe more than the GT3 class itself. So I think it's gonna pick up from here onwards in terms of action, and then it should calm down from lap 131 onwards, and maybe pick it up at the final laps, depending on how strategies will go. Absolutely, and it's certainly an interesting point in the race, as we had quite a long green flag period. We were getting close to sort of 75-80 laps roughly of green flag running, so there was quite a long time there where obviously the drivers are getting in a bit of a rhythm. Now that's all reset, and the drivers will once again have to sort of work themselves out into where they are in the train. They're going to have to get their racing hat back on again once we get into the green flag, and just see the huge train of cars we have here today at Monza, all coming through that Ascara chicane and going nice and slowly. But I do wonder still if there are going to be a couple of pit stops still to go before we get back to the green flag. If it is, I think everybody just rounded out behind the pace cars, so I wouldn't be surprised if pit lane is open moving forward. So let's see how this is actually going to be in a few minutes or seconds, as they're going to go one more lap. No cars behind, so we haven't got the clearance from race control yet to go into the pit box from what it looks like. But other than that, just wondering over here if there's anything to gain, because so far we're seeing just the leaders following one another. You can see Orion, Urano, Hoistingfeld, and Urano, and then all the cars behind. So yeah, so it's gonna. I think this is gonna be a more calm restart, but it all depends on how pit stop goes.
Yeah, absolutely. And of course, that can change the order as well when everyone's coming in to pit at the same time. Depending on how much fuel they have in the tank, will then be obviously changing the way that they come out the pit stop, because in this case everyone's pitting at the same time, but if you have 5 litres less or more than someone else, then that of course is going to be a couple of seconds potentially difference in your pit stop time, and that could be also important as to where you come out in the train. And then of course that will affect massively your restart. As we were mentioning earlier, we saw a few incidents here and there on restarts, and just in general when you see the big train. So there's always a high risk moment of the race, and of course you've got to be keeping on your toes. So pit stop sequence would be very important for those drivers. And looking like we do have some other penalties, the 168, the 116 and the 179. All 3 of those have pending 5-second penalties for pit box infringements as well. So if they have to serve them when coming in for this stop as well, that's going to hinder them even more.
Yeah, that is the 116 is pure Sims, the 179 is Maniti, so and they have to take that whenever they come into the race itself. It's going to be an interesting one if how they will actually serve it. This will damage maybe in the short run. I don't know how the effect is going to be on the long run. I know this is one of the fastest runoffs you have from entry to exit. It's not the biggest runoff, but also at the same time, 80 kilometers per hour. It's easy to make up the ground whenever you do 5 seconds. So I would say average time loss would be around, what, 30 something seconds. So let's see whenever they actually take that penalty. Whenever we go green flag in maybe 4 to 5 laps.
Indeed, as all the drivers once again have that wonderful shot coming out behind the advertising board and out the back of the track, out of Ascari, and they just keep on coming, and they keep on coming the whole length of the straight, pretty much, just showing you how many cars we have. We started with 53. I believe there's 4 DNFs, so we have 49 still on the track, which is really, really good to see that we are keeping that many cars in. And we are on lap 113. That will turn into 114 across the line, getting closer and closer to that half distance. And obviously the cars are going to continue on for another lap. It seems a couple of drivers coming in to the pit lane. And we'll get another lap at least of this yellow flag period. But Lorenzo, what do you think we could expect coming to the restart? Do you think there's going to be a lot of opportunistic driving because of that lap 130 looming over us?
Maybe for those who need points at the halfway field in GT3 Pros, maybe depending how close they are. See a few cars standing, as we see the GSR car just taking this service as a busy pit stop for everyone, and like expected, this was actually meant to happen. Everybody busy on the pit lane.
Yeah, interesting mix there of GTPs and GT3s. They're having to stop. I would assume that's to let the train of cars through. The pit exit is probably closed at the moment, just to make sure that they are at the back of the pack. And then they'll, of course, have to, once they're going, which they are now, they'll have to, of course, catch back up to the back of the train. And that's, of course, going into turn number 1 there. Coming out to turn 2 now. So yeah, I think pitting is a good choice, to be honest, at this stage. It gives you a bit of a reset before we go again. And of course, in a lap counted race, you know how many laps you've got left, so you can work out exactly how many laps per stint you need.
Yeah, which should provide us some good old drama. If there is one thing I wish like could ever happen in sim racing is like I have this like dream of you are racing in a cockpit, and from cockpit vision, like just you do not iRacing and other sims, but you can also gesticulate with your hands. So because this race is in Italy, you have to make hand gestures. So at least once, the camera's catching the drivers making hand gestures, overtaking people while driving, just to get some charisma into the cars, like we see in real life.
Absolutely, it's it's great. Yeah, hopefully we of course see some nice racing, though that's what we saw in the opening parts of the race, that even though we did see some interesting battles, we saw a lot of nice clean racing, and it definitely shows that it can be done even when the drivers are fighting. And it looks like we are actually getting the cars in order. So I guess we aren't going to be going back just yet. Lights still on the safety car, but maybe that means another lap to go, which is good to see that we'll be going back to the green flag, but definitely getting the cars in order. GTPs ahead of the GT3s, and once that is all organised, of course, we'll be going back to green flag racing. And it will be roughly 15 laps of sprint to the halfway point. And just to remind you, there is half points given at the half race distance. So that is a very important factor, considering the fact that how close the championship is, especially as we see in the GTP class. Just to remind you, the number 3 SRC Movana course car leading the way by 44 points. And that is, of course, not too much, considering it's 100 for the win, and then an extra 50 for the half points, the half race win as well. And then they are tied on points with, in second place, we've got the number 17 Maniti and the number 1 Pure Sims. They are tied on points, and only 16 points behind them is Veloce, who unfortunately are not here today. But it's very close, at least at the top, at least in the GTPs. And then for the GT3s, you're looking out for the number 190 Urano Esports. They are leading the way by 73 points from Impulse, then another 100 points back to Obsidian, which is very important because Obsidian aren't here today. So Urano could put them out of contention mathematically if they win and get a good point haul in the half points as well. Then in the GT3s, the standard GT3 category, it is the number 278 Maniti Racing leading the way. So the 278, the 190, and the 3 are your championship leaders and the one to look out for, at least in the championship. But unfortunately, Lorenzo, the number 3, they are quite a few laps down after a crash. They are 6 laps down now on the leader, and that is really going to hinder them.
Yeah, and I'm just wondering if they're still actually on the track. Yeah, they are on the track. They're trying to do whatever they can to try to get some laps back, and it's going to be hard to be, 6 laps back in a race like this, which is very fast. Laps are going in quickly, and so they're just trying to do their best to be within the top 15 and get some points and be done with this pain of entering this race. Other than that, really looking forward to this battle in GT3 between Maniti and Archer Brothers. Archer Brothers are desperate for a good result after Daytona. It went down in shambles. Didn't have a solid Coda round because the car wasn't the best at Coda. So let's see how they will fare in this one. And if Team Hoistingfeld, in my opinion, will go aggressive right off the bat whenever we go green flag, because they need points for halfway, since they got nada, 0, zilch at Daytona.
Yeah, so as we look forward to going back to green flag racing, just run you down the order that we are looking at. You've got the Orion race team, the number 46 leading the way, Jalvaz at the wheel. They have been doing a good job so far. They had a bit of a lead coming, but of course, safety car has reset that. They have now been followed. They are now being followed by Urano, who are in second place. They were down in like 8th place at one point, but they've got themselves up. Dennis Scrivens has done great. As we get the safety car lights off, that means we are going back to green flag. As we come across the line this time around, and in third place, you've got the Hydra Race geodesic car with Austin Young at the wheel. That car's been up and down a little bit, but they have some good pace. They have some good traffic management in that car. And they're your top 3 as we come across the line. Your Championship leader, SRC Movano, they are 15th place. They are the yellow car right at the back there of the GTP line. And your second place in the championship, number 17, they are 6th place. They are that second Maniti car with Manuel Seydu at the wheel. But we are going to get back to green flag racing here for round 4 of the GSI Endurance Series by IVRA. And it has been a long wait under that safety car, but Yalvaz will get the green flag and he will accelerate everyone down towards turn number 1. Joop de Ligt right in behind as we accelerate and we go green once again. Third restart of the race. Let's see how they do down in towards turn number 1. Joop de Ligt already under pressure from a couple of cars behind Young and also the P1 Esports car. They go almost 3 wide in towards the braking zone. P1 already up the inside there in towards that third place. They make the jump on Geodesic and they make the way through as we go side by side a little bit further back as we get a spinner in the background as well.
Yeah, I'm just trying to take a quick look. Who is that? That is actually the Hydra race. That is actually Young. Just trying to take a look. Did he overbrake? He got into contact on the way back. And from what it looks like, he did. And no major drama also with the GT3s as well. I think everybody just settled down. It wasn't wrong looking at the replay.
Yeah, Young, he got overtaken. It looked quite nicely. I sort of hadn't considered there to be any further issues. Just going in a little bit too much curb. Just too much curb on the inside of turn 2. Obviously, everything is still cold. The tyres not giving you the best grip. Pressure's not in the right window. And they are now going to have to not only catch back up to the GTPs. They've got to overtake all these GT3 cars when all of the other prototypes are just doing their own laps because they are obviously ahead of all of the GT3s. So this is losing even more time, and that was a really, really costly mistake.
Yeah, and look on how Austin's trying to get through, trying to make moves, nearly going 3 wide, just looking for anything whatsoever he can work with at the entry of the Scotty. Fortunately for him, I think the car right ahead of him is actually their teammates in the GT3 Pro. That's the car got cleared up. And for the time being, everybody, no major dramas. That's what we like to see in all the GT3 cars bunched up and people trying to make moves like the Deutsche Payment we saw in the back of the frame.
Absolutely, this is the time to make some moves in GT3. The cars are all so close together once again, and it's so easy to get a run as well as we're getting a couple of Porsches there. A little bit side by side, further down in the order, trying to get the run, of course, down the front straight away. Use the slipstream of the cars around you where possible. And once again, still side by side. You're going to have to brake later, but there's cars in front. There's things to worry about. And of course, that is ever so more important. Actually, in the background there, we've seen Tempest hold on to that one. And then up to P11 go Geodesic. So that means it was that Artifact actually dropping down as we're getting Pure Sims around at the second chicane. Wonder if there was contact there for them, as they are obviously losing some more time.
From what it looks like, just maybe overshooting the brakes, and let's see what the former champs have done over here. Just going through the outside. Maybe just didn't expect the other LMDH to be so slow at the entry of the second chicane, and just had to overshoot them at the entry and basically do a 180 no scope.
Was that World of Sim Racing a lap down? I think it might have been, yeah. So Quero here coming into the braking zone. Yeah, just brake way later. Couldn't quite see exactly if that was too late or not as such, even to make it on their own, but definitely just being completely distracted. Fortunately getting facing the right way once again pretty quickly, but definitely losing time and getting off the back of the DRS, off the slipstream train, which is certainly a very important factor for this race, as we've been mentioning here around Monza, with it being so high speed.
Yeah, you could say this is DRS because they're showing just kind of like sharing DRS at the same time. So technically you would not be incorrect, Cam. But yeah, losing the draft is just going to damage quite a lot. Being running by themselves, it's going to be tricky to try to claw back, as we see Track Esports trying to fend off what it looks like to be the German sim racing LMDH, and at the time being the GTP being successful at doing the job.
Absolutely, it's great to see some of these battles continuing on as the race has obviously restarted for the third time. And do not forget that magical lap 130, I believe it will be when the half point is awarded, and therefore that is the the target for these teams out. It's a 12-lap sprint race, effectively, inside a 7-8 hour endurance race. And they know that these positions are going to be important. But of course, you don't want to be overshooting it and then spinning like we've already seen a couple of cars do on this third restart of the race. As we see Trek Esports there, they've got the World of Sim Racing car just ahead of them, so they're actually a little bit away off. They're about 4.5 seconds off the number 17 Maniti, who is quite a way up the road now. But of course, lap traffic slipstreaming them all the way down the front straight.
Yeah, but it is the same car that Pearson's got in trouble with. So, is it a good idea to stay behind the World of Sim Racing car? You know, as they move out of the way, which is a really good job from World Sim Racing. Just let every car that is a lap up go after them without too much of a hassle. But here we go, second chicane. We saw that problem with Pearson's, but only see with another car.
Absolutely, and that car in behind is German Sim Racing Blue. Benjamin Seiss in that car as it stands. World Sim Racing is that actually getting out of the way just about. A little bit awkward though, actually, for the following cars on the thing that's the satellite car in behind. A little bit awkward there. It's a bit difficult to sort of go side by side with cars in that corner. You sort of have to let either none of them go or everyone go. Letting only one is just a bit difficult, a bit dangerous for some of these drivers as we come up towards the Ascari chicane. Once again, Satellite Racing are now in a bit of a battle themselves. They've got the private label Team Hype in behind them as well. So certainly, Pearson's I believe in behind actually, and they're just trying to work their way up towards the front as they have been struggling a little bit over the course of this race. Actually, that's another lap car in there in the background. Actually, yep. I'm mistaken. Just trying to work out who exactly it was. It was SRC Movano actually is right in behind them. So they are 6 laps down, so you don't need to worry about them. But this is a direct battle now between Satellite and World of Sim Racing. Those two cars there. They are 1 lap down respectively on the leader though. So they're not on the lead lap, but it's still an important position because of course it's still a position on track and a position in the standings for when we get to that half lap in half race in 10 laps time. So of course we are getting to that point now where teams are getting lapped and they're getting sort of mixed up in the order, and that can always be a little bit frustrating, but it looks like Trek and German Sim Racing managed to get past there pretty easily.
Yeah, and for Satellite, they're gonna need some good points in here to try to make up for the problem they had at Daytona. We saw they had a problem fairly early on in the race, and of course I think Cyandra, Adam Crane, and the guy Alex Scala and everybody are not going to be very happy with the fact that they had those troubles at Daytona. Very promising car, but had a solid setup, and Cy was actually I remember was a little bit optimistic prior to the incident's halfway point. So let's see how they would fare, as probably going to be a move around the outside. It is tricky, but he can pull that off.
Certainly can. We've seen it before. Side by side, they still go through the apex there, the parabolica. A lot more meters, though, on the outside. So World of Sim Racing will hold on to that position, but the slipstream will come the way of Satellite as they come all the way down. Movano don't really know what to do. They almost don't want to get involved in this battle. Satellite now to the left, all the way down the front straight away. Can they break later? Can they make this position stick? World of Sim Racing keeping it on the inside there. Lets the Satellite car go. But now Movano Corsa all the way around the outside. Get past as well. They get a lap back on that World of Sim Racing car. Great move there, and that of course isn't really a position on track, but it certainly helps Satellite breaking up that battle.
Yeah, absolutely, and it's now going to be kind of like a shield for them, and I don't believe World Sim Racing is going to wait too long. Here they go on the inside. Will they make the move, braking a little bit later than usual? Nearly overshot the first leg, but a nice transition to the second leg, and got the position back on the track. But the question is, are they into this slipstreaming rage? Because right now there's an artifact car in front of him, and I know one Arjuna Kankipati would not be happy if anything happened to that car.
Yes, of course. Companies have their teams as well, despite obviously trying to remain neutral. There's a mud split up in the background there. Cars trying to find themselves some space and running out of it. And now as we come out of the Ascari chicane, World of Sim Racing there, still having that battle though with Movano, and it's a bit awkward for Movano because of course they want to get the laps back, but if they can't pull away, then they're just going to be sort of yo-yoing once again with World of Sim Racing. Of course, they're trying to focus on that battle with Satellite ahead, and they need to look out for that because they do have the private label team Hype not too far behind them, do World of Sim Racing. As we've seen the SLC car there just sit behind no, looking actually to the inside once again, 2 laps in a row, go and overtake in towards turn 1.
And I'm wondering, like, if you're the World of Sim Racing, isn't it better for you to have a faster car, or what would be a faster car in front of you, just pull you and push you to get to the satellite racing cars? They go over the Hell Racers, but no, World of Sim Racers just taking the L right here, as they're probably going to get overtaken by Pure Sims coming into last one as they defend. Yeah,
absolutely. Pure Sims getting involved, and Pure Sims at the moment, they are 9th in the race. They're about 5 seconds behind German Sim Racing now, who were the cars we saw overtaking Satellite not too many laps ago on the grass, trying to get past all this traffic as we're 4 wide coming towards Parabolica. We're 3 wide, 2 rows deep now as it stands, and this is a battle for the lead. Urano trying to get up to the lead for the first time in this race, but Orion trying to hold on to it. Xiao Vaz versus Job de Lit as we come down the front straightaway once again. Their last lap's only a 10th apart as they get closer and closer. Is Job going to do anything towards turn 1? It would be a bit of a lunge if he did for Running Sports Data Group. Not this time around.
And at the background, as we saw that 4 wide happen as well, I think the Geodesic GT3 cars, I think you were a little bit appreciative the fact that they went 4 wide and then punched themselves into a bumping drafting range, one behind the other, and actually got the position. I think that was on Tempest, and maybe I'm trying to remember the other car that was around there, but under competition, that is what we want to see. But nevertheless, good battle for the lead here as the Dutchman trying to have a little bit of one-up on the Portuguese on the number 46 car.
And this could be a big, important race for Urano. 5th place in the standings, but only, quotation mark, only 150 points off the leaders, Movano, who of course have had such a bad battle. So this could be an important race victory, important half race victory as he dives to the inside of Ascari, trying to get the lead at that half-point stage, which is in just 7 laps time. Is getting closer and closer, and yeah, this could definitely be big. Ahead of Urano, Veloce aren't here. Movano are having a bad race today. This could be the race for them to try and come back as they're getting through the traffic here, through the race leaders actually in the GTD Pro field, and now onto the front straightaway. Can Yoptilik get the run? This time he's a lot closer than he was on the last lap, getting the slipstream over 200 miles an hour. It will be coming down towards turn number 1. He has the racing line, which will be the outside, as we're getting the defense and the side-by-side battle from Xiao Vaz there in towards turn 1. Can't get it just yet, but maybe out of turn 2.
I don't think it's going to be after turn 2. I think the reacceleration for Yup, I think, was just too more subtle than what it would normally be at the start of the runoff into Curva Grande, and then and the second chicane. So, so we're probably going to see that Urano car just be the passenger once more into this lap, as it's going to be then 5 to go into halfway points.
Absolutely, and I think that is the main reason for Yop as well pushing so much at this point, because you want to be getting as many points as you can. The difference will be 5 points. It'll be 50 points if you are on P1, or 45 if you're on P2. And with the gaps that we've seen in the championship, some of them are 0, some of them are 9 points. Those 5 points could be very crucial after the next couple of races. And we do continue focusing on this battle while it is so intense, under a second between the two. And they are just really pushing themselves towards the front. Orion have done such a good job to stay at the front. Urano have done a good job to come back through the field. But Yop needs to try and find a way past if he wants to get that half-race victory.
Yeah, I think he's going to need something extra. But at the same time, they need all the... It's the same situation in Satellite. All the points they could get, they can get moving forward, for them will be good. Because having that job Daytona. They had a drop also at Road America. We saw them having issues at the end of Road America. For them will be perfect to try to go back into the championship, but because the win they had and the near perfect race they had at Coda is what is making them to be into the top 5 of the championship and still have a very marginal but yet a fightable chance for top 3, maybe the championship win, maybe at the final round, but still long shot, more than 150 points behind Milano Corsa at the time being in the GTP class.
Yeah, absolutely. And we have we don't have quite so close battles as such in the excuse me, in the other categories for the race victory, or half race victories, I should say. In the GTD Pros, we have the Urano car with Dominic Hoffman in it at the moment, leading the way from Team Heusingveld, who led for so long, but that gap is now over 2 seconds. Oh wow, loads of GTPs coming up for the Urano car in towards Ascari, and it's a big point of the race, of course, for them as well, if they can hold on and sneak in that half race victory away from Team Heusingveld. Because, yeah, that 148 car, just the fact that they led so long, they managed to get themselves up to the front. We really thought they were going to be leading, but Urano have turned things around after the latest restart. And in fact, I mean, that's actually gone up to over 5 seconds in the last lap or so. So definitely a lot of things happening between those teams. And then in the normal GT3 class, there's also a 3-second gap. Archer Brothers leading the way from Maniti Racing by 3 seconds. So it looks like it's really just that battle between Orion and Urano bringing us to the end of this first half of the race. But as we are getting just to the half of the race and it hits 5 o'clock in the UK, I think we'll take the opportunity to swap myself and Andy McEwen, who will be taking you through with Lorenzo to the end of this race. So Andy, we welcome you into a nice battle for P2 in the GT3 Pro, so enjoy the final half of this race.
Certainly will do. Thank you very much, Cameron. I feel like I've joined this race at just the right time. We had that long green flag run, then we had the safety car, and that's bunched us all together nicely as we head towards this all-important halfway point of the race. So very happy to be here, very much looking forward to seeing how this plays out, and delighted to be joining Lorenzo Monza again for the first time in a little while. Lorenzo, great to have you here. This has been an entertaining race so far, hasn't it? But I've got a feeling that we're only just getting started.
Yeah, if there's anything to go by the start, Andy, I think we're gone for a very nail-biting race at the end for some of these teams. But I think what happened before you came in was the LMPs kind of like shifted the battle from P1 to P2 for P2 and P3 by creating this nearly 6-second gap. And now what was the hunter became the hunted is not just one hunter, it's 2 hunters, because Pearson is not far behind. If they want a piece of that pie, they can actually try to get that piece of that pie.
Absolutely, and of course one of the big storylines that I know you guys have been following through the first part of the race is championship contenders not necessarily having the best of days, certainly within the GTP and the GT3 classes. Of course, Mercedes-AMG Team Urano Esports continuing their GT3 Pro domination that they've had all season long, but it does look as though we're going to have a bit of a shuffling of the championship order here, and we'll get a better idea of exactly how that will look once these points are handed out at, I believe, Lorenzo, the conclusion of lap 130, is that right?
Yeah.
Excellent. So yeah, we're getting close to that point now, and it's going to be a close one, certainly within GTP. You can see Orion Race Team and Urano Esports Data Group only covered by half a second as it stands, and Yavaz leading the way up to leaked in second position, and as close as they are, you can see it here, Lorenzo, this could be a little bit of a photo finish just at the halfway mark. They are nose to tail.
Yeah, and I think this is really going to be a really good spot for maybe Yup to try to make a move on turn number 1, as they're going to open up 2 to go for the halfway points. But still, 0.3 of a second, you'd be lunging from the underside of Italy, basically from Sicily. You'd be sitting from Sicily into turn number 1, and I don't think that the Dutchman is gonna be wanting to do that while they have an opportunity to fight for podium spots here.
Yeah, certainly. It's risk versus reward, really, at this stage of the race, because yes, those points are nice, but actually it's not necessarily worth ruining your entire race, certainly for the number 90 car here in second place, because they're running reasonably well in the championship. 5th place coming into this race, 150 points behind SRC Movado Corsa though, so as much as they want to focus on the end of the race where there are 100 points available for a race win, if that second place car could come out of Monza with a maximum points haul, Lorenzo, that would put them right back into the championship equation.
Yeah, maybe. And looking at points, like I said before, Urano just having not the solid first result. They were actually winning Road America until they had incidents at the end, like Pure Sims. They won Coda, your perfect race. Next move, I'll just turn it back to you, Andy, because I think Jop's best position trying to make a lose right now.
Yeah, it doesn't look as though this is going to be a pretty tasty next couple of laps, and with traffic on the horizon, look at the amount of GT cars coming up, this could be the moment. Joop de Leek pulling to the inside line, and this is the challenge for the race lead. We are 2 laps away from the halfway point. A big squeeze onto the grass goes the number 90 car, and that was a little bit cheeky there from João Vaz. That is how aggressively he is willing to defend this position, and de Leek almost tangling with one of the GT3 cars as well. That was close to disaster, Lorenzo.
Disaster is like an understatement. It's an understatement. Let's look at the replay. They saw one of the Ferraris, the 274. I think that was the Rusty Spatulas right in front of SRM Motorsports, trying to go too wide, nearly 3 abreast at the entry of turn number 1. You can see João pushing up to the grass, and whenever they actually came back to the track to a full, just having a little bit of an issue from what it looks like the WS team at the exit of the Retículo chicane, and but for the time being, just survived, and I mean survived by, say, barely survived.
Yeah, you can see the way the track does narrow slightly there, but I still think the more room could have been left, and de Leek will certainly be feeling a little aggrieved at that situation, and it's moments like that that really prove the point I was just making. It's not necessarily worth taking a massive risk here for the halfway points. If the opportunity arises, then go for it, but I think Joop de Leek did the right thing there in backing out of that before it ended in significant contact. What this little bit of traffic has done, though, is it's allowed João Vaz to pull out a 1.2 second lead. That's the biggest it's been for a little while, and he is now just 1 lap away from the halfway mark. That should be enough, he will hope, to keep the class lead until then. The other classes slightly less close as far as the fighting at the very front is concerned, but points available right the way down the order. And here, Lorenzo, we turn from a very close fight for the class lead to an equally tight one for 3rd place.
Yeah, same class, same year for everyone. Just late braking for Solheim, but just trying to look at the code. Who's that GT3 that went for late braking on the left-hand side as well? That kind of put the nail on the coffin on what I think Solheim wants to go rejoin the line and maybe get a good run. It's still half a second behind as we are on that decisive lap here, Andy. Doesn't look like we're going to be seeing any moves up and down the field from what the field is judging at the time.
Yeah, certainly, and the opportunity there perhaps for Johnny Verhoeven to make the move on Marcus Seholm for 3rd position disappearing as he caught traffic at the wrong point in time. Very easy in a GTP car to negotiate the GT3 cars down the straight, but as soon as you arrive at any one of the chicanes, you have to settle that down single file, and that will lose you a lot of time. Something that has happened to João Vaz at the front of the field, because suddenly a 1.2 second advantage is back down to 2/10. They will be making their way towards the Parabolica now to the end of the halfway point. Here they go, nose to tail, no traffic immediately in front of them. Is Joop de Leek going to be able to get there in time? Could not get up the inside into the Parabolica. He will focus on the exit speed, but that's not quite going to work. I don't think the timing line comes up pretty quickly here at Monza, and so it will be the Orion Racing team who lead at the halfway point here at Monza by about 0.3 of a second, and they will take the 50 championship points for leading at halfway. Still a solid points haul though for the number 90 car. We'll work out what this means for the championship shortly. Team Huisenfeld though in trouble, and they were running top 5 in class, Lorenzo.
Yeah, and Team Huisenfeld was one of the teams I was saying that looked very promising. Let's look on the replay. It looks like they had some issues with the Asset Tech car, just side by side, going to the first leg of the chicane. Oh, just overshot themselves and basically blocked the Visceral car moving forward.
Yeah, that was really unfortunate. No one particularly looking to cause that issue. Obviously, Nicholas Last was in the Porsche, and here was his on-board view of it then, now into second place within the class as a result of this clash. Hoisting belt Mercedes feeling the pressure, moves to the inside to defend into the Rettifilio chicane. Porsche goes to the outside. Nicholas Last is the last of the late breakers. Look, tries to carry the speed around the outside, and the two lines just sort of merge. A tiny amount of contact there, Lorenzo. A bit surprising in a way that it sent the hoisting belt car around, but lots of time lost, unfortunately, for a car that was on for a podium place.
Yeah, but still within a very good fighting spot as we still see this battle for the lead, and still things trying to prove for the time being, but so far so good for them. I think the only thing about what happened in the GT3 Pro, it only benefited the Urano GT3 car. You know, what was about a 6-second gap just skyrocketed to nearly 11 or 12 seconds now the gap between Hoffman and Nicholas Last. So definitely Urano just sailing until a really good result finish. But then again, I'm here in this commentary booth. You know what can happen if I'm over here.
Absolutely, always expect action if Lorenzo is about. That's something I've already started to
And worse.
Absolutely. I thought I'd go for the polite version of that and say action, but certainly we get plenty of that here at IVRA anyway, and I think that this race is guaranteed to keep providing that. Bit of traffic to be dealt with again. One of the Urano GT3 cars, I think that was getting out of the way of the GTP example. And now, Lorenzo, you might expect the intensity to back down a little now that we've got past the halfway point, but Joop de Ligt clearly feels that he is quicker here, and that if he could get the lead, he might be able to pull away. So there is no sign yet of this battle dying down.
No, not at all. I don't think this is actually going to go... If this goes down, and if it goes the way I'm actually predicting, this might actually go down until the end of the pit stop, or actually... I want to be surprised if Joop goes for a move behind before he actually goes for his service, and try to give the car towards Dylan and make sure they can actually carry through until maybe they give back the car to Joop. Or no. The commentator just proving that he doesn't know what he's talking about like normally he does.
I think we're all guilty of that occasionally, leading two in then at the same time, which I like because it means that what was a battle on the racetrack now converts into a battle in the pit lane as well. Manuel Sudo goes through into the race lead in the number 17 Team RSO car, which also picked up some handy points there. Remember, that car second in the GTP Championship, arriving here at Monza. Now a battle of the virtual pit crews down in the Monza pit lane to see whether or not we will have a change of position. See that the number 46 Orion Race Team car is the one closest to the end of pit lane. Down off the jacks it goes, so the tyre change complete. Just completing the fuel fill. Jalvas looks as though he's staying on board the car for this next little stint. That's the Urano car coming out, and that could be a change of position. It's extremely close, but it is the red and black number 90 car that makes it out into what will become the race lead. A fractionally quicker pit stop was all it took.
Yeah, just minor seconds, and this is what matters on the pit lane. It's not just the run into the pit lane, it's how you put fuel, it's how you actually run towards the pit lane, how fast you go in, how fast you go out. If you get any wheel spin, can you keep over the limit, maybe slightly over the limit, because they say, oh, you go 80 kilometers, but some people go around 81, 82, just treading the limit of what the iRacing server can give you. But at the time being, I think the Dutchman, being a very happy individual, that he got P1 finally after trying so many laps.
Indeed so, and now the battle resuming out on the track, but already the number 90 car starting to make a break through traffic. There's tyre smoke, there's a spinning Porsche, and off into the gravel has gone the Orion Race Team car. So I don't know if that was linked to the sliding Karuma Motorsport car of Fran Vinal, who was running third in the GT3 class. The replay will tell all. So there is the Porsche that in a few moments' time will be pointing the wrong way. But what was the involvement of the GTP cars? At the inside goes the Urano car into the first of the Lesmos. The Orion car at the inside toward the second. He's back online. I think the Orion car dips a wheel on the grass, and the Porsche perhaps spins in avoidance. We'll get a better look at that now, but that looked like just a really unfortunate incident.
Yeah, looking at the replay, goes over Urano into the entry, a little bit loose. That is normal to expect out of the car. Here comes the Yeah. Oh, yeah. Just unfortunate. Just really unfortunate to see that happen for Kuruma Motorsport right there.
Yeah, the Orion car, I think, just got a wheel on the grass. Either way, lost the rear end going into the second Lesmo, and I suspect that the Porsche lifted to try and anticipate the GTP car perhaps spinning. Of course, the Porsche being rear-engined, as soon as you lift mid-corner in that car, all of the weight from the back tries to overtake the front, and very, very easy to lose control in that situation. So one of those many situations in multi-class racing, Lorenzo, where your fate can be decided by another car having its own moments, and that really is part of what makes this style of racing so very challenging, because you can perform the perfect race, you can have the perfect strategy, you can avoid mistakes like that, bouncing over the curbs at the second chicane, and then you end up tripping over somebody else in a completely different class that had nothing to do with you.
Yeah, 100%. We'll look at the replay. This mistake from Vinal coming into the second chicane, just braking way too much in the car. Just a slight twitch at the entry and compromising the run out of the GT3 car. So there's nothing that that front could do other than make his car have hydraulics for some reason and keep bouncing around the sausage curbs. But coming back, I think one of the other things that makes things complicated as we see more pit stop happen for the GT3, and I think the GT3 Pro, we see S-Tech and maybe also Phoenix as there's a driver swap, is the fact that Lesmo 2 is slightly banked at the entry, and because you're doing that, if you try to lift off, it's easy. You have to be quick on the catching up the throttle. Like you said, mid-engine cars, if you let off the throttle, the car gets loose, and you need to be fast on your reactions to get back up and drive again. And that's probably what not happened in that instance with the Kuruma car.
Indeed so, really unfortunate. Of course, that car had just had the spin a lap earlier, and I think made a little bit of contact with the barriers, so perhaps a bit of damage done to that car too, which maybe explains what happened in the second little incident. This is your race leader now then. It's Niels van Handel in the number 33 car that leads the way, and this is the Trek Esports car, and having gained some ground here through going longer on this stint, they are enjoying now 13-second advantage over Pure Sims Esports, and Pure Sims Esports, another of those that we are watching for the championship battle, and Pure Sims at the halfway mark we're running in 8th position, so they will have scored a handful of championship points for that. 8th place on half points, around about 24 points that should have gone their way, so that will help them in the championship situation slightly. They've certainly outscored the championship leaders, who are having a real day to forget here at Monza. SRC Movano Corsa, the number 3 car, which I think I'm right in saying Lorenzo was in the barriers earlier on, and their job now, the number 3 car, is just to try and limit the damage that's been done in the points. They have to finish the race, because as long as you finish, you will score some championship points, and of course there's always the chance that others could fall out of the race altogether. They could still gain some places here.
Yeah, and they need everything that they can to try to minimize the loss they're probably going to get in comparison to Team RSO, which is not more Team RSO, because if I do that, the green army is going to crawl. It's not going to crawl, but they will come hard at the gates here at the Bonder residence in Portugal, and they're going to say, no, that's not Team RSO anymore. That's actually Maniti, and they actually switched names back in January. So the 17 Team Maniti car, they need a really good result to close as many points they can get in the championship. Not going to change the perspective, but still will make it very open. Pure Sims right now, I think in a very good spot, P2, as we see. I think one of the maybe it looks like the Rusty Specialist trying to make a move on the inside, but no, having some difficulties on the way out.
Yeah, the traffic management is key in a race like this, and even at a track like Monza, we race often in these multi-class races at some much tighter tracks, and we see there that traffic is always a problem. You come to Monza and you sort of expect that to be less of an issue, but like I said earlier on, Lorenzo, it's easy enough to pass a slower car down the straight, but as soon as you get to any of the 3 chicanes, and even the Lesmos, really, this second Lesmo you don't want to be going side by side through, and both classes, I think, have to execute a little bit of patience. You've got to look after each other out there, not be too aggressive in the traffic. That wasn't really what I saw through the first half of the race, it must be said. Lots of very close quarters racing through traffic, but now things calming down. I think drivers are developing a little bit more patience, perhaps.
I would think so, because now you have about 123 laps to go. You need to think about where you are in the championship overall, and manage the traffic in a more appropriate fashion. Of course, like you said, you really don't want to be catching up with chicanes. If you catch them at the very start of the chicane prior to the braking zone and you have no chance to make that overtake, in average can be nearly a second and a half loss, depending on things go and how well or bad you take up the chicanes themselves. But in Lesmo, I think maximum we can get is actually 0.8 of a second loss, maybe in both sections, but it goes from section to section. But anyway, this is probably one of the most roughest tracks in terms of traffic management, because you have so many big losses in just a few sequence of corners, and there's not too many corners around this track. The only that you can actually manage not to have a big loss is actually the Parabolica.
Yeah, the Parabolica probably the easiest place to try to get past traffic, and that's why we've seen so much 2 and 3 wide racing through that part of the track through this race. Nice little battle here going on for 4th place. This is in the GT3 Pro class, and Tempest Simsport, the 103 car, holding on to that 4th place right now. German Sim Racing's number 167 right behind, though. And these two cars circulating very closely together in a nice little Porsche train, well, 2 Porsches I suppose, just ahead of the Audi, heading into the right-hander. The 103 Porsche also getting a nice slipstream there from the car head. And in fact, that has been a change of position, hasn't it? Because it's the number 4 that's showing, 5, excuse me, that was showing on the Tempest car. Either way, it dives for the pit lane now, and that will put that battle on ice just for the time being. We are very much in the middle of the pit cycle now, and through the safety car periods, that pit cycle getting mixed up a little bit. We're seeing some drivers go significantly further than others within their class, and I'm certainly not smart enough to work out what that means for the end of the race just yet, but with 121 laps to go, teams will now be looking at the end, working out when their final pit stop will be. And as is so often the case in endurance racing, Lorenzo, it's all about trying to make that final stop as short as possible, and really the planning for that started a couple of hours ago in the early parts of the race.
Yeah, but the yellow flags, I think, are throwing in a little bit of a wrench. This last one, I think, threw a nice wrench in the mix for everybody. Just taking a quick look on teams doing pit stops. I think 5 laps in for what is both Orion and Urano cars specifically. So deduct 5 laps, taking about around 21 laps. I would say if with 121, you have about 6 pit stops to go, maybe 5.8 pit stops to go. But then again, I'm not intelligent, even though I'm kind of good at mathematics. You can see English is not my first language, so English definitely not my strongest suit. But one thing we always learn is never trust a commentator's math.
100%. We really should learn not to even attempt it, but hey, when you've got a long race like this, it does help to fill the time, doesn't it? And it's always nice to try and work out exactly what the point situation is going to be. Funny you should say that, actually, because whilst you've been talking, I've been doing some maths, admittedly with the help of a spreadsheet, and just trying to work out what the halfway points might mean for the championship. And honestly, it was pretty simple, because not a lot will change, even though well, certainly within GT3 Pro, the class leaders are championship leaders, so that simply extends the margin, and then we've got about 100 points between Impulse Racing and Obsidian Racing for second, so not a lot changing there. Within GT3 itself, it was again second placing class for Maniti Racing at halfway, so they score 45 championship points and are now over 100 points clear of Satellite Racing, who were some way further down, just outside the top 5, I seem to recall. The one that does change a little bit is GTP, because as we've documented, as the Aztec Sim Sports Visceral car gets a wheel on the grass into the second chicane there, just gets away with it. With SRC Movado Corsa having a poor race in GTP, they did score some points. They scored 20 points at halfway, but that was about 13 fewer than Team RSO. So the gap, by my maths, is 31 points now between the top 2 in the GTP Championship, with 100 points still available today. And of course, 2 more races still to come this season, so very early days. Certainly SRC Movano Corsa will be disappointed though with the way that today's race has gone.
Yeah, but still a lot of race to go left, and we know those halfway points won't matter much if you cannot get really good points at the end of the race. So let's see how this develops, because I think every race, bar Daytona, we've had some late caution. So not just saying that it will have a late race caution, but just because now I said it will have question marks. Really don't know. I'm not trying to predict the future, even though I cannot predict the future.
No, but a late safety car would certainly spice things up, wouldn't it? And it sort of takes that strategy out of the window too, as long as everyone has made their final pit stop or has the chance to do so behind the safety car. So the situation now then, with everyone having made their most recent pit stop in the GTP category, Urano Esports Data Group with a just under 6-second advantage now over Orion Racing Team. That gravelly moment for Orion really costing them some time, and that's dropped them well out of slipstream range now. They're just under 3 seconds clear of P1 Esports. Daniel Civisabo now at the wheel of the number 30 car, and he has about a 2-second advantage over Maniti Racing's Johnny Verhoff in 4th. And Niels van Handel from Trek Esports is right on his tail. That's actually one of the closest battles within GTP right now. In GT3 Pro, Visceral Esports are nose to tail with German Sim Racing, but they are both coming towards the end of a fuel run. 24 laps it's been since the leaders in GT3 Pro made their most recent pit stop, so expect them in the relatively near future. And in GT3, likewise, 24 laps since the leaders pitted there, and it's Torque Freak Racing's David Barakalov that has the advantage, as you can see, by 30 seconds right now. So some good close racing, pit stops completed for GTP, and more pit stops incoming from the GT3 Pro class. And it will be interesting to see, Lorenzo, whether the pit stops have the same effect on GT3 Pro as they did GTP in splitting the field up a little bit, because right now this is the very close battle we've got at the front of that class, and we've seen already that pit stops can change things.
Yeah, 100%, and we're looking at, of course, if you're going just by the pace alone, it's all Urano's game at this point of the race, and it will take something extra for them to actually get closer and try to battle and contend for positions at the time being. But we know that, like I said before, we are on IMSA regulated pit stops right now, so you change tires while you actually change your fuel as well. So this strategy difference now is a little bit more whittled down. So we'll see how this actually will take all the teams moving forward in terms of pit stops, repairing stuff, and if anybody's going to try something different maybe at the end, because from what it looks like, GT3s only have about average 5 pit stops to go, or 4.5 pit stops to go at least.
Worth pointing out, I think, that Mercedes-AMG Team Urano were leading this class at halfway. They pitted 4 laps ago, so they were out front at the halfway point and then decided to pit early. So whether that is just that they were out of fuel and that's when they had to stop, I don't know. Could be that they were perhaps now starting to look towards the end of the race, realising that if they pitted just after halfway, then that potentially would make their strategy work a little bit better at the end, whereas the rest of the front runners in GT3 Pro, as we can see, are continuing to circulate. This is the 25th lap of the stint, and Santeri Martikainen keeping Christopher Hyman at bay. The Porsche and the Audi have been together for a little while now, Lorenzo, and reading the body language of the 167 car, it doesn't look like really Christopher is on the attack. I suspect that he's quite happy to sit behind Santeri for now and save a little bit of fuel. The more fuel you save, the longer you can go, or perhaps the less fuel you have to put in at each pit stop. And that, I think, is why we're not seeing a side-by-side battle for the lead just now.
Yeah, 100%. As we see, I think that's one of the Orion cars moving forward. I don't know if that was actually Jean Vaz actually moving forward. But anyway, you can actually see there's a Heinemann actually trying to look for maybe some potential moves or trying to apply some pressure, but yeah, you're 100% correct. Being happy to save as much fuel as he can possibly save before they come to the pit stop. Just wondering how off the cycle they are in comparison towards the other teams. 26 laps, and then you have SimCity. Yeah, they're basically a full stint behind. So it's a good moment for reflection and frowning our heads to see if this strategy they have will compensate at the end of the race.
It's a real split strategy. I'd say about 2/3 of the GT3 Pro teams pitted a couple of laps after halfway, and that left us with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of the leading cars anyway, yet to make a stop, including the top 4. So 146, 167, 171 and 168 all owing us a pit stop. So too is the Hell Racers car of Sebastian Carson in 6th place, number 129. That car also hasn't yet made its latest pit stop. So there's been a real split of opinions in GT3 Pro as to the best way to do this, and we won't know for another 117 laps probably which of the options was the best way to go. The other thing worth mentioning is that right now those who have pitted are going slower than those who are staying out, because of course they're on a heavier tank of fuel, a fuller tank of fuel with a heavier car. These cars running pretty light, and one thing that I think we're discovering as we spend more time with this updated tyre model is that actually the later into the stint you go, the quicker you go, because the fuel burning off has more of an effect on lap times than the tyres wearing out does. And so, in a way, those that are still yet to make their latest pit stop are going as quickly as they will do throughout the whole stint.
Yeah, that is a possibility that we should consider, but that's how the car normally behaves. Yeah, 100%. And of course, some people say, but then again, what about tire consumption? This shouldn't have made the car be a little bit slower, even if it is slightly lighter. Well, we have to take into consideration because this track doesn't have so many turns. It only have it is kind of like a NASCAR track of sorts. It only has a set of left-hand turns. It only has right-hand turns. I think it only has 3 left-hand turns, if I remember correctly, which are all the chicanes. Other than that, it's all right-hand turns. It makes a little bit more of a race of managing the left-hand tires more than the right-hand. So that's why some teams are actually just doing 2 tire changes instead of 3. So this is why this is being a very compelling race for us to try to break down the different strategies some of the teams are having throughout the stint. Not only the GT3, but also the GT3 Pro as well.
And that will become more significant towards the end of the race too, because depending on when that last pit stop falls, if there's a possibility that it will be a shorter stint at the end, you could perhaps not change tyres at all, or as you said, maybe just change the 2 tyres to save some time in the pit lane, although as we've seen, the fuel seems to take longer to go in than the tyres do, so perhaps not that worth making that decision at the end of the race. So Christopher Hyman then, 2nd place in the GT3 Pro class, just dropping slightly back from the Acetec SimSports Visceral car over the last lap. We saw that happening with the GTP cars coming through, disrupting the flow slightly of the GT3 cars that were coming by. And I think, Lorenzo, that the GTP leaders have also been in traffic, because I've been watching that gap coming down. It was 6.5 seconds a few laps ago between Urano and Orion Race Team. Just gone back under 5 seconds again, and that's the nature of this race. It's what we've seen over the first few hours. The gaps grow one lap, they shrink the next lap, and the key is when you gain time in traffic, not getting too carried away with that and trying to keep building that advantage. If you come across traffic in an awkward place, you still have to be prepared to give away a couple of seconds, which is really hard to do. That's a difficult mindset for a driver to be in.
Yeah, 100%. And I'm just looking at the last lap for Orion was actually a 133.1, nearly half a second faster. Actually, more than half a second. It was actually half a second faster than Urano. So it is completely due to traffic. Like I said, you catch him up at the wrong spot, you can lose up to a second and a half, depending on the turns. So you need to be very mindful on the approach that you take around the car and try to minimize all potential losses you might have due to traffic management, especially in the final laps. I really wonder if this actually becomes a race where P2 has a very marginal gap, like 3-2 seconds, and can actually work out with the traffic itself. How aggressive will the leader be to try to break away or manage the gap to be at a constant gap until the end of the race?
Yeah, well, you're absolutely right. It means that as long as the gaps are this close, you can never afford to back off, because if you were to catch a group of traffic on even the final lap of the race, you could lose a couple of seconds just like that. So you've got to try and build that gap where you can, but it's controlled aggression, it's risk versus reward, and it's all about not taking too many of those risks too early in the race. Battle here for 10th position in GT3 Pro, Pure Sims Esports and IVRA Race Geodetic Racing, two teams that we're well used to seeing up at the front of whatever class it is that they're racing in, really. But today, scrapping over 10th position within the class, and the 116 and 172 cars both having made their pit stops within the last handful of laps, so this is a genuine fight between the Porsche and the Mercedes. Porsche just managing to keep the gap for now. Had a great opportunity there, Lorenzo, to ride on board with the German sim racing Audi for a lap of the Monza circuit. It's always intrigued me, this place, because it is always mentioned amongst racing fans as one of the greatest racetracks in the world. It's up there with the Nürburgring, with Spa, with Bathurst, with Le Mans. And yet, actually, it's a very simple track, isn't it? It doesn't have the undulations that Spa or the Nürburgring does. It has history, of course, but to drive, it can look a little bit simple. The drivers, though, clearly enjoy it because it's a place that they always enjoy coming to race. And I've always sort of wondered what it is that makes this place such a driver's favourite.
Actually, you got a really good question that got me thinking. Because for me, yeah, surely the layout nowadays looks really simple. There is plans to actually alter the track, and then that would be a very dramatic alteration of what the Monza really is, and I think that is meant to come. I'm not 100% sure about how the project is actually going, but the first thing is because this always has been a very fast track with very few turns. The chicanes were actually put up in place just to make sure the cars didn't go flat out like they used to go back in the 50s, back in the 60s especially, when they had also the oval part as well, and it was and we know how iconic the oval is itself, and then going also be below the oval track and everything, and how fast it is. So that's why this track has much history throughout its time, not only being the house of the Tifosi as well. But racing-wise, people would say, oh, it's more like a draft track or one following the other, like you probably would do in an oval race. Yeah, you would be right. And some people might consider it a little bit dull, but I think that's what makes it exciting, because you are always under the draft. If you are within that draft and you're following someone to try to fight for a win, we've seen that multiple times, that it can be very exciting, not just in open wheels, but also the GT cars as well, and also prototypes.
Well, and that's a good point as well, because if I remember rightly, I remember those track alterations that were proposed a few years ago. I think one of the things they wanted to do was to remove this second chicane altogether, make this a flat-out run down toward the first Lesmo, and that takes away one of the big overtaking opportunities. Yes, it's a longer straight, I suppose, for the slipstream, and inevitably a DRS zone in a Formula 1 race, but it does take away one of the more interesting parts of the track. I think they were also going to do something with this turn here, the second Lesmo, and make that a faster, probably less challenging corner. The second Lesmo, one of the hardest corners on the track, because you've got that, it's a very sharp corner, you've got the dip on the apex, and crucial that you come off the corner well, because it leads you onto the long run back underneath the banking and towards the Ascari chicane, and those alterations would work very well for Formula 1, I suppose. That seems to be the way that Formula 1 is going these days. Fewer tight corners, more of these high-speed open corners, but yeah, I think they do well to remember that this is not just a Formula 1 track. It hosts more non-Formula 1 racing than it does Formula 1 events, and I quite like it the way it is now. Those chicanes, they are a little bit awkward, sure, but we've seen already in this race, Lorenzo, they present really good overtaking chances.
Yeah, absolutely, and this one makes this race very interesting, not just for open wheels, but GT cars as well, because it gives them a chance as well. I know they wanted to make the radius of the corners much more bigger, have a little bit of a bigger runoff to the first chicane into the Retifilo chicane. A little bit more of a run, instead of not just being a 90 degree and then you turn left, it is 90 degree or turn right, go straight a little bit, then come back, and shape up some other portions of the track. including Ascari from what I remember at a spot. But I was looking at that, another thing that is very interesting. They want to bring back the oval as well. They had plans back in 2020 that the boss of Monza wanted to bring back oval racing into that old oval that is barely used nowadays. The last time it was actually used was for the World Rally Championship, when they actually went to Monza and they used portions of the oval part to actually go rallying around there.
Yeah, which was quite a sight, I have to say, seeing Sebastian Ogier drifting off a dirt road up onto the concrete banking and then, flat out through the banked sections. Of course, there was always a Monza rally. It was an annual event in the winter, but it didn't come around of the World Rally Championship for a couple of years during the pandemic, and was an interesting addition to the calendar, certainly. Circuit rallying is a very different challenge to public road rallying, for sure, but one that made for a really good spectator sport, definitely. Just had some more pit stops, by the way, within GT3 Pro, so we are now getting towards the end. In fact, we have reached the end of the fuel run, and I think it was about 27, 28 laps or so that they were making on that tank of fuel. It has all put the 190 car back into the lead. Team Huisingbelt are second now, the 148 car, and this battle now becomes the one for third. Impulse Racing ahead of Aztec Simsports Visceral. Remember that Impulse pitted a little bit later than the Visceral car did. And those who have just pitted, German Sim Racing and the 146 Visceral car, down into 6th and 7th now. So they have dropped some way back, but are about 11 or 12 laps heavier on fuel, so it's quite a big split in strategy, that, isn't it? Almost half a stint difference between those who are at the front now and those who were at the front a couple of laps ago, and one of those strategies is going to be the right one when we get to the end of the race. I'll have to break the calculator out again to try and work that one out, but it's going to be interesting to watch over the next 109 laps, that's for sure.
No, absolutely. And I think one other thing, we have to give a lot of props to the Aztec Visceral car for staying in the track, just trying to push whatever they can and try to get in as many positions as they can in this race, because like, I'm getting my team foil hat right now because I know Glacier is not racing over here today. Team Huisingbelt, of course, P2 at the time being. Of course, they're both going to move up a few spots depending on circumstances, because I'm trying to see where Maniti is, as we see Satellite having an issue on turn number 1. We'll go back to that. But it will make the battle for top 5. I'm not going to say maybe battle for top 3 because Obsidian might be pulled back, but top 5 is going to be really close, as we see what happened to Satellite here at Indy.
Yeah, Nathan Olsen at the wheel of the GTP BMW, heading down to the first chicane and cylinder braking. How many times over the last few weeks have we seen these GTP cars doing that? They are notoriously difficult under braking, I believe. I've not driven them yet, but that's what a lot of drivers have told me.
I've driven it only on the Expo, and I'll tell you this much: first few laps around this car it's hell. It's hell, especially in tracks where you have these heavy braking zones. If you just apply a little bit more pressure than it should have gone, or than the threshold, it's gonna spin the car around. It's gonna make the very snappy, and that's exactly what happened to the Satellite car over here. So nothing that Olsen could do. He just done his normal braking for what it looks like, and the car didn't respond accordingly.
No, it didn't, and that is certainly something that drivers will have to be careful about on cold tyres, not locking those rear brakes, as Lorenzo said. Very easy to do. They are challenging cars to drive, these GTP cars, but I'm really happy to see them being used. Obviously, it's great to have the GTP car on iRacing. I would hope that we may start to get a few more of them appearing over the next 12 months or so. And that would certainly change things a lot, but it's a fascinating car, and it's really changing this sort of prototype racing on the iRacing service. Track conditions: 20-degree ambient temperature, 27 track temp, so pretty favourable actually. Not too hot, but warm enough that it doesn't take you too long to get the temperature into the tyres. But we are ticking towards midday, so that we've probably got another hour or so of the temperature continuing to climb, and then it might just start to drop again in the final portion of the race. And that's something else that is a challenge for these drivers when it comes to setting the car up, when it comes to jumping in and out of the car. A driver who started the race, for example, might then go and spend a couple of hours just chilling and watching their teammates compete. When they next get in the car, the track conditions have changed a lot, and that can also add to the challenge. And it's not uncommon, is it, Lorenzo, to see drivers who have been out of the car for a few hours jump back in and immediately start making mistakes because the grip they had when they were last racing is not there anymore.
Yeah, and sometimes that happens even with the I'm not gonna say intervention. It's not intervention, the right word. Actually, the right word is the heads up from your teammates. Whenever you take over the car, they're gonna say, "Oh man, maybe the car is drifting out, maybe with 20 laps in, like 15 laps in, because the tires kind of like scrubbing a little bit too much more than usual." Blah 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 blah. Potato potato. So it's gonna be something that they have to be mindful during stints on hotter weather. And we're not even at the peak. You said 100%. But I'm still surprised. This is actually under 30. We're under 30 despite being midday. It's not being the hardest part of the race. And that means probably you're not going to get the most hot race. I think whenever we come to the final hours, we have about expected 3 hours of racing left, give or take. So we're not going to catch. We're going to catch the hottest, but I don't think it's going to be scorching hot, despite being 20 degrees on ambient temperature.
Right, brace yourselves, everyone, because I've had the calculator back out again and trying to work out this. I know I should have learned by now. Trying to work out this GT3 Pro fuel strategy, because as I said, we've got this real split opinion on how to do it. We've got the cars at the front of the field now, top 5 in GT3 Pro, all between 13 and 16 laps into their stint. So I reckon they've got another 10 or 12 laps that they could do before they need to refuel again. And if they can keep on pumping, 27, 28 lap stints out, then I reckon they will be able to do this on 4 more pit stops. Almost exactly 4 more pit stops, as in they will be on fumes at the end of the race. Whereas those who are pitting later will still have to make 4 more pit stops, but their final pit stop will be significantly shorter because they're going to be pitting about 10 laps later than the rest of them. So I like the strategy that we've seen from the likes of German Sim Racing and the Visceral Esports number 146 car. They're losing track position for now, but I think they will be the cars who are able to have that shorter pit stop at the end. Of course, this all depends on us going green the whole way, not having another safety car period, not having any problems or something that changes the strategy. But if we stay green, I think that could really bring them back into the equation. Of course, they're a lot further back, so they need to gain that time, but they might well have a way to do that.
All right, team foil heads on, everybody. I hope this works but it's like, if I remember correctly, it takes about 2 to 3 seconds to fill what is actually the equivalent of a full lap here in this track. So it's gonna be an interesting one moving forward to see how they actually negotiate these teams who are on the half cycle, off cycle strategy in comparison to the leaders. And if this actually will affect them on the long run. There's a new pit stop as we're seeing Orion having to fend off from B1 Esports, who having a very, very good race so far. I think this is the first really good race for them after the blunders they had at Road America and Daytona.
Yeah, this has been a particularly good stint for Daniel Civisabo in the number 30 car, because he has reeled in the 46 pretty quickly, actually, over this stint. Well, I say over this stint, they're 23 laps into the stint, so actually we're not that far away from more pit stops for the GTP cars, but Daniel Civisabo really putting in some quick laps right now to close in on second place. He is having some connection issues, which is not ideal. You can see the orange car sort of blinking in and out of existence. That will be a bit distracting, more distracting for João Vaz in second place, really. And that distraction is about to become even bigger now, because he didn't get a good run out of the second Lesmo, a GT3 car, Team Huisingveld's Mercedes, getting in his way slightly. Now he's really having to watch the mirrors. Daniel Civisabo is all over him, and again they come across a GT3 car through Ascari, and this could be the opportunity that P1 Esports have been waiting for. They come off the chicane more quickly, they are in the slipstream, and we know that overtaking into the Parabolica is possible, just not quite getting close enough for now. But this move is on, I think. There's no doubt about which of these two cars has been going more quickly recently. But we saw earlier, didn't we, Lorenzo, that João Vaz is not an easy man to overtake.
No, not 100%. And you still see that Daniel is still applying the Goku Dragon Ball technique of teleportation right there, but it's apparently not being fully effective to try to make that teleportation forward. What it's actually doing is actually bringing Johnny Verhoeven actually from the number 17 car, from what it looks like, behind them. So it's bringing the Dutch driver closer and closer and closer, and make sure Beniti also joins the fray of what is a 2-car battle become a 3-car battle, and or the 3-car train, just sharing draft and trying to maximize the fuel efficiency.
Yeah, absolutely. This is getting more congested by the corner, isn't it, as they start to hold each other up. They've got Maniti Racing's Johnny Verhoeven only 1.7 seconds behind them. So I don't think he's the next GTP car that you can see. The blue one, no, it will be the green car, won't it? Yes, the green car is next. That is Johnny Verhoeven, who is 4th in class, around the outside of, I think that's the class-leading GT3 Pro car, Jonas Vollmeyer's Urano Esports Mercedes, getting well out of the way and allowing this fight for a podium place to go on. But look at the way that not only this gap 2nd to 3rd has come down, but the gap to the leader has gone up as soon as João Vaz had to start defending a little bit from Daniel Civisarbo. So Joop de Ligt has been able to pull a pretty sizable gap now, 8.3 seconds the advantage for Urano Esports Data Group, and that gap going up lap after lap after lap. Are we going to see, I thought João Vaz was perhaps heading for the pit lane, just taking that really short run to the line. And for the time being, he has no idea. However, we do know where Daniel Civisarbo is because he has pitted, so has Johnny Verhoeven. So 3rd and 4th in GTP making their way into the pit lane. I assumed that it was just a connection issue for Daniel Civisarbo, but he had actually left the track that time, and he will pull the 3rd place car onto the jacks. Interestingly, he stays in the car, but I think we are going to have a driver change on the 79 car, aren't we? So driver change there. Liam McNitch gets into the car, and we'll see which of these two cars comes out first.
Yeah, and before we saw a jump on the pit lane from Maniti on what was actually the Orion race team of João Vaz, but Danny Civisarbo now making the jump on the pit lane, having a little bit of a lead on the Maniti car, but the Maniti car actually having a very, very solid exit of the pit lane, but I think the gap is going to stay about maybe 1 second tops whenever they come into the first chicane.
Yep, back out on track they go then, so we are into the next pit cycle for GTP, and probably still got a lap or so before the leaders make their way in, I would have thought, but we are into that window now where pit lane starts to become a busy place. In fact, having just said that, the leader does come in this time. So that's 24 laps completed for Joop de Ligt, and he brings the leading car in. João Vaz is in from 2nd place as well. Now, this will be interesting because Vaz pitting 1 lap later than the car, the P1 Esports car that he was battling with before. We know there wasn't a driver change there. There has been a driver change for Urano. And so Dylan Scrivens now getting on board that car. João Vaz, I think, is staying in the 46 car, but this could be close, Lorenzo. The 46 car was in 2nd place before this round of pit stops began. Will they be able to stay there?
Good question, and I cannot give you an answer, but I would believe so. It's gonna take, I think, what the teammate of João Vaz is actually gonna do whenever the Portuguese come out of the car, because João was actually putting a very, very good pace. I think it was one of the few cars that was actually matching true race pace to the Urano car, as we see Urano coming in out of the pit lane, and now Dylan Becky Scrivens, and Andy. Here's the thing: whenever Dylan takes over the car, you cannot say Andy Bubble Scrivens. He has to be Becky. Yeah, that's how his name is actually pronunciated, and the English turned Portuguese driver it will take over the car for the time being.
Well, Dylan certainly straight into the action there as he came out of the pit lane amongst some of the front runners in GT3. But has cleared them pretty well now and continuing on his way. As for Orion and P1, it looks as though that gap has gone out, so a better pit stop for Orion race team. Yuka Hapala has jumped into the number 46 car now. Daniel Sivisabo, as we said, staying on board car 30, but that's about 2.5 seconds according to the timing screen between those two. Work those to tail. Now, if P1 Esports have lost a chunk of time, that may well end up costing them a place to Maniti Racing, because they are only 1.7 seconds back now. So second, third and fourth in GTP will be pretty tight once the pit stops are all complete. Team Urano, though, continuing on their way. They've not had it all their own way in this race, but now they've established themselves out in front. They don't look likely to give that lead away anytime soon. And Dylan comes off the final corner with a nice bit of clean air and will spend the next couple of laps just settling into the stint, which is important, isn't it, really? Again, a driver who's not been in the car for a little while can take just a couple of laps sometimes to get fully into the zone, can't it? Perhaps not for drivers of this standard. Certainly for me, if I jump into the car, I don't feel fully confident for at least 2 or 3 laps.
With the GTP, it probably would take more than that. I think, believe it or not, I'm a very slow starter on these GTP cars. I've barely driven on them. I'm more of an LMP2 driver than the GTP. So it's tricky whenever I try to help my teammates out whenever they actually do some training, and we'll see if they're probably going to race maybe at IVRA one day, and they have the pace and everything. So it's going to be a very interesting one, but getting within pace with this car was actually kind of difficult. Even at the expo, whenever Dominic and the other guys were actually doing their laps around the car, I was struggling and we were struggling but to be fast. But whenever they got into it, I did other laps, but it's tricky, man. It's one of the trickiest cars I ever had to have the pleasure to drive on. And we're not even talking about the hybrid mode. But I do hope with the bless of baby racing Jesus, that whenever the Acura comes into iRacing, I can actually have a GTP car to race again.
Yeah, absolutely. That's something that I would like to see. There are enough of these GTP cars now competing in the real world, and certainly looks as though there is a lot of interest in it in iRacing. Big moment there for the 46. That's a Riot Racing team, and that might cost them a place now, because Liam McNinch in the Maniti Racing car is up the inside as they come across the line, and this is for second place. It's not at the moment, but once the pit stops are done, these were the 2 cars running second and third, and they have now reversed. Orion back up the inside, though, into the first chicane, really not wanting to give this place away. Maniti Racing on the outside will lean on them. They touch on the exit of the corner, and that will now settle it with Maniti Racing ahead. They had to get a little bit robust, but this, Lorenzo, is how it started.
Yeah, the mistake from Yuka at the entry of the Parabolica just made the car just drift towards the outside portion way too much. Like the back end just started to catch. A little bit of a lock on the brakes for Ilka. The Finman stays on the outside, opens the door for Liam to go on the inside. There will be a little bit of an RG-bargy as they go switch around. There you go, bump. And whenever they go around, the RG-bargy just continues until the exit of the corner, and Liam comes out on top.
There were a couple of Formula 1 drivers a few years ago who proved how difficult it is to go side by side through that first chicane, and thankfully that does not end up with a race-ending bit of contact, but a little bit of hip and shoulder on the exit, and Maniti go through. To correct myself, that is for a net third position, because actually Daniel Sivisabo has already got ahead of the Orion Racing car and into what will become second place, and that sort of makes sense, right? Because he stayed in the car. These two are still perhaps just getting up to speed, and I think that is the advantage to double stinting. Another big slide for Orion at exactly the same point on the track. So damage, or perhaps just aggravating those rear tyres. The more you slide them, the hotter they get and the less grip you have.
It's weird for me, you know. I really want to. That's the camo I actually was gonna look into on the replay. Going through the Parabolica, attacking way too much.
Ooh, dirty air, maybe.
Maybe either it's dirty air, or at the same time it's not just dirty air, but it's also just trying to go back way too hard on the throttle, and the car is not going to respond accordingly to what you really want to do on the throttle and inputs. And maybe associated with the hybrid attack, with the hybrid mode. I don't know if that was for attack or something like that, as Rusty Spatula is having a moment towards the exit of the Laszlo #1 corner.
Well, that's one less GT3 car for Orion to have to overtake, but that will still have caught Mika Haapala's attention there, as that car had a big snap of oversteer through the first Lesmo, and I think I know exactly what's going to happen here. It's going to be that rear-engine Porsche issue again. If you lift off the throttle midway through a corner, especially a corner with camber on it, as you have there through the first Lesmo, well, actually, it's on the throttle, isn't it? Just lost the rear end and did well to catch that. Very easy to get into a tank slapper slide in the Porsche. But thankfully, the Rusty Spatulas will be able to continue on their way with no damage. They've already got some damage to the front and the rear of that car, which was sustained earlier in the race, but no further damage is caused by that latest little drama. So a lot going on then here in this portion of the race. We've ticked into the final 100 laps, by the way, of this GSI Endurance Series presented by IVRA Race at Monza, the 4th round of 6 in the championship, the beginning of the second half of the season, and we're starting to see some of the storylines play out kind of in the way we expected them to in some cases. The GTP class likely to have a shuffle of the points here today after the championship leaders SRC Movado Corsa had issues early in the race inside the first hour, I seem to remember, and they run down in 14th position. The GT3 Pro class, though, is really where it's at right now. We've got a mix of strategy, we've got some really close racing on the track as well, and this is an example of that. 4th place battle, Aztec Sim Sports Visceral ahead of Phoenix Racing Esports, 145 car and 105 cars, both having pitted about 23 laps ago, so they're probably 4 or 5 laps away from the end of this stint, and they cannot be separated on track.
And I don't think they're going to be battling for position. If I'm the 105, if I'm Luca Alpert right now, I'll try to do my best to bump draft the heck out of that Visceral car and try to get closer towards the Impulse car, which is in 3rd place. You can even see him in the frame, just come out and just entering the Laszlo 1 complex, and try to do the best assistance you can actually do. Try to get within the draft, try to save some fuel towards the end portion of your stint, and maybe reignite the podium battle for those 3 cars. Maybe 4 cars, because Pure Sim's not far behind as well. I just looked them at the frame too, even though they are, I think, about 4 or 5 seconds behind.
Yeah, they are gaining though, and they're on the same strategy as these two. All 3 of those cars that you mentioned, Visceral, Phoenix and Pure Sims, pitting on the same lap at the last round of pit stops. Of those who are pitting on the alternative strategy, it's German Sim Racing doing the best right now. Patrick Preus in 8th position, but quite a long way, 20 odd 30 seconds away from the race lead right now. And as we've said, they are looking perhaps at making that final pit stop a little bit shorter, but for the time being, they will keep on trading the lead positions with those who are on the sort of more traditional pit strategy right now. Across the line they go, and I think Lorenzo is absolutely right. The Audi quite content right now to sit behind Luca Alpert in the Phoenix Racing Audi. Robin Noble.
You were saying?
Oh, there we go. On the inside he goes. So, as I confidently predicted, we get the overtake into the first corner, and we do now see a change for 4th place. What do we know, hey?
Yeah, it's kind of like whenever I was talking about the GTPs maybe battling for position.
Oh.
I think we're seeing track on the wrong spot of the track. Looks like to be the exit of Ascari.
It is the track.
Oh no! Mind the rejoin.
Oh dear, that was close, bouncing over the grass. Let's see how they got there first then. Down into Ascari chicane. They had just pitted, I believe, and that perhaps explains what happened. The rear snaps under braking. I believe that was an outlap for Jim Hetros in the number 33 car. That's why he's still showing as 1st place, even though he wasn't actually at that point. And then this was where Lorenzo started to have kittens, because he rejoined straight back onto the racing line. Was there contact? Amazingly, I don't think there was. Certainly nothing too significant, but yeah, that will certainly have caught the GT car's attention. Not a great rejoin there, I have to say.
Yeah, I know. It's like, if I'm surprised about that rejoin, I know someone actually had a heart attack in this production, in this commentary booth. It's not even me. It's actually Connor Ematic probably having a heart attack on the background with this rejoin. But yeah, cold brakes 100%. Cold brakes and actually cold tires for that track car. And unfortunate, but please, guys, mind that rejoin. I know it's the Ascari, but even then, Ascari, you can kind of do a safe rejoin if you really want to rejoin the track.
Yeah, I mean, it's difficult, isn't it? Because that tarmac runoff area, which is the banking, of course, you can see the banking in the background. That's the old, the part of the track where they used to rejoin the traditional road course, if you like. It does merge straight onto the racing line. You don't want to drive over the gravel because then you're more likely to spin again and lose control. So it is difficult, but a little bit of, a little bit of spatial awareness would not have gone amiss there, that's for sure. So those cars having pitted then, it puts the Urano Esports Data Group car back into what is now a 12.7 second lead. It wasn't that long ago that they were struggling to find a way past Orion Race Team into the race lead at the halfway point, and now they find themselves well clear of P1 Esports in second. Daniel Civisabo continuing to drive well. This is his second stint, the second part of a double stint in this part of the race. 12.9 seconds is his deficit to the race leader, but he's 5.5 seconds ahead of Liam McNinch in third, who we're watching now. The green number 79 Maniti racing car and Orion Racing Team's Jika Happala starting now to get back into the zone, I think, in the number 46 car right on his tail. They're 2.5 seconds ahead of Mats Tjorg Hutzfeld in the number 17 Maniti racing car in fifth, with Pure Sims Esports Daniel Kraft completing the top half dozen in GTP. GT3 Pro continuing to be led by Urano Esports as well, so they've got a car leading in two of the classes. And in GT3, it's the 201 car, the Archer Brothers Esports car, that leads the way, getting towards the end of another stint for them. And much as we're seeing in GT3 Pro, Lorenzo, there is a little bit of a split in strategy in the GT3 Class 2, so that is another one that we need to be watching as we move closer to the end of the race.
Yeah, absolutely. But I think the GT3 has been more like a more domination race from either the Archer brothers or for someone like we thought it would be the Maniti race to lose, but actually Maniti nowhere close within the top standings, as we going to see now Happala on the outside. I think that move is going to be done over here, Andy. I'll throw it back to you, and I'll get back to my GT3 point later.
Absolutely, because the GTPs just won't let us catch our breath. There is a lot of action going on right now towards the sharp end. Around the outside, that is a tricky move to pull off, but it looks like it's going to work. And so the Orion Race Team continuing their ongoing battle here with Maniti Racing, but it will be Orion who move back into a podium place. So intriguing here, Jika Happala making those mistakes early on in his stint, but now really starting to get into the groove and has moved his way back into third. He will try to pull away, I'm sure, which might just give Lorenzo enough time to complete his GT3 point.
I hope so. But I was going to say, I think this is a race that, even though there is difference in strategies in the GT3 field, has been more like a domination race from the Archer brothers and the cars up in the front. I think once you are in the front of the GT3 field, it's hard for you to break away, as we see now the GTP is navigating through what is the Deutsche payment car, but other than that, it's true, but what, like I said before, there's it's basically a one-car race in GT3s. It's just GT3 Pro that has been a little bit more different.
Yeah, for sure. Look at this. 3 GTP cars sliding up the inside of a whole gaggle of GT3s into probably the easiest part of the track to negotiate traffic, easiest corner anyway. And everyone staying on their correct lines there so as not to make a nuisance of each other. And they will continue this battle now. Are we going to see Maniti Racing come back at Orion here into the Rettifilo chicane? I don't think Liam McNinch is going to send it from that far back. They've got the SRC Movano Corsa car just ahead too, and they're about to go another lap down. So even though they had their issues earlier on, their pace hasn't been all that strong, it has to be said. Satellite Racing in as well, and that's Adam Crane, who is going to be on board for the next little stint. This is a long stop, isn't it? They've been in the pit lane for getting on for 2 minutes now, so they clearly have sustained some damage somewhere. And having already found themselves at the back end of the GTP field, they might now be about to lose even more ground. They are only 3 laps ahead of SRC Movano Corsa, so if this is a really long pit stop, Lorenzo, that could be a freebie for the number 3 car, and they need every position they can get.
Yeah, 100%, especially when you are the leader of the championship. For Satellite, it's a letdown though, even because a team that is right around the top 5, it's not in top 5, but 9 points away from a Urano car, not having the most solid race in Daytona. We got out very early in the race, and here got the halfway points, but not the halfway points they wanted, and not having the most solid results so far is going to probably put them in the back end a little bit in comparison to Orion, the 46, the geodesic car, but other than that, it's pretty much a really good race. But I think Cy Andre and Adam Crane, especially our fellow RaceSpot broadcaster, they're not going to be happy with the results so far.
No, certainly not. It's been a disappointing one, but then they've had a strong season up until this point, so I guess they could afford to have a bad race. Although actually there's been no real consistency in the GTP category in general in this season. It must be said, 3 races so far, 3 different winners. Satellite Racing won at Road America, Urano Esports Data Group won at COTA. They could now be on for their 2nd victory of the season, and SRC Movano moving into the championship lead last time out at Daytona, or extending that lead at least, with their 1st victory of the season. But the points really have been a little bit all over the place, and that is certainly going to continue to shake up, I think, here today, with likely the 90 car moving right into the championship equation. So things starting to calm down a little bit out on track, which means that I think Lorenzo might be able to catch up with one of our drivers who have very graciously made the trip, a long, treacherous trip up to the broadcast booth, and are going to have a chat with Lorenzo now. Lorenzo, who have you got?
All right, I'm going to pull in Dominic Hoffman over here from the Urano GT Pro, actually the current leader in the race. So, Dominic, so far a very solid race for you guys thus far, and 22 seconds while Jonas is actually driving the car, but overall continuing the domination of the number 190 in the championship.
Oh yeah, it's been quite on short notice for me to be in the GT3, and obviously I'm more versed in the GTP, so this has been a very different experience overall, but the team has been very helpful in getting me up to speed in the GT3, so I'm glad to do my part.
I was actually going to ask you that question because I said before, we tested this car at the Expo, and I know you're very versed, you're former Veloce driver who actually, I think, done a few laps around this car in the championship during Veloce with Patrick, but the transition to the GT3, has it been you've done a GT3 before, I've seen you do a few races, but has it been difficult for you to make that transition with the driving techniques and all?
It's sort of like the initial starting point or an initial reference is hard to get, but it's sort of once you start understanding how the tires work and what sort of philosophy you need to use, it sort of snowballs from there, I would say, and it gets a lot easier once you understand the basics. So it's overall the main differences are just how you brake, how you have to get used to no downforce. So yeah, it's been quite a fun experience thus far, and as I said, the team's been very helpful. So I think considering like what it takes to be on absolute top level GT3, I've been very satisfied.
Nice. And before we let you go, because I believe you'll take over the car maybe in a stint or two from Dylan. Sorry, no, from Jonas after that. I'm confused. Like, I still think that you are in the GTP, Lorenzo Bonner doing things. Yeah. But of the 2 remaining races in championship, they're both Japanese tracks. Very different in terms of technicalities and all. We're taking more a enclosed track, more twisty than Fuji, which is more a little bit more of a fast track, and so the majority of its portions except for the final sector. Which of the 2 tracks mirror your driving style the most?
I have no idea, to be honest. I mean, both of them have I mean, I guess Fuji is probably gonna be a bit harder to drive since you have to set up the car a bit more for the long straight. So the twisty stuff is gonna maybe be a bit more on edge than Suzuka. Driving style wise, I'm quite at home at like slow speed twisty stuff, which I would guess makes Fuji the front runner for me in theory. But I enjoy both tracks, to be honest.
Okay, yeah. You like the fast and twisty stuff. Okay, Dominic Hoffman breaking
the slow stuff.
Oh, the slow stuff. Okay, then okay, understandable. Anyway, Dom, thanks so much for taking your time. I know you're taking over in about a stint or two from Jonas Wallmeyer. Wish you nothing but the best of luck, and see if you guys can actually continue the domination in this championship. If someone can actually break the win streak for you guys at the end, which I do believe you do want to have that at the end.
Yeah, we're obviously not hoping for that, but yeah, nice. Yeah. Anyway, thanks, man. Thanks.
All right, back to you, Andy.
Excellent. Thank you very much, Lorenzo. And always great to chat to drivers during the race, get their mindset on how things are working out, and actually perfect timing because his car has just pitted. Jonas Wallmeyer in from the lead in the 190 Mercedes-AMG Team Urano eSports car, which doesn't quite take the prize for longest name of a car in this race. You've got the Hydra Race Geodesic Racing Team, that's a bit of a mouthful. It is certainly, though, the one of the longer names to get out, but they have been spending a long time in the lead this season, winning all 3 races in GT3 Pro. They were leading at the point at which they pitted, and this sets about half of the pit cycle in GT3 Pro, these cars pitting 10 laps or so earlier than some of the others, and so we would expect over the next couple of laps for the likes of Visceral Esports IVRA Endurance number 146 with Jack Savage at the wheel to cycle through into the race lead. So watch how that goes about over the next few laps as the GT3 Pro pit stops begin. In GT3, Torque Freak Racing now leading the way. That's because the Archer brothers have pitted, and we would expect Torque Freak to stay out for another 10 laps or so, so that car should retain the lead of the GT3 class for a little while, but they're nearly a minute clear of Archer brothers, so that lead only really likely to be traded during pit stop cycles as well. As far as the GTPs are concerned, they're probably about halfway through their latest stint as well. So things continuing to develop with under 90 laps to go here at Monza. The lead gap pretty static now in GTP, although Daniel Sivisalo continuing to be among the quickest cars on the track. Didn't have a great lap on the previous circuit though, losing some time to Orion Race Team behind, and Ethan Hafler has pulled 3.5 seconds over Liam McNinch, so definitely getting faster through the second portion of his stint. Within GT3 Pro though, there's a fight outside the top 10. Phoenix Racing Esport and Hydra Race Geodesic Racing 12th and 13th respectively in their class, and both of them on full tanks of fuel, fresh tyres, and likely to spend the majority of this stint together. Whether that be a wheel-to-wheel battle or a little bit of tandem fuel saving, we'll have to wait and see. But for now, the Geodesic Mercedes losing a little bit of time in traffic as we got another pit stop, this time from the lead of GT3 Pro.
I believe Sebastian taking over the car, apparently in the Geodesic, but also Lewis Woods taking over the car in the Impulse from what it looks like, and good to see how this will take shape moving forward, and still keeping the GT3 Pro battle alive. And I think the good thing we can say around here now, Indy, after all this time, is the race has calmed down a little bit. We can finally breathe a little bit.
Well, you should know by now, Lorenzo, that
no, don't jinx it. Don't jinx it.
It is against the commentator code to say things like that, because then we get blamed when something happens and we end up with a safety car. Because
No. It's not we. It's I. I always get the blame. It's like, oh, yellow flag. I'm going to Lisbon tomorrow. If we have a race today and the red flag is tomorrow, I'm in the plane. Lorenzo, it's your fault.
Well, as long as you're willing to take the fall for us, you can say what you like. Quite honestly,
I'm the emperor of yellow flags, so I'm more than open to take the blame.
there we go. That's good to know for sure. We've got 87 laps yet to create a bit more havoc, and sounds like Lorenzo is up for the task. But Lorenzo is absolutely right. We have not had a safety car for a little while now, for over an hour, actually, about an hour and a half since we went green flag racing after that third safety car of the race, and that is why things are just starting to spread out a bit, and we get into that interesting phase of an endurance race where it's less about the wheel-to-wheel battles on track, which can make the race look a little bit uninteresting, right? It looks like everyone's just driving around, nowhere near each other, there's nothing happening, but as we've been discussing, particularly in the GT classes, there is always something happening, and that all comes from these different fuel strategies that we've been talking about. That is a real challenge, though, for drivers sometimes to wrap their head around, because if you're a driver, you jump into your car, you rejoin the track, and you're running in 8th position. You might be racing someone who's on a completely different strategy and is a minute and a bit up the road from you. It's really difficult to visualise that sometimes from inside the car, and you kind of get caught up racing the people around you, and actually you need to be watching the lap times of someone who is nowhere near you on the track, and probably won't be until you get to the end of the race. And that's really where teamwork and communication from the team has to come in. You have got to keep the driver abreast of exactly where they sit in the race, because it's not always that obvious.
100%. And this is very important, and this is I'm not going to say a common mishap, but it's a common topic that a lot of drivers within endurance racing often try to find. The balance. Balance your stint. Always manage the gap towards the guys that you are battling with within your relative distance on the same strategy, of course. The problem is whenever you find guys that let's just say you are faster than someone on a different strategy because you might have better tires, etc., etc. The problem becomes you put that thing of, oh, I need to manage my gap to my team and to my competitors, direct competitors, at the back burner because this guy is making me lose time. You still have those guys at priority on the same strategy, but you cannot forget those who are in the field in front of you or behind you, because they're also racing as well, and a lot of people does get frustrated because of this. I sometimes got frustrated with these guys on an off strategy, but you have to be mindful. You take that, you might take an L at a certain point, then you're gonna get a W, and it's just like how the race progresses, lap and lap, over and over again, as we see a move on the inside from German Sim Racing, from what it looks like, or no.
Well, let's see. German Sim Racing looking up the inside into the first chicane, late on the brakes.
That is Tempest, actually, correct.
Oh, it is. You're right. You're absolutely right. Tempest slipping up the inside of the Aztec SimSports Visceral Porsche there and making that move stick into the first corner. And that looked like neither driver particularly taking the fight too hard. And the position swapping on the track. At the moment, GT3 Pro being led by Dalton Zavadil in the 171 car, and again he's on this slightly differing strategy where he's probably got another 7 laps or so of fuel in the tank in the 171 Mercedes, and then you've got the Audi in second of German Sim Racing, the Porsche in third of Visceral Esports, and then you get the Mercedes-AMG Team Urano car of Jonas Vollmeyer, who again is at the moment lapping slower than the leaders in that GT3 Pro class, but that's because he's on a full tank of fuel. And I think he's only about, 20 seconds or so off the race lead. So it looks as though Urano are doing what they need to here. They may end up with a slightly longer final pit stop, but they are potentially going to have enough of an advantage to overcome that anyway, it would seem. GTP lead gap, by the way, also coming down. The driver I'm most impressed with in the last hour or so is Daniel Civisaro, second place in GTP, and he has brought that car well and truly back into contention for this race win. He was 4th or 5th, I think, when he got into the car. He's now second and gaining on the race leader, Lorenzo.
I was trying to find the unmute button. Perks of sim racing, man. Like perks of sim racing, these are our technical difficulties. But yeah, it's really good to see them closing the gap, you know, and then, you know, CV Sabo is putting that work in. Like I said before, I know the manager from P1 Esport. I think Joachim Stennays is being a very happy individual, seeing their drivers overperform in this race. The only really solid race they had was actually at Coda, but I think they got a top 10 for a team that's kind of struggled through its ways in the championship. Finally getting a solid result in Monza might be a motivation builder to try to find good results in the final 2 races of the championship and maybe avoid a possible fight for the. I'm not gonna say it's not relegation, but whenever IVRA season opens up, you don't have to do the pre-quali again.
Yeah, which is a weight off the team's mind for sure. They know that they're guaranteed entry for the next season, and that means that they can start their season prep in earnest without sort of having it in the back of their mind that they might not quite make it in. He's taking chunks of time out of the race leader, and bear in mind they're both on the same fuel load within a lap of each other anyway. The 30 car is 1 lap lighter on fuel, but I wouldn't imagine that will make too much difference, and he's lapping significantly quicker. In fact, it was a very poor lap last time for Dylan Scrivens. He did a 1:35.3 compared to a 33.7 for Daniel Civisamo and a 32.8 for Jika Happler in third, so must have been a real nightmare in traffic last time by for Dylan, who crosses the line this time around and will hope to be going a little bit quicker, but that gap that was up at 16 seconds or so immediately after the last round of pit stops 20 laps ago, now down to under 12 as it continues to come down almost corner by corner. Daniel Civisamo driving brilliantly right now to get that car perhaps back into contention for the race win with just over 80 laps to go. And now Dylan's job gets even harder because he's got a GTP car to put a lap on. Not sure which of the GTPs that is, but if it's a lead lap car, it's not going to want to jump out of the way, is it?
Yeah, but it looks like I think it's the World of Sim Racing ahead of him.
Right, who are 1 lap down already, I think, aren't they?
Yeah.
That's not the end of the world,
yeah.
and they will now pull out of the way heading down the straight. So that's one potential hiccup avoided there, but Urano actually on this lap, Lorenzo starting to pull a bit of a gap on P1.
Yeah, but it's still very honest gap. You know, 13 seconds. It's a solid job that Dylan Scrivens is doing, even though he lost a little bit of ground to P1, but it's not like a huge ground because of the World of Sim Racing car, but still keeping that keeping the Danish team honest to try to pass the responsibility of them making up the ground and then come back into potential fight at the end of the race. But still, again, I still give them props for having a solid result so far in the race, and Urano slowly, I think, coming where they should have been in the beginning of the championship, fighting for top 3 in the results in the standings, with the potential, and a very massive potential if they win this race, of getting within the top position by Fuji Racing.
Just to finish up a story we were following probably 20 minutes or so ago now, we had that lengthy pit stop for Satellite Racing, Adam Crane in the number 64. He did get back out on track and is still 1 lap ahead of SRC Movano Corsa, so the significance of that being that our championship leaders are still stuck 14th in class. That would give them 22 championship points at the end of the race, when you consider that a class victory is worth 100 championship points, and just for getting on the podium you're guaranteed at least 81. That sort of goes to show how things could change pretty significantly here, and Urano Esports Data Group are moving themselves nicely towards the front of the championship. If they can hang on to win this race and score themselves an extra 100 points, that would put them at the moment, I believe, onto 355 points, whereas SRC Movano Corsa would be on probably just over 400. So suddenly what was a 170 odd point advantage for SRC Movano could come down to as little as 20 points or so by the end of the race at Monza. So real significant race this for the number 90 machine, which Series had a solid season. They had that win at COTA. Disappointing race last time at Daytona, as I think, Lorenzo, you mentioned earlier on. But a win here at Monza. They've still got 2 races to go. It's not too late for them. And they are certainly showing us today what they're capable of when they have a race that, so far at least, has gone to plan.
Yeah. And this is the funny aspect if we look towards Urano races. Road America, they actually won the halfway points and they were on point to actually get the victory. But if I remember correctly, they were the cause of one of the yellow flag after the halfway points, were one of the causes. The cause, I think, the 3rd yellow flag. That was the first after the halfway points. The second to last yellow flag. But anyway, coming back on point, they had a very solid Road America race. COTA was pitch perfect. They just didn't get the win at the halfway points because I'm trying to remember if I remember correctly, that was a Velachi's victory. Pure Sims just trying. One second. Mivano actually won at COTA. They had a really solid result, but kind of dipped down because of some penalties. And then Daytona couldn't get a good result, but I think that was the interesting thing is every race they went after Daytona, they had a solid result. So I think they managed to pick up the pace and the confidence within driving that car. And I think now moving forward in the IVRA season in the second half, it's a team that we should look for maybe to fight at the final round if they get a solid result in Motegi for the championship.
Just had a pit stop for our GT3 Pro leaders, by the way. SimCity Racing's Dalton Zavadil getting out of the car, Chris Beats jumping in, and so German Sim Racing will take over the lead for a lap or so as that second phase of pit stops for GT3 Pro begins. But interesting point that you make there, Lorenzo, about the Urano Esports number 90 car that we're following along here as the class leaders in GTP, that they did take those halfway points, as you said, at the opening round at Road America, but didn't ultimately finish the race. And how much do you think that plays on the minds of the team in a situation like this? Because exactly the same sort of thing happening here today, where they managed to they were second at the halfway point, so not quite in the lead, but they took some good points at halfway. But they've taken good halfway points in the past, and then things have still gone wrong. Does that play on their minds at all, or do you think teams of this level are able to put that in the past, move on from it, and treat this like a different race? I know certainly it would be in my mind, that's for sure.
I think they're up to a point that they cannot allow themselves to get frustrated. They only going to be frustrated at the time being. And I know, I think I was talking to Dylan after the race, and he was highly frustrated because it was a very innocent mistake, and they got the yellow flag. They were part of the being of the yellow flag and just got dipped out of the race. And he was very frustrated then, but he said it is what it is. It is a race. There's still a long championship ahead. They proved the point. But I think what could have been like the real problem for them is not the first race. It's actually Daytona, because Daytona had the car. They had a really solid car for that race. But the problem was Daytona, I think everything that wasn't supposed to happen happened. And I mean in a wrong way, not just for them, but for the other teams as well. So not being able to get proper halfway points and then not being able to finish the race as a whole, I think probably put up a dent into their confidence. But that's just me wild guessing, given the fact that Daytona should have been the race that they probably said, all right, we need to have a good result here.
Interesting situation developing here in GTP. We've just seen some pit stops for P1 Esports and German Sim Racing. So Marcus Soholm now jumping into the number 30 car, Lucas Liepert into the 67. And interestingly, Urano going an extra lap. Now, this relates to the point I was about to make, because at the previous couple of pit stops, Urano have pitted 1 lap later than the likes of P1 Esports. This time it looks like they're going to go at least 2 laps later, and that is significant, because if they were doing 25 lap stints from here until the end, that left them about 3 laps short of making it. With 78 to go, now 77 laps to go, it would have left P1 Esports about 4 or 5 laps short, because they've been doing 24, 25 lap stints as well. So Urano, I think, have realised here that they might need to stretch the fuel a little bit further to avoid having to make that final pit stop. The way that these stint lengths are working, it's just not quite on the button as far as making it to the end without an extra pit stop. That, therefore, plays into the hands of Pure Sims Esports and Trek Esports, who will not have to make that extra pit stop. They have still got another 5 or 6 laps left of fuel before they will have to come in. That will take them well within the 75 lap pit window, essentially, which is, you need to be pitting after 75 laps to go at this point in order to make it on 2 more pit stops. So interesting situation there within GTP, and I think that's why we're seeing Urano perhaps dropping the pace a bit to try and save a bit more gas.
Maybe. And another thing you haven't mentioned, Don, I think they're going to come into the pit lane right now. Yeah, here they come for their service. You haven't mentioned the deployment of the hybrid engine, so because right now the hybrid engine kind of like affects the fuel gauge a little bit more than probably any other car in the service, even more than the Mercedes AMG F1, W13 and W12 car, if I remember correctly. So it creates an impact on how the car drives and how you select everything on the dials and all. So I wonder how much aggressiveness they're going in terms of the hybrid deployment in the car in comparison to the other cars on the field, to try to stretch out the field as fast as they can and try to avoid a pit stop towards the end.
And this would explain why Dylan was not going as quickly over the second half of that stint as Daniel Sivisabo behind him. Daniel having to pit after 25 laps, I think it was, in that stint, whereas that was a 26-lap stint for the race leader, who he joins now onto the track. It is still Dylan at the wheel, so a double stint as we expected, and it temporarily hands the class lead to Maniti Racing, number 17. They will have to stop this time as well, and again, that would make it a 26-lap stint. So if they can keep on doing that, they're fine. In fact, they could even have a 25-lap stint in there somewhere. They can't be dipping down into 24 or 23 laps. They've got to make sure that they're going as far as they can here, carrying the tyres through a full stint and draining that fuel tank down to the very last drop. However, to my point, Pure Sims Esports probably don't have to pit for another 5 laps, and the same is true of Trek Esports in 3rd position. So the number 1 and 33 cars, we're certain, can make this on 3 more pit stops at the moment. It will be 2 stops once they make this one, whereas there is a little bit of a question mark perhaps over some of the others, maybe less so over Urano, but certainly P1 Esports will be a little concerned at that. The gap, by the way, between Urano and P1, now that they've both pitted, is 14.7 seconds, so it's gone back out again, having dipped closer to 11 seconds at one point. It has now started to go up as Maniti Racing do, predictably, make that pit stops and hand the lead back to the number 1 car.
I really want to look on the relative gap whenever the number 1 pits in comparison to the Urano car, as now the number 17 is pitting, is about 9 seconds in. It's going to take quite a while for them to come out of the pit lane. You said that Pure Sims would be in a safe fuel spot, more or less. I really want to see them with the relative gap, let's just say, in case of Ivano having the need of fueling extra at the end, and because if it is, let's just say, 1, 2, maybe 3 laps, and it goes from maybe between 15 to 20 seconds, where does Pure Sims stand on this?
Yeah, so Pure Sims they're onto their 23rd lap of this stint, if I'm reading the stint lengths correctly. So that means they can go at least another 3 laps. And so that will be when we get our answer to that, and Trek Esports as well, although they're 11.5 seconds further back. At the moment, they are about 13-14 seconds ahead of Urano on track, but as Lorenzo says, we really need to see what that gap is after they've pitted to work out whether or not it's going to cost them, Urano this is, if they do have to make that extra pit stop. The way Urano are going now, they might just be able to stretch this, and of course if we get a safety car, that changes things completely because you can save fuel behind the safety car. If you need to make a pit stop, you can do so without losing quite as much track position, and that will save them a little bit. This is a bit dicey though. That is the who's that they're going to the inside of? That might be the 33 car. No, it can't have been. Yeah, it might have been the 33 actually. That's who they were chasing. So I think they've just moved back into second place on the road. Yes, they have. So Trek Esports, there's your answer then, Lorenzo. They were already a full pit stop behind, basically. So I don't think we need to worry about Trek too much. But they are about 11.5 seconds further behind the Pure Sims car. So that gives us a rough idea of what these gaps are likely to be once the number 1 and 33 cars do make this pit stop.
Yeah, so if Pure Sims is 13 seconds, it's going to be more like touch and go for what it looks like. I think Urano might still have the upper hand right here. But let's just say you are correct on this, okay? When they go for maybe a pit stop, we know the runoff is right about 15 seconds, give or take, because it is 80 kilometers. It's not the longest one, but you have to brake, and it's still at 80%, and you regain the speed. Right around 18 seconds, we see a car parked at the entry, at the exit of the last Moto 2, wondering which car that is. But still, it's something to take note. If it is 15 to 20 seconds, they have the car, Urano has the cars, but it's a very dangerous car they're playing with whenever they come into the pit box.
Yeah, that caught my attention too, that car that was, at least had got itself out of the way, in fairness, and that is something that I remember reading in the rules and regulations from IVRA in the past, and I really like it. I think the 24H series adopts something similar, and they say that, look, if you have an issue on track, get out of the way. If you cannot drive back to the pit lane, get out of the way before you start taking tows and things like that. Don't sit in the middle of the road trying to find the right button and tow back to the pit lane, because you're right in the way. Reverse off the track, drive off the track, find a safe place, and then either rejoin or tow back to the pit lane, and I think that's what we saw there. That was a really smart bit of driving. Pure Sims, by the way, have just pitted, and that is a bit early, I think. I think they only managed 23 or 24 laps there, but they are pitting that little bit later than everybody else with 73 laps to go, so that's actually touch and go at this rate as to whether they can make it as well. But I would imagine they probably could get an extra lap out of it if they absolutely had to further down the road. So Urano now back into the race lead, and you can see that gap over Marcus Sohol behind is going up, because I think what we're seeing now is the reverse situation of what we had in the last stint. In the previous stint, it was Daniel Sibisabo closing in on Dylan Scrivens, because Dylan was in his first stint, whereas Daniel was in his second. Now the roles reversed. Dylan is fully up to speed in his second part of a double stint, whereas Marcus, in second place, still perhaps trying to get into the zone. So that gap is creeping back out again. And actually, Marcus is only 2 seconds clear of Lucas Liepert in third position. So that gap's second to third now. Perhaps Lorenzo, the one we need to watch for.
Yeah. And good to know there is potential for beef right here, and that's what I really want to know, because we're getting close to dinner time. So we need to know if that beef is going to be well cooked or not. Yes, I had to bring the discussion.
Well, funnily enough, you brought this discussion up just as I'm tucking into a dinner of my own, actually. Not unfortunately, but I did have a mouthful of pizza there, so apologies for that.
Whoa.
I knew I shouldn't have mentioned pizza.
You should have mentioned pizza. Let's tread carefully into this area, because, you know, I've seen crimes being committed against food right here. And I told him that I would shame this individual on the broadcast, but I will not do this today. So I'll...
Was this because you don't like certain toppings on pizzas? I mean, I can think of the obvious one that you might not like. Is it a yellow fruit of some sort? Well, we'll never know. Lorenzo is that offended at the very idea of pineapple on pizza. He won't even give me an answer on that one. For the record, I think pineapple on pizza is absolutely fine, and I won't be told otherwise. But I may be in the minority there, I admit. On to slightly less sketchy subjects, and let's start talking about GT3 cars again, and how that class is working out, because we are about halfway through their fuel stint, so things settle down nicely. Urano, like in GTP, are back to the front of that group right now. Jonas Ballmeyer in the number 190 car, and Impulse Racing in second, with Pure Sims Esports running in third position, and that is the closer of the battles. Pure Sims closing in slightly on Impulse Racing. But still 3.6 seconds between them for now, Lorenzo. I think Lorenzo might be suffering from a few technical issues right now. We'll try and get back to him in a moment or two. And he's timed this beautifully because that lovely pizza that I've just been delivered is going cold by the lap. But hey, the action on track heating up nicely, and that is more than enough to keep me going. Continuing the GT3 conversation then, back to the GT3 class itself. Jonathan Dance now at the front. Talk Freak Racing continuing to trade the lead between themselves and Archer Brothers. Remember, they are on slightly different strategies, about 13 laps difference between their pit stops, and Talk Freak Racing have just made a pit stop 4 laps ago and have still managed to retain the lead. So that is a significant part of the race, because the last stint that we had, that didn't happen. Archer Brothers leapfrogged ahead of Talk Freak Racing when Talk Freak pitted. This time there is a 7.2 second advantage for the 281 car. So that's a significant moment actually in the GT3 class. The lead not changing on that occasion during the round of pit stops, and that means that Talk Freak Racing very much looking the stronger of the teams for now.
Yep.
Ah,
you can hear me now, right?
We can hear
I'm
you
back,
now,
right?
yes.
All right. I was trying to make a point saying I'm a fan of Team Pineapple on pizza. I'm just not a fan whenever someone takes out the pepperoni out of the pizza.
Yeah, I must confess I don't see the logic in that one. I can understand taking vegetables off perhaps if you don't like it, but if you don't want pepperoni on a pizza, you are usually able to take one of the other options, a pepperoni-less option on the menu. So
No.
yeah, anyone guilty of that, Lorenzo, I think needs to take a long hard look at themselves in the mirror.
Yeah, I know. We have a few race spot commentators that need to go back on food education, even though that individual says that the pepperoni was not good enough. So it's still, if it is not good enough, you eat it, and then you pep in like some sort of a drink to try to make some good digestion later, so you can actually forget the pepperoni ever existed.
Certainly, and some drinks will help you forget better than others. But moving on, we have, along with that important discussion that needs to be had, and I think that now is a good time to make a public service announcement. Don't take pepperoni off your pizza. If you feel inclined to do so, seek medical help as soon as you can. We should probably move back onto the race there, because we are only 70 laps from the flag, and Urano Esports Data Group continue. I mean, the way this gap is going out, Lorenzo, 20 seconds now. It's gone out by about 8 seconds in the last 6 or 7 laps. So all of a sudden, the pendulum's swinging well and truly back in the favour of Urano. They're getting better fuel mileage. Their strategy is looking better by the lap, and they continue now to be just about the fastest of the GTP cars on track.
Yeah, and again, I think they're starting to take the control of the narrative of the pit stops if they go for the lap for the extra pit stop. So they're putting themselves in a position that even though they might have to go for the additional flash and go at the end, they probably would be safe and probably wouldn't be within contentions of losing this race at the end of things. So that's what they want. You need to control the narrative in this race, in a race that traffic management is important. You need to be mindful every single time. You're going to be running through the hot portion of the day, as we are probably after midday already in this race. I think we're about 12:30 in this race, and the track is going to pick up heat only from there.
Certainly is. This is always a tricky part of an endurance race. A lot of endurance races, especially longer races than this, 12 or 24-hour races that run into and through the night, a lot is always made of the nighttime running and how that's the most treacherous part of the race, and that's where things always go wrong and there's always some drama during the night. But I personally would much rather drive a double or triple stint through the night than even a single stint during the day, because the track conditions are usually a lot nicer, the ambient temperature drops, that means the track grip level increases, the cars are at their fastest, and okay, visibility isn't great, but at least you're not fighting your car quite as much.
You stole my question of sorts.
Sorry?
I was gonna actually ask you if you prefer to do day or night stints.
Well, night for sure. You're alone with your thoughts as well, which is quite nice. You can just focus in and not have all of these distractions. And call me old-fashioned, but I do like a car that has plenty of grip, which is not normally the case during the heat of the day.
That is true. Whenever you're managing, like let's just say if you are racing at Interlagos in the middle of the summer. Here in iRacing, you'd be getting just very simple temperatures of 72 degrees on the track. So, I do understand your feeling.
Yeah, it's a real challenge for sure, and this is part of the race where I think it's no coincidence that we're starting to see one team beginning to dominate. Clearly, Urano Esports Data Group have got their head around the conditions right now. As long as this stays green, they're going to be very, very difficult to beat indeed. More traffic negotiated there as they head towards the Ascari chicane. Back to GT3, and I made mention of the fact that Talk Freak Racing had stayed ahead of Archer Brothers Esports at the last round of pit stops. Well, I don't think that Matthew Molnar is particularly happy about that, because he's closing in now all of a sudden on Jonathan Dance ahead of him. A gap that was 7 or 8 seconds a few laps ago is under 6 seconds now, so BMW driver, one of only a handful of BMWs on the grid actually, starting to close back in on the Porsche ahead of him. And the previous lap time, about 5/6 tenths gained on the previous lap, and 5.7 seconds is the gap. And actually Matthew is bringing with him the Karuma Motorsport car of Iago Mosquera, who is on the same sort of strategy as Talk Freak Racing ahead. So those top 3 cars in GT3 starting to close down on each other pretty rapidly. 2 different trains of thought as far as the strategy is concerned with those 3 cars, but we could start getting some side-by-side racing on track, hopefully, in the next few laps.
You know what's surprising me about this is the fact that Karuma is actually in P3. We saw their incident at Lesmo 2, hitting hard the wall. We thought that we're actually going to get some damage. Surely it is that, as you can see, the left-hand side of the screen, that a gray barrier we saw at the exit of Lesmo 2. It's kind of like a very soft, foamy barrier in real life. So it gives the impact, but I don't think it would be enough for any damage of the car. Nevertheless, seeing them in P3 in the class, despite all the mishaps that happened before, are very surprising.
Yeah, good point. I'd forgotten about that, actually. They had those 2 off-track moments within a lap or so of each other, didn't they? The spin at the Lesmo, the straight on at the second chicane as well. And you're right, they're not only third, but they're well in contention. They are on the same strategy as Archer Brothers. They both pitted within a lap of each other. It's the leader in that class, Talk Freak Racing, that pitted quite a bit later. They pitted only 8 laps ago, whereas Archer Brothers and Karuma both pitted 20 or 21 laps ago. And really, they've separated themselves quite nicely from the rest of the GT3 field. In fact, a couple of the GT3 Pro cars separating 3rd from 4th place in GT3. Maniti Racing are 4th in that class, and WS Racing Esports running in 5th, but they're a long way back. So, yes, as we move into the final third of this race now, it is kind of a 4-way battle in GT3, because even though we do have those Pro cars separating the GT3 class cars, only a few seconds of track time is the difference between them. So Maniti Racing still potentially a part of that fight, the 278 car, which of course is the championship leading car. They were 2nd place in that class at halfway, so they further extended their championship lead, and they are perhaps now in the hands of Marius Janka, moving back into contention for a podium as well. So things continuing to settle down. We are between pit stops now for most of our classes anyway, before some of our GT cars start to dive onto the pit lane, though. I believe that David Barakloff is about to join into the commentary box, where he can catch up with Lorenzo.
Yeah, so let me move over here into our broadcast booth. So David, welcome to the broadcast booth, and so far at this point of the race, your team having a really solid result so far, winning GT3 category, and for championship purposes, I think this is the result that you guys have been looking for since the start of the championship.
Hey there, Lorenzo. Yeah, it's been a really smooth race so far. We're very happy to be in the lead, although it's not done yet. There are some strategy games to play still towards the end of this race.
Absolutely, and talking about the team really quickly, like I said in the championship, had really solid results in the AM class throughout all the races. Of course, the points are handed out towards the category itself, not overall as the GT3 category itself, Pro and M combined. But of course, not faring into the top 6 of the GT3 class because of the Daytona round. What was the mindset from the team moving into this race of trying to ignore what happened at Daytona?
Yeah, it was a tough one. We unfortunately caught, it was a fairly innocuous hit quite early on in the race at Daytona, but it just completely broke the car, and we tried to fix it and it was still broken, so we had to retire really early, which was gutting for our championship. But we got into this one just with an open mind, gone in to have some fun. I don't know if you noticed, but we didn't set a qualifying time. We deliberately started at the back of the grid to avoid any damage from any turn 1 shenanigans, and there were shenanigans, so we were very happy to take that strategy, and we've been slowly moving our way forwards throughout the entire race, and yeah, made a bit of a strategy play to move up to where we are, and now we just need to see if we can hold on.
Well, we'll see, because there, of course, like you said, still 64 laps overall ahead, and I think it's going to be a little bit less for the GT3s, of course. But moving forward to another topic, you guys, you also are part of the TFR Lab, which is one of the IVRA sponsors that also provides services for IVRA. So talk us a little bit about the jobs you guys do at TFR Lab.
Yeah, that's correct. So it's myself and Sasha Lamp, who's another member of Talk Freak. Many years ago, we decided to set up our little own data services kind of service a few years back, and the last few years we've been providing services to a number of teams and leagues, including IVRA. We've been helping them out with the pre-qualifying results, like live standings, live updates for the teams during pre-qualifying. We've been providing data services to the teams after the race, so you can see like what your averages were during the race, or like a summary of your lap averages. And we've also been helping out quite a lot with helping IVRA set the balanced performance for the GT3 class, looking at both official series data, like thousands and thousands of laps, chewing through, like using big data approaches, and also looking at manual runs, like drivers going out there setting runs, and basically trying to dig in and find out the true balance performance. And I'm hoping that we've done a good job. I feel like we've done a pretty good job with it over the last few years, and the feedback has been that it's been good. So yeah, it's an interesting one. There's lots of nuance to it. It's quite hard to get it right, and people are quick to let you know when they think it's wrong. But I hope we do a good job with it.
Nice. And I'm not gonna lie, from an IT perspective, I really am into this big data stuff, because it's one of my favorite subjects, and it's a big topic coming up, especially with the internet as things nowadays. But before we let you go, David, I believe you'd be taking over the car, I think, at any point. So
I'll be taking over the car on the next pit stop in a number of laps time. I won't tell you exactly how many laps time, but I'll be in the car next, and I'll be driving it to the end of the race to try and bring home the win.
Nice, and I wish you the best of luck, that you guys really get a solid result, and maybe go up a few spots in the GT3 category, and who knows, maybe fight for the championship or even top 3 spots at the end of things.
Yeah, with some luck. I don't think it's done yet. I think we're going to face a lot of pressure from behind, but let's wait and see. Let's wait and see.
Most definitely. Again, good luck, David, and we'll see you soon on the track.
Cheers. Thank you.
Back to you, Andy.
Excellent, Lorenzo. I've never felt less intelligent in my life, because David was explaining all of that stuff about data and lap times and BOP and all that stuff. It was going completely over my head, and then Lorenzo chimes in, and Lorenzo, you understood everything he was on about. So I think I've realised I'm not the smartest member of this commentary team, certainly not my area of expertise. But what I did pick up from that is that that's a really important part of sim racing, and something that I think more championships, more teams, more drivers are starting to pick up on, that you can analyse so much data through sim racing that you just can't analyse in the real world sport. And I think now we're really starting to see some people taking advantage of that, delving into all of this stuff that you can look into, and you can process, and you can collate all of this data. And I think that the teams that we see dominating esports these days are surely the teams who are spending more time and effort and resources on exactly that. So where exactly can a team find an advantage, do you think, from working with people like David and analysing that sort of data?
So one of the things you mentioned about it, like I said, big data is one of the features that we have nowadays, because now we say there's the Internet of Things, that we are sending massive packets of data all the entire time, and all the time. It's like, it's not just megabytes, we're sending petabytes, terabytes of data into the race without, and I'm not going to go into nerdy stuff, because if I do, I'm probably going to talk even over the race, and I really don't want to be doing that. So the amount of data that you have available, not just in terms of telemetry, but the average of race pace from the other teams, official series and things like that, like he said, to make the BOP and try to be as balanced as possible for not only IVRA but also maybe at the 24-hour series. I think TFR kind of because they provided some the backup maybe, but the amount of work they do to try to make sure that teams working with that, they understand what they should improve maybe on a lap, or maybe try to make a tweak on the setup, or pass the information to the drivers, oh, here is the better portion, or maybe at this temperature you need to push up the pace a little bit or manage the tires a little bit more to try to be more consistent. These are the minor things that that's why sim racing teams like I'll give you some examples. I know Mouse Sports, I know Redline, Apex, Williams, and so many other organizations. They are not investing just in the drivers, they're bringing engineers, LBS competitions as well. So they're bringing engineers who does this track work. They analyze data, they analyze mode tech, and make sure that also this big data stuff, that to ensure that their drivers have the most available information possible to have the best performance out of the track.
Absolutely, and you mentioned BOP there, and that's something that it's a bit of a dark art, really. And when it comes to real world motorsport, which I'm very familiar with, BOP in TCR competition, in GT3 competition, no one is ever satisfied with the BOP. Of course, every driver feels that they're being slowed down too much, or their opponents are going too quickly, whatever it may be. But part of that is because it's almost impossible to accurately calculate and then apply a BOP that will work for everyone at every racetrack that you compete at over the course of a season. Whereas in sim racing, one of the big advantages you have is that you can get one individual driver, a talented driver who is capable of extracting the true pace out of every car. You can pay them for a day to go and drive around the racetrack that you're going to be competing at next in every car, doing qualifying runs, doing full fuel runs, to work out exactly what the true performance of each of those cars is. And that's a luxury we just don't have in real world motorsport. And I think that's why we hear a little bit less of the complaining about BOP in sim racing. It's still there, don't get me wrong, but believe me, it's a lot less than it is in the real world. And that's a great thing.
Yeah, that is a great thing. And one other thing that we can touch upon is the fact that we've always, here in iRace, you've always said that we have those races like, let's just say Daytona 24 hours. We always said that, oh, this is like the Porsche GT3 Cup. We saw that it wasn't the GT3 Cup. The GT3 Cup kind of like windowed, and we saw like Audis in the track. We saw McLarens. We saw the BMWs and the Mercedes fighting with the Porsches, which have a more natural pace. And the Bathurst 12 hours, I've heard that the BOP work was actually really balanced when they took the strength that the McLaren has on the other cars, the BMW as well. So they brought more a level playing field between everybody. So surely it will not appreciate 100% of the crowd. It is not meant to please 100% of the crowd, but the work that has been done lately to try to get the BOP right, and not just here, but also in the official series and even other championships and other racing simulators, it has to be lauded, because it is not the easiest work.
No, not at all. There are two jobs in motorsport that I would never want. I would never want to be a race steward, and I would never want to be in charge of working out balance and performance, because those two people are always the least popular people in the paddock. And It's unfortunate because they've got important jobs to do and they can never please everybody, but at least here in sim racing that becomes a little bit easier on both fronts. GT3, by the way, we are on the verge of seeing a lead change on track because Matthew Molnar has caught Jonathan Dance now. That gap that was 6 or 7 seconds a while ago is now only 0.6 of a second. The only downside to that is that the Archer brothers car in second place is due a pit stop any moment now. They could even be coming in on this lap. So it is a close battle, but we know that they are pitting out of sync by about 14 laps or so from the Torque Freak racing car that they're catching. They are therefore lighter on fuel, which potentially explains why they are catching as well. That gap is really starting to creep down now to the point that Matthew Molnar might be able to get within striking range. You can see that delta on the timing tower coming down to about 3/10. We've been following Dylan Scrivens here for a while in the lead of the GTP category, but it is very much the GT3 class where things are looking likely to be more competitive because it's a 21-second lead now for Dylan Scrivens. GT3 Pro is a 30-second advantage, although they also have their strategy games going on, which will only play out over final portion of the race. And right on cue, Matthew Molnar does pit from second place in class, so he has to unfortunately give up the hunt there, but that was a good stint there from Matthew, and Jago Mosquera going with him as well. Karuma Motorsport, still very much a three-way fight, I think, in GT3.
Yeah, I think so as well. It's just the thing of how many laps it will be apart maybe at the final pit stop, and if even I think the 281 might be safe on pit stop, but the question is how close that gap is going to be. I think you even saw David say that they're probably not safe out of the woods yet in comparison to the other teams. So still, we are saying 58 laps to go. This is for the GTPs. I estimate there's going to be maybe 10 laps last for the GT3 cars, and that's a little bit of an average. But other than that, has been a very compelling race now to watch on the GT3s. I said this maybe it would have been a one-car race. I've never been so wrong in my life, and I kind of been happy to be put up to be so wrong in this statement and seeing a potential really good race at the end.
Now, that pit stop comes at an interesting time for Archer Brothers because that was another 28 lap stint. 28 seems to be about the limit for the GT3 cars around here at Monza. And that is a little bit tricky because it comes with 58 laps to go. So another 28 lap stint would take them to 30 laps to go, which is, of course, just outside the window to make it. Now, the thing that makes this a bit complicated, though, and this is a challenge that the teams will be faced with too, the GT3 cars are likely not going to complete as many laps over the remaining time in this race as the GTPs will. So if they are lapped another 2 or 3 times over the remaining 60 laps, then that might be all right. If that made sense, I'll be amazed. It made sense when I thought about it. Essentially, they might be saved by the fact they're not going to do as many laps as the GTP leaders, but that is a difficult calculation for those GT teams to make, isn't it, Lorenzo? Because they're not entirely sure how long their race will be. The GT3 cars are already 23, 24, 25 laps down. Calculating actually how many laps you will complete is a lot trickier when you're in the slower classes.
Yeah, absolutely. And this is what I just said. We're taking this for face value because GTPs have 57 laps, right? And let's just say that whenever you come into this 57 laps, probably deduce 10 laps because they're doing. They're faster by 14 seconds, 15 seconds average. Let's just give or take for the GTPs. So 15 seconds, you put that into 5, you're nearly a full minute ahead. So we estimate from the gap from this could be up to 10 laps at the end of things. So we'll see. Of course, they don't need to overfuel as much moving forward, those GT3s. So that's why I think it's just a matter of how close will be the final pit stop be between those guys, and how close will be the gaps towards the final pit stop whenever they actually go and put the foot on the floor.
Yeah, you're right. They're losing about, the front runners in GT3 Pro are losing about 13 seconds a lap to the front runners in GTP. So it will take them a long time to be caught and put another lap down, if that makes sense, because I reckon it's probably about 8 or 9 laps probably completed by a GTP car. So every 8 or 9 laps, they will lap the GT cars, is what I'm trying to say. So with 56 laps to go, they will likely put another 3 or 4 laps on the GT3s, and that should therefore save the GT3s from that slightly precarious pit or fuel strategy that they are running too. But still going to be interesting to see what happens. Karuma have pitted now as well, so Mosquera in the 288 car has come in and handed over to Fran Vidal, and they have come out ahead of Archer Brothers. So that's a change for second place in GT3. Karuma Motorsport, having made their latest pit stop, have managed to gain a position. So the gap is 1.5 seconds between them too. So they gained the position by quite some way. And that is because they were 1.5 seconds quicker in the pit lane. So a quicker pit stop there for Karuma. And that was even with a driver change, which Archer Brothers didn't do. So if anything, you thought the driver change might take a bit longer if it takes a moment for the driver to connect in. But no, that wasn't the case. It was just a quicker pit stop for Karuma, and that will now put them into second. And once Torque Freak pit in about 10 laps' time, we'll see what the gap is between first and second in that class. But Karuma Motorsport continuing this really impressive recovery drive.
Yeah, really looking forward to see what Fran Vidal is actually going to pull at the end of things. And see where they're going to finish at the end of things. Believe it or not, it's an open race, and I'm really looking forward to see what the Spaniards have in hands. Which is kind of funny. Karuma Motorsport, car motorsport. Anyway, just me geeking over Japanese stuff, but solid results so far for them. Just looking at the championship, I think that 288 is not on the top end. If I remember, I think they're probably one of the new teams in the GT3 class.
They are, yeah. I think this is their first race this season in GT3. The championship leader, of course, is Maniti Racing, number 278, and they are currently running in 4th place in class, but they're sort of in no man's land. They're 10 seconds behind the second place battle, and they are about 10 seconds ahead of Satellite Racing behind them in 5th. So Maniti Racing at the moment doing a reasonably good job. But 281, 288 and 201, the 3 cars ahead of them, well, none of them are championship rivals, really. Archer Brothers the closest, but they're still over 100 points back, even after the halfway point, because Maniti, they may be 4th now, but they were 2nd at halfway, so they took 45 points, just 5 points fewer than Archer Brothers, who led at the halfway point, whilst Torque Freak Racing, number 281, they were running 5th at halfway. David Barraclough was in the car at that point, we just heard from him, and they have gained a lot of ground since the middle portion of the race, which is pretty impressive stuff. David Barraclough, in fact, is back in the 281 car now, just as I mentioned him, so that car making its pit stop, I think, just about where we expected him to, and has rejoined 3 seconds clear. So now the top 3 in that class covered by under 4 seconds. Torque Freak Racing, Karuma Motorsport and Archer Brothers. That, I think, could be where we, at the moment at least, get our close finish, because GTP and GT3 Pro looking a bit more settled. That GT3 class, though, is a genuine fight on the track.
Yeah, which is always good to see that ignited. And just taking a quick look at Barraclough 3. And the one thing we're going to be looking is just the pace of Barraclough. We know he's a really fast driver. It's just I know Barraclough is more of a Porsche GT3 Cup driver than a GT3, but still, I think he's a very open end in the championship, and really looking forward to see how this is going to be on at the end of things.
So we do now move away from our GTP leader and into the GT3 class, and this is the 281 car. There we go, right on cue. David Barraclough in the Porsche. His 2.7 second lead, which is still settling down after he jumped into the car. Leaf Sebastian, by the way, has just pitted from GT3 Pro lead, which puts the 167 car of Patrick Prius back in front. He owes his pit stop in about 5 laps or so. So another 5 or 6 laps away from getting Mercedes-AMG Team Murano back to the front of that field. GTPs will be coming in pretty shortly as well. We're getting down towards 50 laps to go. So this is important. You've got to try and get past lap 50 past 50 or 51 to go, I think, here, if you're a GTP driver, to be able to make it to the end on one more pit stop after this one. So very much into the closing stages now, this extended period of green flag racing that's been going on now for about 2 hours, 2.5 hours actually, since the last caution period, has spread out the field, and it's now really allowed the teams to delve into the pit strategy. It's one of the reasons why you can never make the assumption in these races that you will definitely get yellow flags, because especially at a track like Monza, it's a little more forgiving than some other tracks, isn't it? Even if you go off the track here, Lorenzo, you're less likely to make significant contact with the barrier or get stuck somewhere with any big damage. So generally speaking, we don't see as many yellow flags around here, and that means the teams have to assume, I think, that this will go green to the end.
Yeah, especially with me, like I said, with me on the broadcast booth, everything can happen. If I say yellow flag, it's going to happen to have a yellow flag, and I'm going to forget what race I commentated on that I call a yellow flag as. I predicted a yellow flag. I said about yellow flag as soon as it came. The yellow flag came out, I nearly smashed my head into my desk. But yeah, this is one of the tracks that if you get caught on the wrong way, the yellow flag triggers. And the one thing I think Dylan doesn't want to have right now is competition with those 31 seconds of dominance in the GTP field. So it's those things that only with true tragedy would impede this race.
52 laps to go then in the GSI Endurance Series presented by IVRA here at Monza, just within an Italian Grand Prix race distance to go. And we're getting a bit of a swap around here within the GT3 classes. This for 20th overall, but that translates to 7th position within the GT3 Pro class, and that's the Pure Sims car of Daniel Ferguson, trying his best to debate track position with the 201 BMW, which is not on the same lap as him. Debating track position, and then one of the GTP cars coming through as well. We've also just had pit stops for a Ryan race team and for P1 Esports within GTP. And P1 Esports have put Daniel Civisabo back at the wheel. Now that's interesting, Lorenzo, because Daniel was so rapid in his last double stint that he did. I don't know whether he can stay until the end here, because I know there are minimum and maximum driver times, but if he can do another stint here, might just be able to start closing that gap to Urano in much the way that he was earlier on.
Yeah, but we still have to give props to the job that Daniel is actually doing at the end of things, right? Doing a mega job on that car, keeping it clean. Of course, we had a few incidents early on, so being really good until the end of things should be lauded at the end of the day. But of course, I don't think he's going to finish this race. I think he has maybe one more stint available to do for him and a few extra laps in 40. I think he burns over the quota of laps, but until maybe the next driver, which is Michael Solholm, to take over the car and maybe finish the race.
Yeah, that was sort of what I was assuming. I didn't think he'd be able to do 4 stints out of the last 5. Urano are in, by the way. So, yeah, right on cue. 51 laps to go. That's just about okay. I think that was another 26 lap stint. So they're just in the window now, I think, to make this on one more pit stop. But I've still got my doubts over P1 Esports and Orion Race Team and some of those who pitted a couple of laps ago. I'm not convinced that they can make this on one more stop, but it's intriguing that they don't appear to be even attempting to. Perhaps they know something we don't about yellow flags that might be coming in the future. They've heard that Lorenzo is around, and they're assuming that this won't go green till the flag. And Easy Racing are in too, so top 2 cars both pitted on the same lap. And that will likely put Pure Sims Esports back in front. It has been on the last few pit cycles. Let's see whether or not Urano come out ahead of them. This is going to be interesting, actually. It's going to be very close. The Pure Sims car is just coming, but no, Urano will stay ahead, will they? Almost neck and neck. Pure Sims trying to get around the outside, but Urano will. In fact, the Pure Sims is not even that car, it's the car behind. So Urano had a pit stop in hand over Pure Sims, and that is important then, Lorenzo, because it means that even if they did have to make an extra pit stop, they had that pit stop in hand over those who were on the same strategy as them. So Pure Sims, who we know will be pitting in the next 2 laps or so, will temporarily provide a bit of a challenge here for Urano, but things really starting to fall into place now for this number 90 car.
Yeah, just basically kind of like puts the a possible nail in the coffin for Pure Sims. But we have to remind ourselves that Pure Sims probably has a lapse less on the final pit stop, so that can compensate at the end of things. So being closed during this this whole shuffle of everything, it's still undecided. But I would say that Renault now controls fully the narrative, and there is a true competition moving forward in this race, unless something that Pure Sims can pull out of the bag. And they did at Road America, but I don't think they can pull out here at Monza to win this race.
No, I don't think they can win without a safety car, but I do think they could steal second place here, because we know for a fact that Pure Sims can make this on one more pit stop. So we have this, or I at least have this question mark over some of the others, perhaps not Urano, but P1 Esports and Orion Race Team. I'm just not convinced that they can stretch this to the flag based on the fuel mileage they've been giving us over the last couple of hours or so. And Pure Sims we know can, so they might just be able to leapfrog their way back onto the podium, which would be a really nice result for them to have. The number one car has not had a podium finish this season, actually, looking at their results. So Pure Sims Esports third in the championship, well, joint second actually in the championship with Team RSO, number 17, who are running fifth at the moment. Though, in fact, no, they're not, excuse me, that's Maniti Racing, so they're not racing with us today, RSO, and that means that Pure Sims were already likely to move into second place in the points, and they might be able to finish second place in the race as well. Speaking of those points, by the way, I've been charting the progress of SRC Movano Corsa, and they are now into the top dozen. They are running 12th place now, the championship leaders, because Adam Crane has had another lengthy pit stop. In fact, he's in the middle of a lengthy pit stop for Satellite Racing. He's been in a couple of laps now, so something has happened to the 64 car, and that means SRC have gained one position. They're now 4 laps behind 11th place, which is the World of Sim Racing team, who are not lapping very quickly, but they're not lapping low enough that that gap will be closed on the track. So again, SRC sort of left hoping for others to fall by the wayside, as Pure Sims do now make a pit stop. That was 25 laps completed, but we know that they can now make this on one more stop.
Yeah, which is solid on fuel. I think this might actually be about 48. If they go for 24, this is 2 full stints. So yeah, absolutely, they can push 100% without being concerned of maybe saving a touch of fuel at the end of things.
Was a bit close through the parabolica there, almost ending in a little bit of contact, and this is 6th place, is it not, that's being debated here. They come across the timing line then, and the Pure Sims car will drop behind these two, so it now becomes 5th place battle between Benjamin Sless in the 67 car, just keeping the green Maniti Racing car of Johnny Verhoef behind. Johnny, another driver who's had a half hour, 40 minutes out of the car and then jumped straight back in to do another stint, and he is looking to try and break into 4th position now. Some of these gaps really very close at the moment. It's a 22.8 second lead for the lead 2 is back into the Urano Esports Data Group car, but then 2nd to 3rd is only 5.5 seconds, 3rd to 4th is 0.8, and then 4th to 5th is only 9 seconds, and then as we can see, 5th and 6th place is absolutely together on track. So some interesting battles continuing in the GTP category as this latest round of pit stops is nearing its conclusion. We have got 47 laps to go here at Monza in the GSI Endurance Series presented by IVRA. Urano Esports Data Group lead the way by 23 seconds over P1 Esport in 2nd. We have doubts on whether they can make this on one more stop. The same is true of Orion Race Team in 3rd, 4th place Maniti Racing likewise, and then German Sim Racing 5th, Maniti Racing 6th. Pure Sims came out in 7th, and they are really the first car that we are convinced can make this on one more pit stop. Hydra Race Geodesic in 8th position, 9th Trek Esports, and the top 10 completed by private label Team Hype. As we get a pit stop now then, this is German Sim Racing coming in from 5th place. That means that 5th place battle is put on ice temporarily, and that gives us the opportunity to jump away once again from calling the live action to have a chat with another driver. Lorenzo Bonda is ready and waiting.
Absolutely, I'm going to bring Manuel Sedal from Maniti, the number 17 car. So Manuel, First and foremost, let me welcome to the booth and your team in P4 so far. But the one topic I have to talk, Manuel, which is in the back of my head, you probably know what it is. DMRSO now being Maniti, how that came to be.
Hi everyone, first of all. I don't really know where to start. I mean, in the big picture, obviously you're aware like that sim racing really goes through very dynamic times, and there's lots of changing challenges and environment and stuff like that. And at RSO, we've always been a team that was based on long friendships, and we're all been in the mid-30s, and then people start getting kids, they buy houses, like the priorities of life shift, and ultimately for the core of the team that was still willing and having the time to participate on the highest level, it was getting tougher and tougher. In the end, we were basically just this IVRA entry that was regularly online. So we took the very hard decision after 2 years of fighting against it that we might need a different environment. And then we had some really great talks over autumn and winter, so really also took lots of time to figure things out. And obviously Maniti is one of the addresses that you have to go for if you think of competitive racing. And so basically the 5 of us, Maxime, Luca, Niels Benedict, and Matsi, who's in the car, and me, we moved over to Maniti, and currently we're in the probation phase. But as we were also both racing in LMDH in IVRA, we decided to run the car for the rest of the season under this flag. And so far we're enjoying it a lot, and it's obviously a great time together with the guys like Johnny, Michael Mariani, and also Liam. Work together with them on the car is really something new to have like double the manpower. Yeah, so that like maybe sums it up.
All right, that's a cool story, and good to know that everybody just went to agree to move on and also be part of Maniti, and see that you guys are still part of the probation and taking this championship. I know you guys are have been really solid in this championship. P2, solid results so far, closing the gap towards Bebano. You guys know they have had the most solid race so far. What was the mindset approaching this race, where you guys know from many moons ago that traffic is very key, but that start is always problematic to negotiate?
Yeah, totally right. I mean, I don't want to call that championship as our goal, given the high level of competition, and clearly just looking at pace, teams like Milano or also Urano with their lineup, they're clearly better than we are. But it's our 3rd season, and I would say we learned a lot in the past 2 seasons. We missed out the championship in our first season very little, and that was due to not finishing the races. And I think this is what we do very good this season. So we're really focusing on our pace, consistency, no inks, no incidents, as much as we can. And I mean, obviously on a track like Monza, there is like crazy moments every race. And also for the rest of this race, we just want to keep it clean, and then I really think that we can fight for a good podium position. It's actually very interesting towards the end of the race if we stay green, because due to my calculations, then P1 would drop out of the podium spot. So right now I feel like we're in the fight for a podium if things go right. And that would be an amazing result. As I said, the competitors are really crazy good. So shout out to the high level of performance that IVRA has this season. It's really cool to see. And it's great to be part of it, and hopefully to be leading after 4 rounds in the championship standings. That would be crazy.
Yeah, absolutely. And touching one last question before we let you go, because I think today you're not driving manual. I think you're doing more of a.
Oh, I did.
Oh, you did. Oh, you're driving the start. Dumb me.
No. Mats did the start. We triple synted in the beginning, and then I did the triple synth, and now Mats is in the car for currently he's in his 3rd stint, and we're discussing to leave him in the car because he's like a 10th or 1.5 tenths faster in average than me. And I feel like we need to go for pace until the end of the race. But Matsi is doing a great job today, and he's feeling very comfortable in the car. We haven't decided yet if I jump in the car for the last stint, but the two of us are doing it, and I did my part already.
All right. Because I was now I actually had one question, but I'll come back to this one. You just said about maybe staying longer. Is he not in danger of maybe violating the driver limit rules? Because I know each driver has a certain amount of laps that you cannot violate. So I believe Mats might be safe in that instance.
I think we're super cool with that. Also, we're in Pro, so we don't have this limit for the Pro drivers like the AM Pro category in GT3 has. That shouldn't be a problem, I think.
Oh, okay, fair enough. Manuel, man, I'll let you go. And always a great talk with you, Manuel. It's always a pleasure to have you on the broadcast booth. I can't wait to see what 17 does at the end of the race, and maybe get some good results to the final 2 rounds.
Can I say one last thing?
Sure, go right ahead.
Because when I was in the car, I happened to be involved in a super unfortunate incident, and I haven't texted the boys yet, but I will do after the race. But I want to apologize to car number 13, the Apex Tech Racing prototype. As we're battling it out for the standings for the halftime points, they went into pit and surprised me by braking a bit early. I tried to avoid the car. Still, with a bit of netcode and whatever, I clipped them and sent them into the wall, ending the race. So this is really an unfortunate situation. I deeply apologize for that. I really feel bad that I ended the race. That was of no bad intention. It was just like miscommunication, reading the situation wrong. And I just hope that Justin is not too disappointed and that both of us can learn from it. So that's really something I wanted to say, because I feel like it's very important to be also critical with oneself. And here I also didn't do things perfect. So I really hope we can continue and have some great fights in the next race.
Right on. Manuel, again, man. Having you on the broadcast booth is always a pleasure, man. Always one level-headed individual. And
Thank you.
Again, can't wait to see what you and the team have in store for the remaining of this race and the final 2 rounds in a few months, and even a month time.
Thanks a lot for the warm words, and of course thanks to the whole team for the great broadcast. It's really a joy to watch it, and enjoy the rest of the race yourself.
Thank you. All right, back to you.
Bye, guys.
Yeah, excellent stuff, and great to hear there from Manuel. And I was still in a little bit of shock, because that was a racing driver admitting fault for an incident on track. That is a rare thing. I think we need to encourage more of that, because sometimes it's just a racing incident, but other times there is one driver to blame, and I think too often these days that can trigger a war of words between the parties involved. And yeah, nice to see Manuel there taking responsibility, and I'm sure that will be appreciated in at least some small way to the ATRS team that he tangled with a little bit earlier on. We are nearly inside 40 laps to go though here at Monza. We are well into the final stages of this race. The GTP field continues to be led by the Urano Esports Data Group car. We're focusing here on one of the GT3 battles, and the Pure Sims car runs, I believe, in 3rd position. Yes, Daniel Ferguson just ahead of Christopher Hyman for German simracing.de by ACV to give them their full title, and they are battling away on the track on, I believe, slightly different strategies. Yes, they are. The German sim racing car came out of the pits 3 laps ago, whereas Pure Sims are actually going to be one of the first, in fact they will be the first of the GT3 Pro cars to have to make their next pit stop. It's going to come in about 22 laps or so, which will put them just outside that 25 lap window to the end. So again, they're going to be a team hoping that they get put a few more laps down by the GTP cars, because a reminder, that 41 laps to go, that's 41 GTP laps. Everybody else will be completing slightly fewer if they're in the lower classes, and that might just rescue Pure Sims from having to make an extra pit stop. The next group of cars that we will see coming in will likely be the GT3s, but we are some way away from that now as we move towards the closing stages of what has been a fascinating race. GT3 itself continues to be one of the closer classes, although David Barraclough is putting in the hard yards now. He's lapping quicker than Kruma Motorsport or Archer Brothers behind, and so gapping them, and actually has put a couple of the GT3 Pro teams between them now, so 30th place overall for our GT3 leaders, second and third, 33rd and 34th places respectively. But nice to see, Lorenzo, that even after this long, and this long since we last had a safety car period, we've still got these little battles popping up for podium places here and there, certainly within the GT3 Pro field, and that always fascinates me. We've been racing green now for about 2 3/4 hours since the last restart, and still some teams just can't get away from each other.
Yeah, and normally you would think that there would be separation or maybe fights within the mid-pack where it would be the natural progression with the break off of the field and things like that within the higher classes with the higher numbers, and specifically within GT3s, it's good to see there above fights for top 5, fights for maybe there was fight maybe in top 3 in the podium for the GT3 class itself, not in the Pro, but it's been a very good race, man. And I'll be very honest, it's 7:30 p.m. GMT right now, I think, for both you and me. I didn't even see this race fly, so I barely even noticed this race has flown so quick.
It has gone by very quickly, hasn't it? Which is, again, surprising since we've had green flag running the whole way. You know, often at this point, you start to run out of things to talk about. Certainly not the case in this one, and a big part of that is the strategy that's going on here, and trying to sort of do the calculations to figure out exactly who has got this right, who perhaps has got it slightly wrong. But it's going to keep us guessing that right until the moment of the checkered flag, I think. We check back in now with the GTP frontrunners. This is the car that's third in that class, and is under a little bit of pressure for the time being. Track temperature staying exactly where it's been for a while, actually. I think we last saw this graphic a couple of hours ago, and it's still 20 degrees ambient. It's gone up to 28 degrees track temperature, so it was 27, I think, the last time we checked. And therefore pretty static and stable conditions for the drivers to deal with. This third place battle, though, could go either way. Orion Racing Team and Beniti Racing together again on track, 1.2 seconds between them, and Yalvas, who was fighting for the lead when he was last in the car, is now busy trying to defend third place.
Which is just thinking, I was thinking to look at the gaps and see how close it is between those cars, and so far João Bas doing a solid job, and Manuel touched upon being on Mats being a tenth or 2/10 of a second faster per lap than João Bas. Let's see if the number 17 can actually get within that top 3, but really solid battle between everybody, and the field delta between them is very similar, despite being maybe a lap or two, but a lap or two is nothing in this race at this point of the race right now. So they can actually go full pedal to the metal and see where they're going to end up at the end of things. That's what we want to cover. A lot of action around the track with not many laps to go. Now this is a full-on sprint race.
Yeah, 38 laps to go means that we are about 10 laps away from the pit window for most of the cars, to make it to the end with one more pit stop. A little bit further away for the GTP cars. They go slightly less distance on a tank of fuel than the GT3 cars do. Remember, we're looking at 25, 26 lap stints for the GTPs, whereas it's 28 laps or so, 29 even in some cases, for those GT3 cars. Very difficult track to save fuel at, though, Monza, because it is full throttle for so much of it, and yes, you can lift and coast into the braking zones, yes, you can draft with people perhaps, but that becomes harder as the field gets more and more spread out here, which has definitely happened apart from one or two pairs of cars that have found each other on track. Generally, it's not the easiest thing to do to save fuel at Monza, and so that's why we're seeing length not fluctuating too much. It's good news for us because it makes it a little bit more predictable. But even so, we are right on the cusp of some of these cars being able to make it with just the one more pit stop. Pure Sims Porsche here, still continuing to run third in GT3 Pro. And they are, if anything, gapping slightly now, the German sim racing car, but that gap really just goes up sometimes, it comes down other times, the quicker cars coming through having an effect on that, of course. You see it's a pretty much constant stream of GTP cars coming through. Just when you start to get back into your rhythm, Lorenzo, you suddenly have another car filling your mirrors, and it's difficult for the slower drive, or the slower cars sometimes, to know exactly where to position themselves on track. When we talk about traffic, we often talk about how it can delay the quicker car, but it's easy to forget sometimes that the slower GT cars, they are affected too.
Sorry, Indy, go right ahead again because I lost my train of thought. I blanked. The things of being in the broadcast for too long. I apologize, man.
It's all right. I have this effect on lots of people, Lorenzo. It's not just me that struggles to listen to me for too. Believe me, I get bored of the sound of my own voice after a while. I was just saying that we're dealing with the traffic. It's just as difficult for the slower cars to deal with. You know, the quicker cars, they lose time in traffic, of course they do. But when we're following these GT3 battles, we're really seeing how they can be affected by the quick cars coming through as well. And in a way, it's a more difficult job for the GT3 cars because they've got to almost anticipate where that GTP is going to try to pass them, and they've got to position themselves in a part of the track where they won't lose time, but also where they're not going to end up getting in the way and getting punted off the road.
Yeah, and I think that you touch on a very good topic about the job that was actually done. I'll go back to when we broadcasted the IMSA Esports Global Championship, and me and Ewan O'Leary was actually doing lead comms with Cam Roger prior to us taking over. He was doing pit reporting with us, and we were actually going to the channels where the teams were actually going, and they were talking in terms of doing spotting. So they were saying, oh, the GT3s are going to come up on this portion of the track and in this many laps, and whenever they can't, like, just stay right, they will go left and things like that. So they were always keeping you on your toes and making sure that you don't have to be worried looking over your shoulder every single time and just do your race, because these lower cars, all they have to do is just do your race, but you have to do it in an effective way without overthinking too much and overthinking, oh, where should I go to make sure the car is faster? Just positioning yourself on the track, not even lifting up, but you just position yourself on the track in a way that is optimal for you and for the other cars as well, especially the faster cars, to overtake you and try to do them in the most safe fashion is very important. So there's this backup needed, and that's why always having an extra hand is always helpful to do that kind of stuff, so you don't have to worry yourself and maybe lose time.
Absolutely right, and that's why I always feel a little bit of sympathy for the drivers in the slower cars in these multi-class races, because it's very often is the slower car that ends up coming off worse when the quicker cars are trying to bully their way through, and that's going to be a little bit unfortunate, but we haven't seen much of that, really. In fact, I can't think, since we've been on the broadcast, Lorenzo, I can't really think of a single time that I've seen any real issues in traffic. Everyone has been very well behaved, very patient, and that is what's contributed really to this long period of green flag running. We've only had 3 caution periods. One of those was on the first lap after a sizable incident at the first corner, but beyond that, actually, the driving standards amongst traffic in particular have been really good, I think.
Yeah, I'm just taking a quick look. I think we had about 6 hours. I'm just counting, about 5 or 6 hours of racing here, nearly 7 hours. So 57 incidents. Of course, not all of them due to collisions and things like that. Have been addressed by the race control. So it's a lot, but then again, it's minor stuff that it's really not something that is due to bad conduct of the drivers in here. I think just a few located occasions here and there. I think probably has been one of the most cleanest races of the season. But then again, this has so many few corners, and the few corners you can actually make the decisions way beforehand. You actually before committing to them. That's why maybe the standards in here, apart from some of the rejoins, and Connery would have a brain seizure with that, have been very, very clear. probably one of the cleanest races we've had so far.
Yeah, absolutely. And there was that one rejoin in particular that nearly ended in disaster, but again, good reactions from everybody all round, really. They managed to avoid getting into each other at high speed at the Ascari chicane, and we continued green. So, yeah, really happy with the general standard of driving that we've seen today. 34 laps to go then, keeping ever closer to that last round of pit stops, and looking at the gaps towards the pointy end of the field, really all fairly static. The leaders all in the sort of high one at 33s, low one at 34s or so. Urano continuing to build the gap over P1 Esports though, and that is interesting, Lorenzo, and we will not know the answer to this question probably for a little while, but given the speed that we saw out of Daniel Civisaro in the last stint that he did, I am a little surprised that he is now losing time to the race leader rather than gaining time. Could that be because P1 Esport are concerned about fuel and they have told Daniel, okay, we're not going to catch the leader, we need to make sure we finish second, and to do that we need to stretch the fuel a little bit further, because this is not the same sort of performance we saw from Daniel an hour or so ago.
I would say so. There are 19 laps, so everything's possible, I think, from this point on. And just tell him, have less deployment of the hybrid, save a little bit more fuel, lift up the gas, try to go for 27 laps and 26, 27 laps where you're not going to be overly concerned. So it wouldn't be false, that statement that you said. Just we'll see maybe whenever we have like 27 to go, if this is actually going to be something that should be a concern for P1 Esport. For the time being, we'll just keep a very close watch on the fuel consumption out of the number 30 car.
Yeah, certainly, because that 27 laps to go is when, on current calculations, they would probably make their next pit stop, and that would not be enough to get them to the end. We've not seen any GTP car do more than 26 laps on a tank of fuel, so we're confident that Urano can do this, but as for those behind, it's a little bit more of a question mark. Back on board with Christopher Hyman here as he makes his way out of the Ascari chicane, and he's been able to really gain there on the pure Sims car. That might have even been the Urano cars zipping in and out of the traffic on its way towards the Parabolica. And Christopher Hyman is going to have a look at the inside, just a little bit too far back though. But that is the first real lunge that he's had. Just tried to get to the inside of the Pure Sims car. This, remember, for third place in GT3 Pro. As far as these two cars go on pit strategy, well, they're on very different strategies. Pure Sims will be in the next lap or so, we think, whereas we know the German sim racing car can go potentially another 10 laps here. So no doubts on fuel for the car on which we ride on board, but the 116 Porsche perhaps trying to save a bit of fuel if it can, and that means that the German sim racing Audi almost had a chance there to move ahead.
Oh yeah, 100%. It's a little bit surprising that Hyman will actually try to go for a potential look on a move on the inside of Parabolica, but anything that Daniel Ferguson needs to do is fuel safe. 24 laps, and he has about 3-4 laps within his stint before he comes into the pit lane minimal, and I think he would be safe in terms of fuel at the end of things. But really good chase of the German sim racing towards Pure Sims. The only thing I think they're trying to work together while Daniel has the pit lane is try to work the gap and get closer towards Lewis Woods and that impulse car 6 seconds ahead, but I don't think it's going to be doable.
No, you need to find a little bit more speed, wouldn't you, really? 6.3 seconds is not a big gap, but Daniel Ferguson at the moment not lapping as quickly as the car that you mentioned. He is also now starting to come under increased pressure from Christopher Hyman, who's looking at the inside, and in fact does more than looks at the inside. He goes through on the inside this time into the Parabolica, so he had a dress rehearsal for that a lap ago, and this time fully committed, got a much better exit from Ascari, and he does now move the German sim racing Audi into third. And unless we see a retaliation here from Daniel Ferguson into turn one, well, we are going to see a retaliation. He's back up the inside again. I was about to make the point that perhaps Christopher might be able to do what you were just saying, close in on Lewis Woods ahead, but for now, he will once again be staring at the very pretty rear end of that Porsche 911, because the move happens once more into the Rettifier chicane. Christopher Hyman back behind Daniel Ferguson, and that's a little bit frustrating for Christopher, because it's holding them both up ultimately, this racing, and we know that the Porsche will be due in the pit lane very soon, so that can't happen quickly enough as far as Hyman is concerned. He wants to get rid of that Porsche, get in some clean air and start setting after the cars ahead, because he is in a much better position on fuel than any of the 3 cars ahead of him in this race.
However, I have a small counterpart to actually discuss about this. Look at the gap they're actually opening on Hell Racers. And I think that's the Archer brothers behind from what it looks like. So I think they found the anchor why they are actually losing gap in terms of these final 3 laps in comparison to what his Impulse is doing. So now they're clearing themselves away. You know, Daniel is being the hare, pulling the train, and Hyman is just following suit. So I think that gap might have a possibility of coming down maybe in the next lap or 2 if Daniel doesn't pit, but I think he's going to pit on this lap. But I think that was just a normal slingshot move. You know, I give you, you pass and you open up the door, and then I'll pass, I'll slingshot it, and I'll go past and avoid time loss between us both.
Now, forgive me if we've covered this and I've forgotten, which is possible. The Archer brothers have dropped, in fact, both Archer brothers and Kuruma Motorsport have been overtaken by Maniti Racing. Now, Maniti have just gone ahead of Archer brothers. We saw that in the background there as we were following this GT3 Pro battle. The 2 cars behind them are running 2nd and 3rd in GT3. But somewhere along the line, Archer brothers have lost about 15 seconds to those 2, because they are 14.5 seconds behind the battle for 2nd place in class. And I don't recall seeing anything happening to the Archer brothers. They have just faded away. So there may have been a mistake off camera for the 4th place GT3 car, but that now really takes them out of contention for a podium, and it means that it's now down to Maniti Racing to try and close in on the class leader, who is about 5 seconds or so ahead, with a couple of GT3 Pro runners still separating 1st from 2nd in the GT3 class itself. So interesting situation there in GT3. And for whatever reason, the Archer brothers perhaps now starting to fall out of contention.
My guess is that Baz is actually the fastest car in GT3 right now. So just look at the last lap or the previous laps. He was around 47.5, 47.5, 47 something. Everybody else is doing 48. Even the Archer brothers, Matthew Monar was actually doing 48.5. So that might explain the reason why the 201 lost contact to Beniti, eventually Kuruma, because Kuruma is slightly faster than them on the lap average. So a little bit of a letdown to the 201 champion in the GT3 standings, but still, there's a shorter race to go, but I don't think they're going to be moving up anytime soon in this race. They're probably going to be stuck there for the time being.
Right, okay, let's see how that one plays out. We've got 29 to go, which is significant because we're now inside the pit window to make it to the end for GT3 cars, I suspect. So anyone in a GT3 car who is coming towards the end of their stint, and in fact Maniti Racing in GT3 Pro this is, have just made a pit stop at this point. They should now be able to make it to the end. So looks as though perhaps there weren't too many fuel concerns after all for the GT3 cars, just because of the rate at which they're being put a lap down by the GTPs. The leading GT3 Pro driver, Pro car, the Urano Esports Mercedes, is 25 laps behind the GTP leaders, and that's with a few safety cars earlier on. It probably should have been more. So they are going laps down so quickly that actually then that's helping them with their fuel mileage, if you see what I mean. So they hopefully now don't have to worry too much about it. We still have these question marks over the GTPs. We still have a pretty close battle for third in GTP as well. Orion Race Team and Maniti Racing still nose to tail in their fight for third position. Here they are, these two cars that have been together for, it seems, as long as we've been together covering this race, Lorenzo. I seem to recall these two cars battling 2.5 hours ago. They separated briefly and now they're right back together as we head towards that final pit stop.
Yeah, I think you have the, you know those whenever you are in those wrestling matches and they're like fight forever, doing the fight forever chance. I think they're fighting forever. I think they're listening to the crowd and fighting forever. something like it, as we see now P1 Esports into the pit box, final pit stop for them. That opens that question, right, Andy? We were concerned about maybe making towards the end. So now they are in that tricky situation. 28 laps, can they do it? Nobody has ever done it in the GTPs. You know, it gets tricky. Now we have to look towards where's João Vaz and also Mats Hutzfeld come into the pit lane, maybe if in this lap or not, to do their final service. If not, then the P1 car is in a very complicated situation.
Yeah, I just don't think that car can make it to the end. I don't think P1 Esports can stretch this far enough now. As you said, no one has done 28 or 29 laps on a tank of fuel in a GTP. 26 is the most that I've seen anyone do, and that's been Urano. They're the only team that I've seen able to run that sort of distance. And so I do suspect that the P1 Esports car is going to be forced into making a splash and dash at the end, unless we get a safety car, but that's not looking terribly likely right now. Back to Maniti Racing. This now, of course, becomes the fight for second with P1 pitting. Now, this is the conclusion of the 25th lap of this stint for Orion Race Team, who are the car just ahead of Maniti, and they're staying out, so they are going to get a 26th lap out of this stint, and that's significant because next time around there will be 26 laps to go, so they might just be okay. We were never that concerned about Maniti Racing because they pitted a little bit later anyway. So it looks like Orion are going to find a benefit here in comparison to the likes of P1 Esports, certainly. And that might be the thing that decides whether it's second or third that they are ultimately fighting for. So one pit stop remaining for both of these cars now. We're pretty confident. And that right there was an important moment in this race because we haven't seen Orion Race Team go this far on a tank of fuel. I don't think they have clearly been really working on that fuel mileage over the last stint. Down the run between the Lesbos they head. Javas in the Orion Race Team car just ducking offline there briefly to negotiate one of the ET3 runners. Rano, by the way, are on their 25th lap of the stint. They could probably pit this time and still make it, but they have gone through for an extra lap. That's the way they are going to play this. They're going to make absolutely sure they're inside that window to make it. Got a big lead as well over the rest of the pack, so that even if they didn't have to make an extra stop, they would probably be okay. Orion Race Team, who have been really up and down in this race, they led at the halfway point. They dropped down as low as 4th or 5th even, I think, at one stage. Now back into second, and they are pitting from second. Maniti go on for another lap or two as we expected. But the other Maniti car, number 79, is... In fact, no, I'll try that again. Maniti Racing... Yes, sorry, the 79 car is the one pitting, so both of the Maniti cars were pretty close together on track there. 17 in the hands of Mats Hutzfeld has continued on to another lap, so two more of our frontrunners coming in, and let's wait and see where they come out in relation to the P1 Esports car that pitted a couple of laps ago.
Yeah, absolutely. Now we actually now just moving to the battle, the GT3 top 5 here, Geodesic Racing, STX Sim Sports Cicero, and it's not that it's a battle that we've seen on coming in and off here in Indy. I think this is the first time we've seen these two cars duel it out, and like I said before, niche race for them is important to try to get closer maybe to the top 5. Right now P8 sitting in the standings. On the other hand, that Geodesic car, the 172, I mean, this is the first time they actually are breaking the motor here. Didn't finish a single race so far, didn't even start Daytona.
Exactly, that is what I call an improvement here at the 4th round championship. Leaders are in, by the way. Urano Esports Data Group have just pitted. And somewhere behind that green wall there is the pristine Urano Esports Data Group car. Not a scratch on that car for now. And they are making what we know to be their final pit stop of the race. Maniti Racing also in, so they can definitely make it from here. Where is the Pure Sims car? They can probably go another couple of laps, but we saw in the last round of pit stops, Pure Sims weren't able to leapfrog Urano, and that's going to be the same situation this time. They will jump into second, but we know they owe us one more pit stop as well. As for P1 Esport, they came out they came out a long way ahead of Orion Race Team. So P1 have, let me work this out, it wasn't a particularly short pit stop, but they've gained a big chunk of time on Orion. And of course, there wasn't a huge gap between them. It's now up to 10 seconds or so. So P1 Esports back into third. That will become second when Pure Sims stop. And then it will be Orion Race Team moving into fourth. And Maniti Racing's 79 car likely gaining one place as well. There they go. There's the other Maniti car coming out of the pit lane. So this is significant. Are they going to leapfrog ahead of Orion? They are. So by stopping a lap later, perhaps one lap less fuel had to go in, and that has given the number 17 car what for now is fourth place, but will become third when Pure Sims pit. And that was significant there, Lorenzo. They could not get past that Orion Race Team car on the track, but in the pit lane they were able to find the advantage.
I'm wondering how crazy they will be on the deployment of the hybrid power, though, because, like I said before, it affects the fuel. So now that the gloves are out for this final stint of the race, it's going to be a really good one. And we're still about 38 minutes of go to go in this race at the end of things. But still a lot of things that can be developed moving forward in this race.
Definitely so. So last thing we're waiting to shake out then is the Pure Sims car pitting from second position, which will likely happen in the next couple of laps. Then we will have a full... There it is, right on cue. So the number 1 car does pull into the pit lane. That's the Trek Esports number 33 coming in as well. And that's a... they've not just pitted Trek Esports, they've certainly dropped down the order. Anyway, the Pure Sims car is the most important one because that's the one that's running towards the pointy end. There is Niels van Handel, Trek Esports, a car that was definitely further up the order when we jumped on earlier in the race, but they have found themselves slipping backwards ever so slightly. What is going to happen then with the Pure Sims car? Where does it come out of the pit lane in relation to some of those who have already stopped? Urano then retaining the race lead. There goes the Pure Sims car. Now where is P1 Esport? They're the next car through, I believe, in the number 30. If I know, excuse me, my timing screen now updating, and they have long since gone through. So Pure Sims then with a 31.7 second stop, pretty much average, and they will rejoin in 8th place. So all of our final pit stops done, well, sort of, in GTP. Urano Esports still lead the way, 28.5 seconds the gap. P1 Esports in second position, Daniel Civisabo. That's the one that I'm doubtful of. They pitted 4 laps ago, and I don't think they can make it to the end. They have got 14.1 seconds in hand over Orion Racing Team, though, so Daniel could go into some fuel save mode here to try and protect that second place. 4th place for Maniti Racing, 5th place for Maniti Racing. It's their 17 car ahead of the number 79. So GTP pit stops done with, and now, Lorenzo, we turn to GT3, where our GT3 class leaders have all been making their final round of pit stops as well. Talk Freak Racing, remember, were leading. They pitted, handed the lead over to Kuruma Motorsport, and Kuruma are now in the lane as well. So that GT3 class, this is where we start to get some answers, and it's looking good for Talk Freak.
Yeah, everything is like the race to lose over here, just controlling the narrative so far in the GT3 class, and thus it kind of erases any concerns that David might have had into going towards this stint. That is a really good thing. That's the good news. The bad news, there's still some racing to be done, and a lot of things can develop, like a yellow flag. And I believe at this point of the race, if you get a yellow flag, nobody would come to the pit lane, and everything would be more like a short run before we got to the green flag. Maybe some just reorganization of the grid, and that's pretty much it.
Just had German sim racing in as well, so with the GT3 class done with their pit stops, GT3 Pro is really the last one we were waiting for, and there is the Audi coming in. So Christopher Hyman then with 23 laps to go. That's probably 21 or 2 laps actually for a GT3 car. They will likely be lapped another couple of times between now and the flag, but they all realise they're in the window now because you've got SimCity Racing in. Visceral Esports number 145 is in the pit lane as well. That is the Porsche that pulls into its box right now and goes up on the jack. So a tyre change, so that's interesting. I did wonder whether later in the race some of the GT3 teams might try a few things on tyre strategy. If they didn't need a full tank of fuel, might have been worth just changing a couple of tyres, or perhaps trying to double stint tyres around a track like Monza that is not too hard on the rubber. There is the German sim racing Audi heading out, and the SimCity Racing car will probably be the next one out behind them, and they're going to rejoin into a lot of traffic. But that is their final pit stop of the day done. We are still waiting for the race leader in GT3 Pro to pit. Not expecting any surprises now for Urano. Nicholas Laubish enjoying a very healthy lead at the front of the group. This does not look very healthy, Lo Lorenzo. Just when you don't want to be stuck in traffic, it seems like the entire field have found themselves in the first sector.
Yeah, it's kind of like everybody just, just waving towards each other. It's going to be a little bit tricky for them to negotiate as the Pure Sims try to get the lap back from the GT3 Pro leader. Will he go to the inside or just stay behind the GT3 Pro leader as all of them go through De La Roya, and De La Roya basically safe and sound for everybody at the time being, but still a very big GT3 train moving forward.
And lots of GTP cars also trying to figure this out too, as they turn into the second of the Lesmos at the top end of the circuit, back down towards the Ascari chicane, and this is really where those GTP cars want to try and make their moves past the slower GT3s. This is where they've got the big advantage in a straight line. Of course, they can brake a lot later than the GT3s too, but not as much later these days actually. The GTPs carrying quite a lot of weight with all of that hybrid technology on board, so the braking capabilities are not as impressive as you might expect from a prototype. Big advantage, the agility through the corners and the acceleration off the turns, and that is where that GTP car was able to finally make the move. Just outside 20 laps to go then, and expect Mercedes-AMG Team Urano in this time. I think that's Nicholas Laubish just ahead, is it not? He's doing another lap. Now that is 30 laps, I think, that he's managing to stretch. Now, yes, it is. He's done 30 laps on this stint. So Nicholas Laubish, not content with the big lead that he had already, he was doing that whilst saving fuel. That is really impressive.
Yeah, that is really good to see from Laubish so far, just proving that fuel saving can actually be done proper from a sim racing standpoint if you actually are efficient into it. And I think it is one of the few cars, if not the only car, that's actually gone 30 laps in this race and putting a clinic on everybody. So we know that whenever he comes into the pit lane, maybe this lap is going to go for a very short fuel. It's kind of like would be 2/3 of a stint, and the pretty much go back into the track with a huge gap on everybody to seal this race.
And you might wonder what was the point in trying to save fuel and shorten that final pit stop.
Flags on them. Flags on them.
Yeah, well, they had this big lead, didn't they? They had what was it, 40 odd seconds, I think, in hand over second place. But the concern, I guess, was if we got a safety car before the final pit stops, if they can save some fuel and then the safety car comes out and bunches them all together, all of a sudden it matters whether they can go, spend a second or two less in the pit lane, because all of that track position they've gained would have been lost behind the yellow, under the yellow flag. And that's, I think, why they were perhaps trying to just be doubly sure. They didn't really need to be pushing all that hard. They may as well save the fuel, and it protects them then if there were to be a late yellow flag. And now they dive for the pit lane. So Nicholas Laubish does bring the Urano car in, and no doubt that, especially with a slightly shorter pit stop now, he will come back out. That car at least will come back out with the race lead. Back to Pure Sims though. And they continue to find themselves in the thick of the battle. The SimCity Racing Mercedes diving at the inside line, and that is a positional change, I believe, for 6th place in class.
And Pure Sim's strategy maybe on the GT3 is not going as well as probably they wanted to, but still within some realistic spots to fight for in this race. And like I said before, it's a team that won the GTP class, what was the LMDH last year, but few technical difficulties for them from what it looks like. But here, every point they can get after DNFing both rounds, first rounds, and not having the solid result in Daytona, that 116 probably being happy so far getting a top 10 result.
Yeah, definitely. Top 10 is always, psychologically, I think, a nice little aim to have, isn't it? Of course, everyone wants to win. Everyone wants to try and get on the podium. But for a team who perhaps have not had a great season, just making it into that top 10 is important. So now that things have settled down, then pit stops done with, generally speaking, this is the fight for third place in GTP. Orion Race Team have kept João Vaz at the wheel, and it's still Mats Torkelsfeld in fourth position for number 17 Maniti Racing. Both of these cars now should be able to make this to the end, and the gap has stayed about the same. But did this not... again, correct me if I'm wrong here, Lorenzo, but did I not say that Maniti were ahead of Orion after the pit stop? So this has swapped back around again, I think.
Maybe they were.
Yeah, thought so. So Orion have got back into third and are pulling away by 4/10 on the previous lap. So 14 seconds they are behind P1 Esport, but they were over a second quicker on the previous lap. Now, here's the question then. If Daniel Civisarvo has been told that he can't make it to the end of the race without pitting again, they've got two options. They either try to save the fuel and risk and give away lap time in order to do so, or they tell Daniel, put in a stint full of qualifying laps, give us absolutely everything, so that when we come in and give you that splash of fuel, you might have a chance of keeping the podium. Now, from what I'm seeing of his lap times, he is not running qualifying laps, so I think Daniel Civisarvo is trying to save some fuel. If he is trying to save some fuel, is there a chance that Orion Race Team could catch him? 14 seconds is a big margin, but he's got to save a lot of fuel.
No, absolutely. It would have to be the fuel-saving life in one stint. Basically, the fuel-saving of his life in one stint. So let's see how he's actually going to handle the pressure of keeping the car on track, being efficient with the fuel efficiency, and then whenever we actually go into the final, maybe 3 laps, if he's going to be good towards the end portion of this race.
It's always difficult to tell what lap times mean in a multi-class race, because you never quite know when cars are in traffic and when they're not, because actually P1 Esports had a slow lap on the last lap, but now all of a sudden they've got a second quicker than Orion, so that was because of the little bit of traffic that we've just watched Orion and Maniti Racing go through on the previous lap. Therefore the gap creeping back out by a second on the previous circuit, 15.5 seconds the gap, so maybe it's not that Daniel is backing off particularly, maybe he just caught some of the traffic badly on the previous time around. But Orion Race Team are, we know, good for fuel, and it could be that they get handed this second place anyway. How long do we think it will take then? If you only need 2 or 3 laps of fuel on board, how long do we think that will take? Obviously, you've got the stationary time to work out in the pit lane, but also the transition from pit in to your box and then your box back out onto the track. So he's 15.5 seconds up, is Daniel Civisarvo. Surely that's not enough.
Not enough. I'd say about 22 seconds.
Okay, so, well, 22 seconds is doable, isn't it? And we know that Daniel is capable of being the fastest car on the track. On the previous lap, he took another second out of Orion and Maniti, so he keeps taking a second a lap out of them. Suddenly 22 seconds seems a little bit more achievable, perhaps. I don't know, I think this could be closer than we were thinking.
It is close, but still, it's going to be hard for you to make up 22 seconds in a few short span of laps, and then considerably be perfect on your pit stop and come out ahead and still be able to fight with a few laps to go. So we'll see how bad this can be for P1 Esport.
Yeah, Daniel Civisarvo really in a difficult situation, but here he comes, in fact, I think, up the inside of the 7th place GT3 Pro battle, Aztec Sim Sports Visceral and Hydro Race Geodesic Racing. Into the Rettifilio chicane, there you go. The Porsche still ahead of the Mercedes. 2 very busy liveries on those cars. Good looking cars, no doubt about it, but I can imagine it takes quite a long time, or it would take quite a long time to put the vinyl wrap on those 2 particular cars, and some great work done on the paints in these sort of championships. Very professional looking cars. instantly recognisable as Aztec Sim Sports car or a Hydra Race Geodesic racing car. Both of these are teams who compete in numerous pretty high-profile championships on iRacing. They'll be a little disappointed actually to find themselves battling down in 7th position for the time being. Championship-wise then, in the GT classes, this is going to really help Mercedes team Urano, who were already 73 points ahead of the competition coming into this race. That gap is going to go well into triple figures now, with a maximum points haul by the looks of it heading their way. GT3, Maniti Racing, it was the 278 car that was doing the best in the championship. Well, that car is running second in class at the moment and ahead of all of its nearest rivals, so that gap will also go out to over 100 points. The only one that's going to tighten up here is GTP. Here comes the geodesic car up the inside into the parabolica, and that all looked very easy, Lorenzo.
Yeah, just smooth sailing from the geodesic car, but then again there will be a fight back from Aztec coming into the start of the start-finish line. Here comes the defense on the inside. What is Aztec going to do? Just still pushing that Mercedes AMG. And Visceral just stuck in the car behind for the time being. You know, this is what I like. Visceral is being smart. You know, don't fight now. Maybe try to fight towards the end. And if you see, if there's no other cars in sight, right? So be smart and maybe fight until the final laps. And like, of course, don't fight all the final laps, but fight within those maybe final 5 laps and see where they will lead you at the end of things.
They're also only 6.5 seconds behind Pure Sims Esports, who are 6th in class, and they are within 2 seconds of SimCity Racing. And on the previous lap, Visceral took about 1.4 seconds out of the Pure Sims car. So again, traffic I'm sure had something to do with that, but perhaps that's why they are working with Hydra Race Geodesic for now and not trying to fight them too hard. If they work together, they might have a chance of catching Pure Sims. The gap down now to 5.6 seconds. It's coming down really quickly, so I would expect these two to work together now, as Lorenzo was just saying, until the very end of the race. Let's see if they can catch the Pure Sims Porsche, which is being driven by Daniel Ferguson. He's dropping away from SimCity Racing, so you might even see the Porsche off in the distance very shortly. Let's see whether or not Vince Peters once again settles onto the rear bumper of the Mercedes of Leif Sebastian. Let's see out of Parabolica. He's got a good run. If Vince wanted to pull alongside here, he could. But is he going to? He's closing all the time in the slipstream. The rumbling Mercedes AMG just ahead of us, and it looks as though we are going to sit right behind them. So a little bit of temporary teamwork going on here, I think, Lorenzo.
Absolutely, one pushing the other, trying to get closer towards the car in front of him. I'm just trying to take a look. Who is in front of him? P6. I have over here Pure Sims, but I think it is them, right? So it is Pure Sims who are in front of him for the time being, and it's a catchable gap for them. So we'll see.
Yeah, it took another 3/10 out of Pure Sims that time. Though not quite as big of a gain, but it's coming down all the time to 5.2 seconds now, 6th to 7th. 72 and 145 cars, who are the ones trying to do the catching here. And neither of them particularly up there in the championship. Aztec Sim Sports Visceral just hanging on inside the top 10 in the championship right now. The Geodesic car has not done the full season, so they're not really worried about points, these two. They just want to try finish as high in the race as they can, and by working together now, they might just have a chance to do that. Into the final, nearly the final dozen laps of this race, 13 laps to go. What's been a fascinating 4th round of the GSI Endurance Series presented by IVRA. Temple of Speed here at Monza, putting on a show as it always seems to do. There's plenty of questions still unanswered now as we head towards the end of the race. We've got this battle going on in GT3 Pro, still very close for 3rd place overall within GTP. Maniti Racing sticking right with Orion Race Team. That gap coming right back down again, half a second or so. And then caught slightly by Johnny Verhoff in the next of the Maniti Racing cars in 5th too. But gap still sitting at 5 seconds into the closing stages. But we've seen, haven't we, Lorenzo? You can lose a couple of seconds very quickly if you catch the traffic at the wrong point. And it really does seem that everywhere we look now, the track is busier than it has been for the last few hours. Everyone sort of getting themselves together here for the run to the flag.
Yeah, I was going to say, I think everybody just decided, you know, let's occupy the track and let's have a good old-fashioned invasion of the track like they probably have whenever, yeah, for the races ends and the tifosi and all the fans invade the track for the podium celebration. Instead of people, there are no cars on the track, but just.
Yeah, absolutely. The virtual tifosi perhaps sitting around waiting for that opportunity at the end of this race because they've had a show to enjoy today.
Yep.
There's something I would like to see in iRacing. I have to say, the new Ferrari GT3 car. I know Ferrari often don't take the greatest view of sim racing and video gaming and things like that, but nice to see the new GT3 car perhaps incorporated. It's a stunning looking car, and really the only one of the modern GT3s that we don't have the opportunity to get behind the wheel of here on the iRacing service. Back to third place here in GTP, and João Vaz has got Mats Turger Hutzfeld right behind him, as he has had for a long time. These two cars have been latched together through the entire second half of this race, it seems. It was Maniti Racing ahead after the last round of pit stops. They have lost that third place to Orion Race Team, but a sign really of how closely matched these two cars are. Even having lost the position, Maniti are able to stay within slipstreaming range of the 46 car, and I think unless some traffic gets in the way, they are likely to stay this close until the final lap.
Absolutely, and this is good racing for us until the end of the race. That's what we want to see. We want to see some drama, some beef, some action, aren't we?
I think you might get your wish, because it's always the case, isn't it, when drivers get to the end of the race, especially if, as has been the case here, you know, these two cars have been so close together most of the race, so the teams will have been monitoring the progress of the other car throughout the entire race. Every time a driver gets into the car, they'll be chasing down, you know, either Maniti chasing down Orion or Orion chasing down Maniti, and you get down to the end of the race here, and it doesn't matter really whether it's for first place or for 21st place in the race. If you have been battling another car for an extended period of time, all you want to do is get past that car before the flag. And so I think there is a chance that some sparks could fly here between these two, especially given the fact it is for a podium position, of course. And the spot on the podium is something well worth fighting for, definitely. Yeah, neither of them really concerned about championship points particularly. Although they are relatively close to each other in the championship, but both of them outside the top 6 or 7. So from a championship perspective, it doesn't make a huge difference. It's just a chance to get on the podium and have a good, strong result here at Monza. Getting a replay here of some action. Meanwhile, for one of the GT3 Porsches here, Lorenzo heading onto the main straight.
What happened to Noah Chilla right here as in the main straight? From what it looks like, there's another GTP right behind. From what it looks like, he's the Alpine Star Geodesic that made the overtake. And something happened as a turn number 1.
So, oh, there we go.
Oh.
That'll do it.
Yeah, overdone turn 1. Right in front of the GT Pro leader. Oh, gosh.
And there is an example of why no one can relax, because you get to the end of the race, Lorenzo, and I feel like we talk about this at the end of every endurance race, but it's a point worth making. Drivers lose concentration. They're tired. They're worn out. They're counting the laps down to the end. Their tyres are worn. Their handling's gone away on the car. They might be carrying some damage. All of these things come together to mean that these final 10 laps are the 10 laps in which you're most likely to make a mistake, and that can cause absolute havoc, especially given how close everyone is. We've just made the point that everyone is together on track. If one of these drivers gets it wrong coming into or out of the corner, it could have a dramatic effect on other people's race results.
I was going to say that perfectly. You summed it up perfectly. For me, it is about being precise on how you negotiate with stuff. And in this case, if you negotiate gaps and everything, and you do that in an according fashion, you can get so many wonders at the end of the race. But still, with this little laps left, you need to be mindful of going pedal to the metal, go search for those results, And if so, get you to the glory. And let's see where this leads you at the end of things. As we are still looking between Aztec and Geodesic having a battle. Well, where the Sim Racing goes on the outside, it makes that overlap.
Yeah, these two have swapped around again now, haven't they? The Porsche back ahead of the Mercedes, and unlike when it was Mercedes ahead of Porsche and they were willing to work together, it does seem that the Hydra Race Geodesic racing car wants to come back through, and that's exactly what they will do into the first corner. So Life Sebastian back ahead of Vince Peters, but as they battle, they are no doubt losing time to Pure Sims, who they were chasing down. Well, still 4 points. 5 seconds it is still, but it had been about 4.5 seconds, I think, before that latest exchange. And they've got some GT3 traffic ahead of them. Perhaps Pure Sims looking a little bit safer now in 5th place in class, but this is going to be an interesting battle. These two cars very evenly matched, and that takes me back to the point that David Barraclough made an hour or so ago when we chatted to him, and he said that he really felt a good job had been done on the balanced performance here, and I have to agree with him, because these two cars look very evenly matched. There is obviously an advantage to whichever car has the slipstream, but there's not an advantage anywhere else. They're handling about the same, they're braking at the same point, their top speeds are very much the same, and two completely different race cars as well. So yeah, BOP seems to be on point.
Yeah, I don't think there's a car that is operating over the other. I think even maybe the car that might be the most French-induced might be the BMW. And even then, I don't know how French-induced that would be, because we don't have a lot of BMWs up in the GT3 Pro. But other than that, BMWs and AMGs have been close to one another in this race, and that is what's really good about the BOP overall. You know, whenever it's good work, we can see this good close racing, even though you have an overpowering car.
That was, by the way, Satellite Racing GT3 pitting, so they were short on fuel. That will likely cost them a top 5 in class. It will certainly allow Archer Brothers back into 4th in GT3 AM, and may allow WS Racing to close in as well. So that is the first sign of a car not making it to the flag on fuel. We still are concerned about P1 Esports. By the way, my timing screen is showing me that yes, this is side by side for 3rd, and that was Maniti Racing trying to get around the outside of Orion Race Team into the first chicane, not quite able to make that stick. But this is a brilliant battle, and the more they fight here, Lorenzo, the more chance there is that the second Maniti car could close in as well. Contact through the Curva Grande, that was nearly a huge accident, and I think this could easily become a 3-way fight before the checkered flag.
Yeah, this is completely doable for a 3-way fight, as there is a little bit of time loss for Mats going into the De La Roja chicane. Now, going one more time here, and then last one number 1. The gap is still under the second, but you can see the second Maniti car creeping in bit by bit as we're going to look at the replay. This big block that is kind of done from Jean Vaz into turn number 2, into the Curva Grande, kind of blocks out any actions that the Maniti car wanted to do at the end of the day, and basically puts any back burner, any chances of an overtake on this lap on the back burner for the time being, as the sister car is creeping closer and closer like Jaws.
Not the first big block we've seen from Zhao in this race. No. Remember, at halfway, he was fighting the Urano car of Yupdalik, who is again at the wheel of that car, and he put him on the grass going down into turn 1, so he's not afraid to pull the block. Either side of the back markers they will go, and Maniti Racing have got another run now down the pit straight, but they will both go to the inside of the GT3 BMW. I don't think that Mats is going to be able to make the move this time into turn 1, but he will look to try and get that good exit again towards Curva Grande. These big blocks, they make me nervous though, Lorenzo. I've spent most of this week either watching races at Daytona or competing in them, and that is the thing that causes the accidents. Late blocks, trying to step in front of people who are going significantly quicker than you, and eventually you feel that this is going to end badly for Zhao. He's avoided it a couple of times, but if he keeps on throwing those blocks, at some point he's likely to end up visiting the scenery.
Oh, wait. Are you telling me you're starting to have Daytona PTSD? Is that it?
It does feel like that's the only racetrack that I've seen for about a month and a half. It's been very much Daytona time of year, hasn't it? With the Raw, the 24 hours, and now the Daytona 500. But let's say I've seen these blocks go wrong a few times over the last week or so. That's for sure.
Got a really big close between that was Viscero and the other Descent car. Now it breaks off between all these cars, not just in the GT3 but also GTP as well. And but the gap, I think, is still within the drafting range, whereas the sister car now joins the fray. It's within drafting range, or nearly within the drafting range of the number 17. As we have 6 go, Gupta with smashing lead on P1 Esports. Question is still, does P1 have fuel until the end? I'm still not sold on their answer. I think they have, but I'm not sold 100% on this.
See, I don't think they have. One of us is right, and one of us is not. And
Wait. Okay, no, I was gonna say, do they have damage on the rear left diffuser? But no, that was just like illusions. I was being pranked on. I'm sorry.
Well, this is the thing with a relatively new car. We're still discovering the way that it looks when it does take damage, I suppose. So, let you off with that one. But yeah, Daniel Civisabo, I would be surprised if he can make this. He's on his 23rd lap of the stint now. We haven't seen him make 25 laps yet in this race, or certainly in the second half of the race. It's always been 24 laps for the P1 Esports car. They would now suddenly have to go an extra, not 1 or 2 laps, but an extra 3 or 4 laps on this tank of fuel, and I just don't see it happening. But you never know if he's been going easy on the hybrid, or if he's been just in general trying to lift and coast a bit, then he might just make it. He's going on for another lap here, and has managed to build this gap to Orion to 20 seconds. Now, you were talking about 22 seconds being the time loss for a splash and dash pit stop. He's almost there, isn't he?
Yeah, I'm just taking a quick look at the last gap that he has on these two drivers. It is 20 seconds. Yeah, you can start playing with numbers right here. He's actually I think that's what he's being extremely aggressive around the traffic, you know, try to build that gap. And we saw both P3 and P4 now that are close once again, João Vaz and Mats Hutzfeld being very aggressive, trying to cut down the deficit too, but being more inefficient that way as they're getting the cars in the wrong spots. And as Connery was saying, there isn't too much fuel saving. I agree 100%. If they're safe on fuel, I would be very surprised again.
Yeah, riding on board there, you couldn't hear any lifting and coasting, could you? So it does look as though Daniel has accepted his fate and that he's going to have to make this extra pit stop. The question is, well, there are two questions. When does he make it? And when he does make it, is he going to come out ahead of or behind this battle? I mean, this is already the most intense battle on the racetrack right now. Imagine if we threw a third car into it, or maybe even a fourth car, if Johnny Verhoef could ever bridge that 2.5 second gap. And ET Racing are right back on the tail of Orion now, as they turn through Ascari. Well, they were, but they had to go offline slightly into that third chicane to negotiate that lapped Porsche. But it goes up and down a little bit, never more than a second between them though. It does just grow to about 1 second now as they turn into the Parabolica this time. The P1 Esport car has gone through onto another lap, which would be the 25th. So I think even if they've managed to stretch this to 26 laps, that's going to leave them 3 laps short, I think. And they are 20.3 seconds ahead of this battle for third place. What P1 Esports really need, actually, is for Maniti to start seriously fighting with Orion to help them lose that extra few seconds that they might need. But right now, there's a little bit of real estate between them as they make their way through the Curva Grande. Into the brakes. Into the Variante della Roggia towards the Lesmos again. Nerve-wracking times here. We've got 3.5 laps to go at Monza, and the fight for podium places in the GTP category still well and truly raging, and that's not a good place to catch traffic. This could be an opportunity for Mats Hutzfeld. He's going to have a much better exit from the second Lesmo. He's right in the slipstream, but perhaps a bit of hybrid use there from João Vaz in third. Just manages to peg him back for now. Through Ascari they go. Just losing a bit more time. They're 21 seconds behind Daniel Civisabo, who is in. Second place driver is in. We thought they needed the splash and dash, and that was absolutely the case. Now, how much time is this going to lose them? It will only be a splash. They need 3 laps of fuel on board the BMW. He stops for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 seconds. This is longer than I expected. 6.8 seconds stationary.
25 seconds on the lane, more or less.
Yeah, so that's not enough. It's not enough. There goes the Orion car. There goes Maniti Racing. In fact, there goes the other Maniti Racing car. So they will drop well off the podium. And Daniel Civisabo, I think, even with the pace that he has shown in this race, is not going to make that time up. And Lorenzo, that was the fear. And we saw this a couple of hours ago, that some of these GTP teams were going to have to start saving fuel. And it looks as though P1 Esport really were the only ones that didn't.
Yeah, failed on the background a little bit more over there. Just taking a quick look over here now that we have about 3 to go. If there's any team that might be in the dangerous zone, maybe Orion, depending on circumstances, but if they run out, they probably would run out of fuel at the very end of their stint. But as you can see, there's a lot of push coming in just from João Vaz and also from Mats Hutzfeld. So for the time being, let's just keep a close eye on this, because this could be decided on the line depending on how the fuel gauge of that BMW M8 hybrid is on João's car.
Yes, because the one thing that Zhao has not been doing is saving fuel. There's no doubt about that. He has not had the opportunity to save fuel because Mats has made absolutely sure of that. He's been keeping the pressure on for the entirety of this stint, and so the opportunity to make that fuel stretch a little bit further has not been there really for the number 46 car, which comes off the Parabolica now to start the penultimate lap of the race. And Maniti Racing dropping back ever so slightly now. Ryan go through onto their 25th lap, so yeah, they're asking for 26 laps on this stint, which I don't think they did. Did they do 26 last time, or was it 25? I can't remember, but
25, I think.
25, yeah. So, okay, in that case, they haven't ever done 26 laps. This is going to be close then, because, like I said, they've not been able to save fuel, and this could be one of those situations. We've seen it before at Monza, haven't we, where cars have blocked the final corner looking good, but they haven't quite had the fuel to get home.
Yeah, they are flying in out of the blues like dip, dip, dip. Then the car starts dying. Free life that you have in your body starts waning slowly as there is some dodging of the cars going through the Team Hoistifeld GT3 Pro. I think in front of him is the WS car as well, as they're going through as we open up the final lap as Yup the Look in a very good position to celebrate another win.
Absolutely. Throughout this lengthy green flag period, that car has just got further and further up the road from everybody else, and it's going to be a winning margin of nearly 1 minute here at the end of 1,500 kilometres of racing. It could be a double race victory for Team Urano as well, because it's a very similar margin between the number 190 car that leads in GT3 Pro and Impulse Racing, who sit in second place in that class. None of the front-running positions in the GT class is likely to change, though, on this final lap. It is all about GTP and the fight for the podium places. Orion Race Team have been defending this like their lives depend on it for the majority of this final hour. Can Mats Hutzfeld find a way through down into the Retificio chicane? There is a GT3 BMW just ahead that they will negotiate coming through Curva Grande. It's a good exit there despite the slide for João Vaz, and so he should be safe for the time being, but I think Hutzfeld is definitely going to have a go at this. He just needs to get a car length closer.
Yeah, I agree, and let's see where he's going to make that move. I think Scary is the pointer, is the way to go.
Yeah, not close enough now. We've seen him get good runs out of Ascari before. Meanwhile, Urano Esports are going to claim the victory in GTP. Joop de Liep brings the number 90 Urano Esports Data Group car across the line. A dominant victory for them. David Barraclough has the honour of bringing the Torque Freak Racing Porsche through to claim the victory in GT3 AM. And Nicholas Laubisch will win for Team Urano, Mercedes-AMG Team Urano Esports in GT3 Pro. This the closest of the battles, though. Who is going to finish second in GTP? I don't think that Mats Hutzfeld is close enough, but is that traffic that I see on the horizon? It is. They will have to negotiate some GT3 cars here into the final corner. Mats pulls to the inside line. I think that might be okay. That was the GT3 Pro leader that will come to the line just behind these two. But Joubas is going to hang on with some robust defensive driving at times in this race. He will bring the Orion Race Team car home in second place. Third place in GTP goes to Maniti Racing, some valuable championship points for them, and it's an extended lead in the championship in GT3 Pro from a Mercedes AMG Team Urano Esports. Nicholas Laubisch, we really didn't see a lot of him in that race, but that's because of the sizable gap that he had pulled out towards the end. Maniti's number 79 car, by the way, did come home fourth in GTP. Daniel Civisabo had to settle for fifth after that splash and dash at the end. But for Urano, it's another day to celebrate. A victory in GTP, a victory in GT3 Pro, and both of them done, Lorenzo, in dominant fashion.
Yeah, really dominant fashion for them. Congratulations on Urano, you know, just proving why they're probably the team to beat. Of course, we have to say that they had a few problems in the beginning of the championship, a few fumbles as well on the Daytona round, but always proved that they proved their doubters wrong, you know, in this race. The same thing goes for the 190, fourth win in a row. Who can stop these guys? As there is now a bit of a push from the 190 to try to go back into the pit lane, and then Torque Freak, David Barraclough just thought he was actually going to have problems. Not at all. Just coming from the back to the front. Last and first challenge successful.
Well, we thought that Urano were comfortably going to have enough fuel to get to the end. It wasn't that comfortable, was it? Because they ran out of fuel, I think, going into Curva Grande. That was a bit of an aggressive bump draft. Yeah, I think they ran out of fuel going into Curva Grande, so they only just had enough to get home, even though they had the best fuel mileage, which tells me that they had probably only put the bare minimum fuel in to get home. The Maniti Racing car has stopped on track as well, so a few of them, I think, perhaps struggling to get home there with the really low fuel levels at the end. It was just the way it worked out there. The length of that final green flag run meant it was very, very tight indeed. But after 259 laps, 1,500 kilometres of racing around the Temple of Speed in northern Italy, it is a victory for Urano Esports Data Group, the Up-Delete bringing the car home. Nearly a full minute clear of second place. Orion Race Team taking second, whilst Maniti Racing almost had two cars on the podium. They have to settle the third and fourth, with the 17 car in third and 79 coming home just a second or so behind them. A late splash and dash pit stop unfortunately hampered P1 Esport. They have to settle for fifth, whilst Pure Sims Esports were the last car on the lead lap. Hydro Race Geodesic Racing were seventh, eighth place for German Sim Racing. Trek Esports, having run towards the front earlier on, finished ninth, and the private label team Hype Car also one lap down in 10th. Then we had World of Sim Racing team in 11th, and crucially, SRC Movano Corsa. Beyond the first hour, we really didn't see a lot of them after their accident. They finished 7 laps down. They will retain their championship lead, but by a much reduced margin. 9 laps down was the Satellite Racing car, and then those that weren't running at the flag, Race Clutch, ATRS Esports, and the Valkyrie Excite car, 16th and last, but will likely not be classified in the race. Then in GT3 Pro, Nicholas Laubisch actually ended up a lap ahead of the rest because of the way that the lappery worked. Followed by Impulse Racing second, German Sim Racing third, AMG ahead of Porsche, ahead of Audi. Then it was SimCity Racing fourth, Pure Sims Esports in fifth position, and sixth place went to Hydro Race Geodesic Racing after their big battle there with Acetec Sim Sports Visceral towards the end. Vince Peters having to settle for seventh. Eighth place for Deutsche Payment Esports, ninth was the second Hydro Race Geodesic Racing AMG, and then the second of the Acetec Sim Sports Visceral Porsches completing the top 10. Then it was Team Huizinghveld, Phoenix Racing Esports also one lap down. And then it was Hell Racers, Paceworks Esports, German Sim Racing, Artifact Racing, WS Racing Esports, Fiercely Forward all 2 laps down. Ingersoll Rand were 4 laps down in 19th, and Tempest Simsport 5 laps back in the back of the top 20. Maniti Racing, Ryan Race Team, Team RSO by V-Rig, KC Racing, where you do take the award for commentators' worst nightmare for team names, Virtual Motorsport, ATRS Esports, and Team PGZ, all failing to finish the race. Finally, we move into the GT3 class itself. Talk Freak Racing claiming the victory by 6.9 seconds. That sort of was toing and froing through the last few hours as the fuel strategy played out. Aniti Racing having to settle for second, and Karuma Motorsport, after a couple of incidents at the halfway point, they were in the barriers at one stage, they managed to get their Porsche home in third. Then a pair of BMWs, the Archer brothers, who led for a period of that race, had to settle for fourth ahead of Satellite Racing. WS Racing was sixth, SRN Motorsport seventh, Prestanda Nomad were eighth ahead of the Rusty Spatulas, and Valorous Motorsports, who were really the first of those in big trouble 21 laps down. The last of the cars, in fact they weren't running for much of the 259 lap race, was the World of Sim Racing BMW. So they are your results then from what was a very exciting and certainly an intriguing fourth round of the GSI Endurance Series presented by IVRA here at Monza. Time to head into the post-race show though here on RaceSpotTV, and Lorenzo Bonda I think has got a queue of drivers stretching some way away from the broadcast booth door, all waiting to have a chat with us. So Lorenzo, who have you got for us first?
Alright, I'm going to pull first Mr. David Barraclough from the GT3 class, which just won our race. So David, congratulations on the win. Now we can officially say no more concerns.
Yeah, absolutely. Really happy. We could bring that one home from where we were when I last spoke to you guys. Yeah, it's a big win for us because it's the first Talk Freak victory in an IVRA endurance series race for a very long time. Yeah, so it's back on the winning step for us finally.
Nice. And with this good result, if you have to pick one of the two races that we have left in the season that you would say it fits us best, which one would be, Motegi or Fuji?
Oh wow, that's a good question. I think for us, probably Fuji. I think Fuji is one of those tracks with the long straight and the tight sections where you have to make that kind of compromise setup, and there is possibility for different approaches, and I think we tend to do best when that happens. Motegi is not I'm just speaking personally. I don't know about the other guys on the team, but for me, Motegi is not one of my best tracks. I'm struggling to think of a race that went well for me there. So, but we'll give it a go and see what happens. But yeah, to answer your question, Fuji, I think with that long straight should make it really interesting.
Perfect. Yeah, absolutely. And David, with that being said, we'll let you go. I know it's been a long race. I want to let you celebrate with your teammates. And again, congratulations on the win. A long-earned win for you guys back into the victory lane after a long time here on IVRA.
Yeah, I just want to shout out that I think it shows it was a last to first challenge, right? We qualified last deliberately to stay out of shenanigans, and I think it just goes to show the value of being really careful in these races. So yeah, we're really happy with it. Thanks, guys.
All right, back to you, Andy.
Excellent stuff there from David, who comes home a worthy victor with the rest of his team in the GT3 category. I think we can now have a chat, though, with our overall race winner, the GTP race winner, Joop de Ligt, who is waiting to come and have a word with us and joins us now in the broadcast booth. Joop, thank you for joining us here. Fantastic performance by you and the whole team, particularly through the second half of that race. The race running green for so long really seemed to help you because you just gradually got further and further ahead.
Yeah, absolutely. Hey guys. Yeah, thank you. I mean, it was an exciting race, especially the second part was good. Let's just not talk about the first part too much. I mean, you would think that after that quali, I kind of know the location of all the slowdown penalties and such, but nope. I needed to find all of them again in the first stint, so that was not too great. But luckily, Dylan got the car back into a clean, good position, and we were able to continue from there. And fortunately, everything worked out in strat, and we ended up on top. So yeah, all good.
Yeah, it was about halfway through the race, really, that you got yourself back in that position, just missing out on the halfway points for the win. But you've bagged a lot of points here today for sure, and that's going to be significant for you. Obviously, in the championship, you were some way back, but with SRC having a bad race today, is there a glimmer of hope, perhaps, that you could still be up there challenging for the title?
I mean, that's obviously too early to say still. We have Motegi and Fuji still to go. It looks a lot better now than it did like this morning, though, because Veloci is not there anymore. SRC finished way down. We beat Pure Sims, and I think the RSO team is now actually a Manatee car. So, yeah, we might be able to get close to them yet, but let's just I don't know, take it race by race.
Absolutely. Well, it was a fantastic performance, as I said, by the entire team here today. A well-deserved victory in the GTP class. Thank you for joining us, and congratulations.
Thank you very much, guys. Thanks for the broadcast, and have a good one.
We will. We've enjoyed every second of it, that's for sure. So our GTP victors then were the Team Urano Esports team. And Lorenzo, they did pretty well in the GT3 class as well. And Nicholas Laubish, I think, is able to come and have a chat with us, our GT3 Pro winner.
Yeah, absolutely. As we have Nicholas over here, Nicholas, one more win, and I think according, like I said to Dominic, but you guys don't have a competition to try to win those races. You guys are getting tired of winning races.
Of these races, you can never really get tired. Like LMDH traffic is always extremely hard to manage, and especially when you're close to like Heusingfeld, who was close to us basically the whole race. It's hard to sometimes like see when are people trying to like overtake into like Ascari or something. It was pretty hard, but at the end we managed it. I think pretty perfect. We didn't really had any scary moments, so everything went out extremely good.
Nice. That's good to know. Moving forward to one more question before we let you go and celebrate with the Dominant and the rest of the Urano guys. If we have to pick of the two tracks remaining this season, and in terms of driving styles, knowing you, I think Fuji would fit you best. Dominic said otherwise. Am I right on this answer?
I don't really like Fuji because it has like these
Oh, okay.
extremely long corners. Like I don't know, I just can't really find a line there. But Motegi, I think it is the next race. It's one of my favorite tracks. I don't know. It's like the second corners and stuff. It's extremely nice to drive.
All right, fair enough, Nicholas. Well, man, we'll let you go. I know it's been a long race, so I want to congratulate you again in this victory, and we'll see what Motegi brings for you, man.
Thanks, guys.
Good stuff. So that was our GT3 Pro winner. I think we can now move back, though, briefly to GTP, where we were enjoying immensely that fight for what was third position. It then became second place between Orion Race Team and Maniti. And we are once again joined in the broadcast booth by Manuel Sudo, who we spoke to during the race. Manuel, I think you were feeling pretty confident then, and that confidence was well placed. You got back onto the podium, but it could very easily have been second, couldn't it? That was a fantastic battle to watch. Did you enjoy it quite so much from your perspective?
Yeah, absolutely. Like shout out to Mats, but also shout out to Joao. The two of them really showed a great battle. I don't know how long it went, but like 2-3 hours or something. That also made us decide that Mats will stay in the car because on cold tires, if you do the driver change, it will need you like 2-3 laps to get into rhythm and everything. And he was just there. And I just felt like, okay, no, I'm just continuing watching him, how he will like try his best to get him. But we had like a couple of tries and opportunities to catch Joao, who obviously had also to save some fuel. But yeah, we also weren't willing to take full risk, and it's fine. So they deserve P2 because they've been the faster car. Happy to end on the podium and being in a very good position in championship standings.
One of the things that we were discussing at length through those final couple of hours was fuel mileage and pit strategy, and we saw quite a few cars really running low on fuel at the end there. That was, of course, what ultimately put you onto the podium, with the P1 car having to make an extra pit stop. How early in the race did you guys really start to focus in on that? Because we didn't expect it to go green for the entire second half of the race, which I'm sure had an effect on that fuel strategy.
Wow, tough question. I would say we started before the race when we prepared the possible strategies, and we had some markers like if safety cars come out, at what time of the race, where to do what, and then we have like a software that keeps us updated all the time, what we can do, and gives us several options. And I think like when Mats got into the car after me, so 4 stints to go. we knew that we would be fine if the race stays green, and if there would be a safety car that would have not been good for us, because obviously now, as it played out also, it was a huge advantage for us to started looking at that quite early in the race. I think we did our homework, and very happy if that pays out in such a good result.
And a strong race for Maniti as well, of course, the second car finishing in 4th place too. It's been a solid day all round for Maniti Racing, which has been great to see. And we appreciate you, Manuel, taking some time to come and chat to us again. Huge congratulations to the whole team. Well done.
Thanks. I second that. It was really a blast, the whole preparation with a new team. Thanks a lot to everyone involved, to Michael, who was building us an insane setup. He's from Monza, so he's a local guy, and I think you could see that the car was really good there. And shout out to Liam and Johnny, who did a great race. And I think they ended up like second behind us. So I would say we're equal. So today, maybe one overtake in traffic was better on our side or something. But no, great team effort. And shout out to you guys again. Really great broadcast. It's lots of fun to watch.
Been lots of fun to make as well. Thank you very much, Manuel, and once again, congratulations to Maniti Racing. Well, that just about concludes our post-race coverage here, Lorenzo. It's been a fantastic race. We had the pleasure of covering probably the most interesting half. The first half of the race saw perhaps the more action. We had those 3 safety cars, lots of really good racing, of course, but I really enjoyed delving into these strategies, and that is what we were able to do through those final 3 hours or so. And it all came down to who had enough fuel at the end. It was an exciting finish. We've got some new winners, some new teams on the podium, lots of good things to take away from Monza.
Well, it's been a very good race, apart from the shenanigery that happened on the start, a few of the yellow flags, of course. But yeah, we covered, I think, a really good, more intricate aspect of, breaking down strategy, seeing how that actually is going to play out, even though this is actually a distance-based race, which is insane to think about. So this has been surely one of the most pleasing broadcasts to do in terms of breaking down stuff and seeing how the teams would actually play this out with this little yellow flag and at the halfway point of the race, and how they actually took it towards the end. But again, congratulations to all the teams, and a month break until we go back to Motegi.
Indeed so, the 18th of March for another 1,500-kilometre race in Japan, the first of a Japanese double-header. The championship will conclude on the 22nd of April with a 12-hour race at the Fuji International Speedway. We hope that we will have you with us to enjoy all of the action here from the GSI Endurance Series presented by IVRA. It's been a fantastic race here today at Monza, which really has delivered everything that Monza tends to deliver and then some. Lots of green flag racing, lots of fuel mileage questions, and it was a particularly fun race to follow. Big thank you to everyone that's helped to put the broadcast together. Myself, Andy McEwen, and Lorenzo Bonda taking you through the latter part of the race. Thanks to Cameron and Ewan as well for their hard work in the first few hours. To Connery Maddock, who has been producing the race along with Hugo Luis. Could not have these broadcasts without them. We'll be back again here at RaceSpotTV in the very near future. For now, though, from myself and the rest of the team, thank you for joining us. We'll see you soon.